Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Gladiator in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 226, Firelord for a week 7. It hadn't been that long since they had split off from Iroh and Toph, yet to the Imperial Guards it felt like an eternity. The riverbank they were running through had been emptied of water, but they couldn't seem to catch up to the man responsible for that particular crime against nature. The longer they went without reaching him, the less likely it would be that they'd succeed at stopping his newest plan. He must be traveling through the river itself. Ruishi exclaimed, running beside the captain of the squad. The man flinched upon being addressed by the odd one out amongst his group. He's changing the river's course and using the water to speed himself further away. Upriver. That sounds like madness, replied the captain. He cannot possibly be that powerful. If he weren't, he wouldn't have gotten so far ahead of us. Ruishi said, gritting his teeth as they continued onwards. There was still no sign of the stingray, even after they had rounded the last trees in the area. The first of a set of hills loomed ahead, just beyond the trees. From the looks of it, the river's source was somewhere within those mountains, judging by the empty, moist soil and the polished rocks in the river's basin, all across the hill's slopes. He can't be far, said the captain, attempting to masquerade his obvious nervousness with determination as he glared at the exposed river basin. The place they had slowed at might have been a waterfall merely an hour ago. As much as the second squad's captain didn't wish to admit it, it seemed Ruishi's assessment about the enemy's power might be accurate. If he had the strength to climb a running waterfall, and moreover, steal away its water for his purposes, but it was pointless to worry. He was only a waterbender, only a savage. There was no way a squad of Imperial firebenders would fail to defeat him. Press on. We will see to finishing off this enemy of our nation, the captain declared, and as pompous as his words sounded, he spoke them as earnestly as possible. Captain. Sir, I can hear the rush of water, exclaimed one of the guards. He raised a hand towards the source of the sound. It was beyond the hill, past the mountains that blocked their path, in the factory's direction. We'll go around this hill, the captain exclaimed, unable to mask the anxiety in his voice anymore. If this waterbender is readying an attack on the factory, we must stop him before he can unleash it. Yeah, why climb that steep a mountain if the target's the factory? Agreed another guard. Their brief break to assess the situation offered them a short chance to catch their breaths. They were on their way again moments later, rushing past the foot of the mountain, once again entering the thicket of trees while hugging the mountain's edge as best as they could. Ruishi followed the rest of the group, glancing about himself warily in case the stingray reappeared, but a chance glance at the mountain beside them, once they had already rounded a fair amount of it, offered a sudden revelation for him. Just as another guard in the group caught sight of the factory, further down the plain where they were running right now. Water was rushing, at full speed, down the mountain and towards the factory, not even a full kilometer away from where they stood. There was no basin this time. Nothing could stop the rushing water as it splashed its way across the plain on the forest's outskirts, guided forward by a man who, much as Ruishi had anticipated it, was submerged to the waist in the flowing water, waving his arms to direct the chaotic river's movements. No, no! Exclaimed the captain, stepping forward to give chase. Wait! Ruishi cried out, but the man ignored him, as did all the other guards. You won't have it any easier to defeat him by attacking head-on and nothing more, is what he had meant to say, but the rest of his group had already rushed forward, hoping to reach the waterbender before his waterbending-powered river crushed the factory and everyone within. Yet Ruishi had noticed something else within the mountain, something the others had ignored before charging into battle. He gritted his teeth and turned towards the tall hills. On his way to the ice blockade he'd caught a glimpse of, the stingray had used a fair amount of the river's water to create a massive barrier of ice. The sturdy obstacle caused the rushing water to change course. Therefore, instead of flowing through its proper basin, now it was charging in the entire opposite direction, crushing everything in its wake. If he could take down that ice blockade, as large as it might be, Ruishi would successfully divert some of the enemy's water supply, as it would return to its natural course. It wouldn't be possible to stop the massacre the enemy was hoping to unleash, altogether, but if the torrent was rerouted anew, the stingray's water supply would run out eventually. Betting everything on his new strategy, Ruishi took to trudging through the wilderness, right next to a chaotic, rushing river that crashed into the vegetation, tearing trees out of the ground. They would roll down the hill, joining the rushing river. He tried his best to focus on reaching that barrier, but he would be too late at this rate. Well, if he kept going on foot, that was. Ruishi raised his hands for impulse before slamming them down at either side of his thighs and unleashing an inferno of power with his feet and hands. The propulsion shot him upwards, and he succeeded at aiming up his flight towards the ice barrier. Once he was close enough, he eased his bending until he could trot up to the barrier safely. The water's rushing roar was deafening just beside the rushing river's unnatural obstacle, and it splashed Ruishi with a spray of cold water, resulting from the collision of the falling water and the ice blockade. Just beyond the barrier, a muddy, drying basin waited for the water to return to it. "So be it," Ruishi whispered, raising his hands before tearing down the massive ice barrier. Ruishi's flames poured out of his fists with determination. Even so, regardless of how much work he put into this bending feat, the firebender knew he wouldn't be able to prevent the worst of the water's impact against the factory. The Imperial Guards had given chase to the Stingray, but they could tell it would be to no avail. The water was far faster than their feet could hope to be. It was aided by the waterbender, who wouldn't stop swaying his arms in perfect, circular motions, encouraging the water to continue rushing down the plane under his guidance. The rolling, thunderous sound of the water rushing in their direction reached the domestic forces soldiers when they had only just gathered the injured in the factory's hangar. The situation was already urgent, and the ominous noise did nothing to ease their rising anxiety. "What the hell's that?" the group's captain said, glancing out of the hangar's wide opening. It offered a clear view of the mountain in the distance. "What? What now?" asked his second-in-command, his voice whiny. "Haven't we had enough already? We have so many injured." The captain raised his hand to silence him, fear and dread tearing through him as that rumbling sound seemed to come closer. He stepped towards the very end of the hangar, chills tingling in his body. The incoming wave of water finally became visible in the distance. "What on earth?" he asked, his voice trembling as he failed to give the situation credit. Water, that was certainly water, and it was coming towards them, water that was meant to wash out the factory, to kill as many of the soldiers as it could with the force of the most unstoppable tidal wave. Paralyzing fear overwhelmed the soldier. What could they do? Head into the underground tunnel the reinforcements had come from. What for? It would be flooded by the incoming water, just as everything else would be, unless an earthbender could seal it successfully, and the only earthbenders nearby right now were enemies. And that thought froze him yet again. They had restrained and captured the foes who had been defeated by now. They were completely helpless to defend themselves against this massive water attack, just as the soldiers were. Was that waterbender so unconcerned with the fate of his allies that he'd gladly sacrifice them for his cause? For it went without saying that this was the waterbender's doing. He was visible in the crest of the rushing water, the proud artificer of this liquid avalanche they had no defense against. What could they do? Was there any hope left? The Fire Nation's proud soldiers, killed in action by the power of water. It was, of course, the worst possible scenario to imagine, a scenario the Fire Lord would never accept, yet it was also inevitable, as far as the domestic forces captain could tell. There was nothing to be done anymore. They couldn't possibly climb onto the inactive hot air balloons and hope they would offer them any protection, let alone when no one knew how to use them. They were about to die. They truly were. "Why, you guys, turn around. Don't look outside," he exclaimed, rushing towards the rest of his men. The fear in his voice, and his countenance, was quickly contagious. "What's going on?" exclaimed one of the uninjured soldiers. "Are we not going to make it?" asked a wounded man, whose arm and leg had earthen spikes protruding through them. His pained face betrayed he was struggling to stay conscious. "Don't think about that," said the captain, gritting his teeth as he extended his arms, as though to embrace his fellow soldiers. Don't think about it at all. There was no escape. Running wouldn't help. They had too many wounded soldiers to leave the factory anymore. Even if the airship arrived just now, just as the Gladiator had promised, it would be impossible to load all the injured onto its deck before the water reached them. It was the end of the line, just as it had been for so many other soldiers before. So many who had given their lives to their duty of defending the Fire Nation. It was, he knew, an honorable death. At least, that was how everyone would see it. He hoped he had enough time to convince himself of that before the water arrived. The sounds were louder yet, as though a waterfall was rushing in on them. The earth trembled, as did the metallic flooring of the hangar, and they thought they heard the voice of a man, laughing without restraint as the unleashed river loomed closer, threatening to claim their lives in a matter of moments. It was impossible to discern, amidst all that noise, the loud, rushing footsteps right outside the building, footsteps that stopped right past the hangar. Yet the sudden roar of a female voice did break through the loud sounds of water and the laughter of the artificer of this catastrophe. She clenched her fists, her muscles bulging with the power she was infusing into each of her movements. Her feet were planted firmly on the solid, dry ground underneath her. She felt every inch of earth and she would use all of it, if that was what it took to defend her position and protect this building against the madman who was trying to destroy it. A new rumbling sound, accompanied by a much stronger trembling of the earth, took the soldiers by surprise. The earthquake was so powerful some of the metal flooring underneath grew them unstable. Yet that noise had been the herald of sudden, unthinkable salvation. A massive earthen wall was rising violently, suddenly, before all their eyes. A collective gasp ran through the group as the earthquake continued, while the wall continued to rise before them, until their eyes finally found the source of the unthinkable earth-bending feat, the same girl who had carved the tunnels with which the reinforcements had arrived. The group of domestic forces under Iroha's command gasped upon sighting the earthbender, astonished by the screams she released as she exerted all her power into building that wall, a wall that rose until it towered over the very factory. It was impossible to tell how thick it was from where they lingered in the hangar. Even so, the soldiers had been utterly floored by the feat the young buffoon had been capable of, at such short notice. Iroha hadn't lagged far behind his gladiator. He stopped beside her, chest heaving as he took in the large wall. He had seen the incoming water wave and he had suggested this course of action, as long as Toph could handle it. As it was, it seemed his young protégé was at the ends of her stamina, breathing with difficulty, as a drowning person might. Toph. Iroha called her, placing a hand upon her shoulder. I'm here, I'll stand by you. No. She coughed up, her arms trembling lightly. He's coming, Iroha. We've got to. Her words were lost when the water crashed violently into the wall, the earth shook again, and Toph nearly broke her stance upon the impact, but Iroha's arms tightened around her, ensuring she would remain in place. The earthbender snarled, putting further power into her stance, stretching her arms out in the hopes of keeping the deadly water, and the objects it carried with it, at bay. And the culprit for this onslaught of water now bent himself upwards with a whirlpool that served as a tower, snarling at the tall wall that had stopped him, at the very last moment, from claiming the victory he had longed for. Earthbenders, he said, casting a frantic glance about himself to track down whoever was responsible for this sabotage serving the Fire Nation. Wherever you are, I will find you all, scum traitors. Scum traitors. He roared the last words repeatedly, keeping his prosthetic hand in a steady position while using the other to slam water into the wall, as a liquid battering ram. Each crash threatened to break through the wall, regardless of Toph's efforts to tighten the rocks. The stingray was aided as well by the tree trunks his impromptu river had uprooted earlier, large solid projectiles that coursed fast and violently along with the water. Finally, the stingray's eyes focused on the two people who stood right behind the wall. The small girl was clearly the earthbender, and she appeared to be alone. Behind her stood an old man, and his features weren't all that unfamiliar, the old crown prince. The stingray's face broke into a wild smirk, and he screeched in celebratory, sadistic glee. Just 2 targets, and one of them happened to be one of the men he had longed to destroy since his first incursion into Fire Nation lands. It was about time I finally killed one of you royals, he exclaimed. Iroha raised his head, meeting the crazed eyes of the menacing waterbender, hovering above the wall's heights in his tower of swirling water. Toph, Iroha said, though he knew she was at her limit by now. She wouldn't be able to do anything else to protect them while the stingray attacked, which meant their defense would fall to him. Iroha released Toph from his grip just as the stingray hoisted a potent water stream out of the river and thrusted it upon them. The dragon of the west drew back his right arm, packing power within his muscles that he soon unleashed in the form of wide flames. The water that fell into his fire evaporated quickly, resulting in heated steam that rose towards the stingray. The waterbender snarled, abating Iroha anew, as though in a tantrum, though Iroh noticed the slow, methodical move of his natural hand contrasted strongly against the savage slaps he performed with the prosthetic one, slaps that the running river mimicked perfectly in time with his movements. Any lesser bender, without enough experience, might have chalked the methodical movement to nothing, perhaps assuming it would be the means through which he held up his spinning water tower in place. Iroh, however, could already tell how insanely talented and powerful this waterbender could be. He glanced towards Toph and wasn't surprised, in the slightest, to find tendrils of water with ice tips had stretched over the wall, beyond Iroh's field of vision, sneaking dangerously towards his gladiator. Toph! Iroh exclaimed, jumping towards her and outstretching both his arms as he stood behind her. The fire engulfed the water and the ice at once. Twin bolts of blazes rushed out of each of Iroh's hands, evaporating the water and melting the ice effectively, though it was clear the stingray wouldn't relent even then. Iroh! Toph exclaimed, gritting her teeth. She could feel the heat of his flames, and as much as she had fought firebenders countless times by now, she couldn't feel all that comfortable in the midst of flames as a firebender might. Yet she would have to endure it. The stingray was deviously talented, shooting his icy tendrils at Toph from different angles, some so complicated that Iroh might just fail to protect her properly, until the old general surprised his enemy by swirling his arms in circular motions. A curtain of fire wrapped around them, blocking all the water and ice that might try to reach them for as long as Iroh might be able to bend. "You can't hide forever, pathetic ashmaker!" shouted the stingray. "You'll die, all of you. Die, and pay for your nation's rotten sins. And all the traitors will die too." "Traitors? Where is he now, Where's that damn blue wolf? I'll gut him myself." The whooshing sound of flames was strong enough that the earthbender's extraordinary hearing couldn't quite pick up the words of the enemy. She snarled, though, knowing there had to be something else to do. She was still holding the barrier in place while Iroh defended them, but it wasn't enough. What more could she possibly do? That madman wouldn't stop until everyone was dead, so it stood to reason that she had to get rid of his water somehow. Evaporating that much water through firebending would take ages. They needed more power than that. Something to do away with the liquid, altogether, something an earthbender could do. The idea sprung into her head suddenly, as good as randomly, and she might have smiled for it if only she had strength enough to do so. But as it was, she'd have to exert whatever power she still had left in this final, chaotic attempt to protect the factory and the countless injured soldiers inside it. She slammed a foot forward. With the power of her extraordinary bending, Toph crafted a massive crack just behind the wall she had erected. It broke across the plain, and to the stingray's horror, more water than he could control rushed down the hole immediately. He screamed in outrage, bending as much of it away from the fissure as he could, but it wasn't long before his whirlpool tower had crashed, seeing him spiraling down behind the wall until he vanished from both Iroh and the soldiers' lines of sight. Toph's labored breaths were far more desperate now, and Iroh lowered his arms, allowing the fire shield he'd weaved to vanish as he reached for his gladiator, ensuring she wouldn't fall to the ground. What did you do?" he asked her. The tall wall blocked away the proper view of Toph's strategic solution. "Ripped open the earth underneath the water," Toph explained, closing her eyes. "Though I didn't get the bastard, but, not that much water anymore, right?" Right, Iroh said, smiling slowly. She had torn the land asunder. Then, Iroh could barely imagine to what depths the water would fall, considering how much power Toph had put into her latest defensive move. Around 10 highly qualified earthbenders might have been capable of emulating the earthbending feat she had just performed, as far as Iroh could tell, and she had handled it all on her own, right after spending the better part of an hour digging through tunnels at her highest possible speed. You did well." "Very well," Iroh smiled, rubbing her back as she slumped in his arms. I'm tired," she groaned, closing her eyes. "Sorry, can't really think." "Don't worry anymore, Toph. Rest. I'll keep us safe, if it comes to that," Iroh said. A foreboding feeling lingered in the air over what remained beyond the wall. While a large portion of the water had leaked underground, it wasn't all of it, and Toph had already known she hadn't defeated the enemy. The stingray remained above ground, and even if he had lost most of his water, he was far from finished fighting. You won't take this from me," he screeched, whipping his head back to seek further water power from his improvised river. But there was no more water flowing in his direction. The realization floored the stingray, as he amassed as much of the water as he could, that which hadn't drained down the crack. What had happened with his river? The water he had redirected, turned towards the factory. Had someone found his ice dam? Had they destroyed it? His blood boiled at the possibility and he snarled back at the mountain, just in time to spot a group of men in red robes, running towards him. Ashmakers! Ashmakers! He roared, packing a powerful waterbending attack he cast towards the incoming Imperial Guards. The guards spread out, ensuring the waterbender wouldn't have a chance to strike all of them. They hadn't known how to proceed, how to fight back against the stingray at all, but when the water had drained underground, the way had been clear for them to reach the enemy. The captain had noticed the odd one out in their group had lagged behind, but it wasn't until the river vanished that he understood why. It appeared Ruishi had reinstated the natural course of the river. As apprehensive as he was of the princess's pet guard, he couldn't help feeling grateful for his decision to do away with the waterbender's elemental supply. He hadn't taken up the flashiest job, but he had done what was necessary, just as an Imperial Guard was expected to. Attack as one! The captain roared, packing a powerful fire blast in his arms. He didn't bother checking whether his companions had followed his command or not, trusting them fully. The sizable water stream coming their way could be evaporated. The stingray's attack was impulsive, even if no less threatening. The 5 bolts of fire crashed into the stream, diffusing its power and changing into steam that charged the air with water particles. The Imperial Guards resumed their stride towards the now defenseless stingray, yet, for a defenseless man, he seemed awfully pleased with himself, smiling wildly. Was he that eager to welcome death? Unbeknownst to the guards, a mischievous idea had crossed the stingray's mind after they had done away with his attacks. He glanced into the breach on the ground, reaching out his natural hand towards it. He could feel it, amidst the heat. There it was. The very water the earthbender had attempted to do away with wasn't merely in free fall, pooling in the depths of the Earth's core. The Fire Nation was a highly volcanic place. And so, just as his last attack had been transformed into a mere film of white steam, he could see similar steam rising from the depths of the crack, where the falling water had crashed directly into lava. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to reclaim all of it, but he could already feel some of the particles, rising into his bending range. And the best part was that the Imperial Guards wouldn't know what had hit them until it was too late. The captain was packing a new charged attack, aiming it at the waterbender, when the stingray raised his hand, tightening his fingers into a fist before reeling it towards himself, violently. The captain unleashed his attack, ignoring him outright. What water did he have left for his devious purposes? He was merely trying to break his focus. It was obvious that that was all he. An ice spike broke through his armored shoulder. If not for his movements as he ran, it would have pierced through his heart instead. "Captain!" screamed one of the soldiers, and his shout was followed by the mad laughter of the wild waterbender. He was back to bending as he pleased, raising steam out of the earth-bending crack and shifting its nature to liquid and ice as he saw fit. The enemy's unpredictability and resourcefulness floored the rest of the Imperial Guards. One of them reached for the captain, but the stingray blocked his path with a barrage of hot water, splashing in between the two men. He still managed to raise more water, wielding it as a shield once the first guards were within range, turning it into a weapon anew as soon as the guards' offensive had let down. What had appeared an attainable victory for moments was clearly not so simple anymore. The stingray cackled on, raising as much water as he could from the depths of the earth, using the steam to permeate the guards' clothing, without their awareness, and they continued to fight as best as they could, their fire clashing against the stingray's liquid shields, until the waterbender clenched his fist again, crystallizing the droplets of water on the enemy's bodies. One by one, the guards faltered, their fire fading, their strength waning. The temperature clash was too strong. Try as though they might, no matter how deeply they dared breathe, their power had weakened considerably, for the stingray was expertly weaving frostbite into their bodies at will. Pathetic ashmakers! Your foolish flames can't even compare to what I can do. He laughed. It's time for payback. For all the years I was left to rot in a cage. I will fulfill my mission. I will kill all of you, and then the Fire Lord. The Fire Lord. The last standing guard, barely capable of moving anymore, still attempted to bend at the stingray, only to see his fire blast extinguished by the gas water. The stingray would bend expertly around his weakened fire. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to destroy the factory quite as he had intended, but he would kill many soldiers now, just as he had killed plenty earlier. That had to count for something. Where's that scum traitor now, eh? He laughed, smirking as he continued to freeze the guards. I'm killing your buddies, Blue Wolf brat. I'm killing your precious smoke breathers. Why aren't you fighting me like a man this time? Coward. Scum traitor. Where are you? Once the frost that clung to their uniforms seemed to freeze every guard as intended, the stingray turned towards the wall behind him again. The remaining enemies were hiding back there, weren't they? All he had to do was break through that wall, whether by bringing it down with his bending somehow or using the bending to boost himself atop it, and then he'd find him. He'd find the Blue Wolf, and he'd make him pay for his treachery, for his bootlicking, for his shamelessness. Gradually, the waterbender amassed his again element, drawing it from the moist ground, the rising steam, even the trees nearest to the battlefield. He didn't stop ranting as he worked, focused on gathering as large a water supply as possible, and he disregarded all caution and good sense, lowering his guard to whatever was happening behind him. Why would he still worry about the Imperial Guards now, when the threat they had posed was now minimal, meaningless, as they were frozen cold where he'd left them? And with his rambling covering for any sounds he might have paid attention to otherwise, the stingray failed to realize he hadn't accounted for every single Imperial Guard who had given him chase earlier. I'm coming for you, boy! Exclaimed the stingray. He had amassed a worrisome amount of water by now, perhaps enough to break through the wall. Indeed, cower all you like, I'll stop at nothing to destroy you and pay you back 1,000 times for what you did to me, Blue Wolf. You don't get the privilege of choosing your opponent today. The stingray turned around abruptly, attacking instinctively with a powerful whip of water with a rock-solid ice shard for a tip, his signature move. As the Imperial Guard in question averted the attack, jumping out of the whip's reach, the stingray snarled upon finding this sneaky guard, whoever he was, had snuck up silently on him while he gathered the water. He had thawed the other Imperial Guards, though they remained in bad shape, especially their leader. That he might have to fight alone didn't seem to deter his new opponent, though. As the firebender raised his hands in a defensive stance, the stingray smirked. You're the one from earlier, aren't you? Sneaky bastard, he said. Were you too afraid to face me earlier, and you hid away so I wouldn't freeze you to death too? Because I'll just do the honors now, if that's how you want it. Afraid? Ruishi repeated, smirking under his helmet. I was rather busy, actually. Breaking apart your ice dam, that is. The words finally caused the crazed smile to disappear from the stingray's face. The man suddenly snarled ferociously, screeching as he used the water he'd gathered to assault this enemy. It was his fault he had run out of water, then. Oh, he'd kill him now, never mind the Blue Wolf. This one would die, and then he'd track down the bootlicking gladiator and he'd maim him as badly as he'd been maimed, and then he'd kill everyone else slowly in front of him, one by one, until that demmed southerner lost his mind to despair and begged for the end of his life too. It was no less than a traitor deserved. But first, the Imperial Guard. This eyesore of an ashmaker wouldn't pester him any longer. Ruishi had been as efficient at destroying the ice dam as possible. He had melted the bottom of the massive ice structure, allowing the water to aid him in pushing against the ice, thawing it with the help of his flames. He hadn't waited around to see if the frozen structure would collapse completely, though. He had raced towards the factory once the river had returned to its natural course, following the same path his fellow guards had taken, but he had arrived shortly after their attempt to fight against the stingray had been foiled. Ruishi had approached his allies stealthily, aiding them in regaining warmth, despite knowing the temperature shock they'd suffered wouldn't allow them to fight anymore, at least, not in the immediate future. The captain, of course, was the most worrisome one. If the ice in his wound melted, he might bleed to death just as he would if the spike were removed. Ruishi needed to defeat the enemy, at haste, if he hoped to get him to safety, and that was exactly what he intended to do as he glared down at the approaching water whips with ice tips. Packing a powerful kick, Ruishi struck at the closest spikes, succeeding at melting the ice and evaporating some of the water. Yet the stingray continued to attack as he pleased, striking away while cackling at Ruishi's struggle. If you wanted to die so badly, you should have let me do it in the forest. He laughed, all ashmakers must die, die, die. He swatted at Ruishi with further water as he spoke, emphasizing his words with strikes. Ruishi deflected and defended himself, knowing he wasn't in the best position to attack now. He had no backup, no allies to help him, and the stingray was focused only on him. Yet, those tendrils of water were stretched out, as far as they could go. Perhaps he was wrong to assume as much, but it seemed as though the waterbender controlled the ends of his water branches. They behaved as fingers might, Ruishi assumed. To move a finger, one couldn't simply move a knuckle without affecting the tip's direction. Perhaps, then, there was one sure way to finish this, a very dangerous one. It'd be a gamble, but one he had no choice but to take. So weak. And you call yourselves Imperial Guards? The stingray shouted as he swatted away at Ruishi, who could only weave fire defensively, and whose defense crumbled momentarily, giving the stingray the perfect chance to strike away at him. The ice shard nearly struck Ruishi's jaw, but he turned his head just in time for the attack to slam into his helmet instead, flinging it off his head. The ice shard scratched at his cheek. It would hurt, he supposed, eventually, but for now, he had to move. He had given the stingray a Pyrrhic victory. It was time to take advantage of the waterbender's burst of confidence, for it might be Ruishi's only opening to act. Pathetic. Laughed the stingray, all you do is dance and hide and. The man's taunt was barely halfway through when Ruishi's hands moved to each flank of his body. He angled his body forward before unleashing an orange inferno from his arms and legs, propelling himself at full speed towards an enemy who, for all his apparent bending superiority, hadn't anticipated a move as unpredictable as that from the Imperial Guard. It was but a variant of what he'd done earlier, a firebending-powered sprint instead of a flight, just as the ones he'd seen Agila doing in the past, and through whose example he and his fellow guards had learned to power their running and flights this way. He boosted his speed to the fullest, rushing at the enemy as a shooting star might. The unrestrained attack, so random and reckless, was slightly more reminiscent of the princess's gladiator's behavior. Had the situation been slightly less dire, Ruishi might have even smiled at the thought of how strongly those two had influenced him. To think the day had come when he would follow their example, rather than rebuking it, yet, hadn't he been following their example for years now? So far, he had only done it in regards of obeying his heart's mandate, just as they did. Yet now he chose to fight alone if he had to, just as Agila would in his stead, by using a technique he had borrowed from her. And he would do it in the most outlandish of ways, as Sokka surely would choose to strike down this enemy, too. Thoughts of his friends only boosted his power, and the thought of the woman who was waiting for him, hiding in the tunnels underneath the capital city, boosted his resolve just the same. He would return to Song today, regardless of the hellish waterbender's plans. He would hold her again, he would reassure her, explain what had happened and ease all her fears. Curses, he would gladly take her to Ba Sing Se and marry her right away, so that they both might live with no regrets. They had so much left to do, so many wonderful things to live through together. And there was no way this accursed bastard would take away the future he wanted to share with the woman he loved. Relying on the power of his legs alone for the final stretch of his fire-bending rush, Ruishi raised his right hand, and a small but potent flame danced at the side of his fist, a fire dagger, Ruishi's best gamble right now. And with the stingray at less than 3 feet away, maybe it was better to think of it as his only gamble, instead. So many thoughts had rushed through his mind in those last instants, it had taken him merely moments to reach the waterbender, who now struggled to reel back his water at haste, the spikes poised to reach Ruishi's back. But it would be too late. His water was too slow, and the ashmaker too fast. And then the blade of fire slashed across his throat, ripping through it with flames so potent they could cut as a knife might. The stingray stumbled, his hold on his element collapsing as his body failed to respond. He attempted to draw a breath by impulse, but the air wouldn't reach his lungs anymore. Even so, he tried. With his very last strength, he tried to reach for that ashmaker with his wooden hand, hoping to hurt him somehow, only to be met by a potent, new fire blast. One that Ruishi had charged in his hands after he had stopped his firebending-powered sprint, an attack into which he had infused all his strength when he had decided that he couldn't take chances with an enemy like the stingray. Small, explosive forms of firebending weren't his area of expertise, and he was far from used to working with them in real combat, but he wouldn't hold back, even so. And that was the only rational thought he could evoke before the charged attack tore through the waterbender's ribcage, the high speed and precision of the attack offering the firebender enough strength to break through his enemy's bones, and to detonate his small-scale bomb right in the stingray's heart. The blast was strong enough for the wall behind them to shake, for they had been mere inches away from it. The noise of it was startling for the soldiers at either side of the barrier, yet the conscious Imperial Guards had the chance to watch as Ruishi was flung into the air over the backlash of his attack. He fell on the ground after hovering briefly, rolling and tumbling dangerously towards the edge of the rift that had been torn into the earth. A hand clasped his ankle, then another reached for his arm, reeling him back into safety. As strong as him momentum had been, the Imperial Guards wouldn't allow their comrade to fall to his death after successfully destroying their foe. Ruishi gasped, breathing heavily, his ears were buzzing, and his right hand was trembling violently. One glance at it revealed his glove's fabric was gone, burned off by the power of his charged attack, and his fingers were covered in red, the stingray's blood. "Hey, now, can you hear us? Are you okay?" asked one of the Imperial Guards who had saved him, tapping Ruishi's cheek gently. He blinked himself back to his senses, tearing his eyes away from his hand. I'm a bit disoriented," Ruishi admitted, shaking his head quickly as though to clear his head, "but is he? You killed him. No one could have survived that kind of blow, but if you want to confirm," said the guard, pointing at the wall. Ruishi flinched. The unstable wall wasn't crumbling yet, but it was stained black by the aftermath of the deadly explosion he had dealt the stingray, whose remains laid, charred, and still burning, right against that wall. "You did it, you did," said the guard, patting his shoulder before handing him his helmet. "It's over now. We've won." Ruishi breathed out slowly, but nodded in agreement and approval. It hadn't been easy, and goodness, he sure had hoped and wished it could have been a lot less dangerous and chaotic, but they had won indeed. The stingray lay dead, as did several of his allies, and the survivors of their group had been taken captive. They had taken casualties and injuries as well, but the factory still stood. If nothing else, the princess would likely rejoice upon hearing they had stopped the enemy from dealing irreparable damage to her father's military pet project. Ruishi and the Imperial Guards who had helped him had a perfect view of a massive aircraft descending slowly towards the factory's hangar. The scouts were here at last, to rescue the injured, to rescue everyone, Ruishi expected. He gritted his teeth and rose to his feet, rushing to help the rest of the Imperial Guards anew, especially the badly injured captain. They needed to board that airship too and, hopefully, see to it that the squad's leader would be healed at haste. Just as the Imperial Guards were pondering how to round the massive earth-bent wall, it began to shrink slowly but smoothly. By the time it was back underground, they spotted the female earthbender from earlier, as well as 3 others who had arrived with the scouting group, lowering their arms gradually. The young woman appeared exhausted, but General Iroh stood beside her, smiling approvingly at her before turning to the firebenders. "You did it, then?" he asked, though his eyes soon found the stingray's charred corpse, confirming the truth without needing anyone else to explain it. "Oh. It wasn't like he gave me much of a choice," Ruishi said, breathing slowly as the Imperial Guards continued forward, to board the airship as fast as they could with their injured leader. "I can't see any reason to regret his fate." Iroh pursed his lips but nodded. He could tell the former captain wasn't as trigger-happy as many other soldiers in the Fire Nation's army. As much as Iroh wasn't one to support the Fire Nation over other nations, this hadn't been a matter of nations at all, as far as he could tell. "General Iroh, will you stay to keep watch in the factory, or?" asked the relieved, yet still nervous, captain of the Domestic Forces group, stepping towards the Dragon of the West. Iroh glanced at Toph, who stood exhausted against him, and smiled. "I think we're in no shape to stay here. Keep a group posted at the factory, just in case anything else happens, but..." "I think it's over," Iroh said, with a relieved sigh. "Was it, though?" Ruishi frowned as he followed the old general into the airship. Their battle certainly appeared to be over, but they weren't the only ones who had been fighting deadly enemies today. Had Azula's group dealt with the Kinslayer and his bloodlust spear, if it truly was that? The likelihood was that she had, Ruishi knew. Perhaps she would be impatient by now, scowling at them as they arrived in the palace on their airship, ready to scold them for being so late. Yet there was a slim chance that things hadn't gone so smoothly. A slim chance that appeared much larger, once Ruishi realized that Sokka was nowhere in sight. Where he had been on the verge of relaxing moments ago, Ruishi's anxiety spiked upon realizing the non-bender wasn't floating on a hot air balloon near the airship, nor was he riding the airship itself. Ah! You're one of the Imperial Guards, you should head for the physicians. Captain Gen exclaimed upon glimpsing Ruishi, Toph, and Iroh on the airship's main deck, and you too as well, General Iroh and General Iroh as Gladiator. Goodness, you all must have been through so much. Way too much. Gotta go take a nap now, Toph announced, closing her eyes after finding a crate upon which she could sit down and relax. Oh, well, you can do that too, but you should have the physicians see you once you can, Gen said, but Toph waved a hand in his direction. There's a bunch of people in worse shape than us. I'm just tired, she said. Iroh smiled sadly at his Gladiator, but Ruishi stepped forward, gazing at Gen, his helmet still in his trembling hands. The airship's captain was taken aback by the intensity in those amber eyes. Sokka reached out to you, didn't he? He asked. Gen's eyes widened. Yes. He told us to come here to offer relief, and we did, but he didn't come back with you, Ruishi finished. Gen gritted his teeth, and that gesture was enough to stir more turmoil in Ruishi's tightened heart. Is something wrong? Iroh asked, and Captain Gen clenched his fists. Ruishi took a deep breath, forgetting all about the blood coating his hand, the exhaustion that clung to his bones, the need to close his eyes and open them again to find everything had been but an ill-conceived nightmare. If Sokka hadn't chosen to return, it meant he had rushed someplace else. And it wasn't difficult to guess what that place might be, let alone why he would feel the need to take off in a rush at all. Dreading he wouldn't want to hear its answer, Ruishi leveled Gen with a fearful stare before asking his next question. What happened to Princess Azula? The explosion left an unpleasant, acrid stench clinging to the air, and the burning pile where the hot air balloon had crashed only seemed to burn hotter by the second. If Roan had been caught in the explosion, he would certainly be dead by now, yet Azula could tell, through her bond with Xin Long, that the spear had wrestled its way out of her dragon's hold and returned to Roan. Had it protected him again? Had it jerked him out of a fatal path? All the gush he had no time to truly process everything that had happened. Azula knew she had heard Sokka's voice, shouting Roan's name with wrath she had never heard from him before. Sokka, he had come for her, hadn't he? Oh, he would scold her for sure, he'd told her not to send him away and she hadn't listened, but he'd come for her anyways. Unruly, rebellious, brave Gladiator. Footsteps approached her, sinking in the sand with unrecognizable despair. That same voice from earlier was now a string of heavy breaths and panting, with the occasional gasps of disbelief. She surely looked like a wreck, didn't she? What pathetic way to present herself before the man she loved. Azula. He called, and she listened, trying her best to open her eyes at the sound of his voice. Azula. Hands found her body, raising her torso from the ground. The situation hadn't changed that much just yet, but she no longer felt as desperate, as fearful, as before. Sokka had come for her. She opened her eyes at last, finding his own were of the beautiful blue color she had ever grown to love, even when riddled with tears of disbelieving desperation and powerful panic. He held her carefully, assessing her state, and she could feel the arms that held her were shivering more violently by the minute. Sokka. She whispered, and her broken voice did nothing to reassure him. I told you to leave this to me, didn't I? She had wanted to speak playfully, to ease his concerns, yet her remorse for not having listened to him seeped into her words. Sokka gritted his teeth, taking her face in one of his hands. What did he do to you? You're hurt, love, he said, and it seemed his heart would stop once he focused on the sizable crack in her golden armor, in the blood that streaked it, that dripped from her fingers. Why you need to get out of this armor, right now. I'll help you. Sokka. She said, tightening her eyes closed as he began working on the buckles he had learned by heart over the past years. She cringed, as delicate as Sokka was, the metal would brush against her wound, and a pulsating pain was finally translated by her body. She couldn't contain a few whimpers as he pushed the golden armor off her shoulders, past her head, before setting it aside carelessly, letting it sink in the sand. Better? Sokka asked Angela. Despite she wasn't sure there was much of an improvement, she nodded weakly. Thank you, she said, but, he's not dead yet, Sokka. I crashed the hot air balloon on him, Sokka said, but Angela shook her head weakly before the pain caused her to cringe again. He has that spear, it bails him out of danger, all the time, she explained, clutching at Sokka's armor with her right hand. I think it did it again. The spear. Sokka repeated, gritting his teeth. Did it do this to you? Or was it? I'd be dead already, if it'd been the spear, Angela admitted. The words didn't reassure Sokka, but reassurances would come later, not now, when they still had two foes to defeat. In all likelihood Roan jumped at me, from behind, or so. I don't really know. That fucking son of a bitch. Sokka snarled, gritting his teeth as he held her closer. You need help. You and Xin Long should leave, and I'll deal with. No. You can't fight them alone. Angela refused, but Sokka snarled. And you can't fight at all, Angela. He said, you need help, right away. I can't let them kill you, Angela said, and Sokka huffed. Just as I can't let them kill you, he said. She grinned. Then, why don't we protect each other? She asked. Isn't that what we always do? Angela, you're in no shape for it, Sokka said, the tears rolling down his cheeks. You need to be safe, not to fight any further. I can do it now. Angela said, shaking her head once more. I can fight again. Because I saw your face again. I can do this. You, what? Sokka blinked in confusion at the princess's words. Yet she smiled, and now her right hand rose to his cheek. My gold fire, she whispered, caressing his face. My inner flame, my gladiator. Her words seemed disjointed, disconnected with the reality of the danger they faced, but they rang true in Sokka's heart so powerfully he nearly succumbed to tears outright. He found a different, better outlet for his rampant emotions by hoisting his lover's body carefully towards him, pressing his lips to hers softly, and Angela reciprocated, her right hand clinging to his armor, keeping him close by, finding further strength in the extraordinary bond that linked them together. Sokka breathed against her, frowning heavily as his arms, trembling as they were, tightened around her frame. He rose to his feet, bringing her with him until they stood side by side, and what an unseemly, confusing sight they had to be. As anxious as he was, Sokka still looked virtually untouched, while Angela had never been in worse shape, her armor discarded, her left arm virtually unusable, wounded and bloodied, her hair in chaotic disarray. Yet she could stand, she was strong enough, even now. The world was a blur, but it was still there. He was still there. And that counted for everything. I won't let him get to you. Never again, Sokka said. His words were a promise, a deadly one, Angela knew. And how she had longed to spare him from the pain of killing anyone else anew, let alone someone who had meant much to him, once, but she was in no position to stop him anymore. So she nodded weakly, letting him know she trusted him, completely. Xin has handled the spear so far, Angela said. I'll help him. And once we're done, we'll help you, too. Maybe it'll be me helping you guys instead, Sokka suggested. Angela smiled, and she might have shrugged if the pain hadn't stopped her from doing so. Can't say it's not possible, she whispered. Thank you for coming for me. Here I thought you'd be mad I'd disobeyed your orders, Sokka said, and he finally grinned too, even if just a little. Angela let out a single laugh, pressing her head to his shoulder. You've never been one to obey, you do as you wish. I never said it enough, but I love that side of you, she whispered, feeling his lips kissing the top of her head. I love all of you, Sokka. And I love all of you, Angela, Sokka replied, embracing her delicately one more time, his tears dripping down his cheeks once more. He would win against Roan, immediately. And then they'd destroy that spear, however they could, then he'd take her home and see to it that she'd recover from that wound as fast as possible. This wasn't the end for them. He refused to see their journey end here. Their bright future would not be stolen by Roan, or by that med weapon of his. It came as no surprise that a humanoid shape would be walking out of the sea by then, aided by a guandeo that served as a staff for him to lean on. The spear had successfully protected Roan from the worst of the danger by rushing away from the explosion and taking him into the water, but there were burn marks on his armor and what little of his skin was exposed. Even full portions of his hair had burned off his charred scalp. Yet those murderous, clear eyes remained as bright as ever, glaring at them ferociously. Sokka snarled in Roan's direction, in the spear's direction, too. He stepped forward, protectively placing his body before Azula's, drawing his sword and boomerang anew. He couldn't begin to imagine how the battle between Roan and Azula's group had developed, but what little he knew had sealed his resolve to send Roan straight to hell today. "You're late," Roan spat out at Sokka, raising the spear in his direction. "Not that it matters, you'll be dead in no time." "You already are," Sokka retorted, his brow furrowed heavily, shadowing his eyes. "I could waste our time asking why you're doing this, but I'd rather slice your head off than hear your fucking voice again." Azula gasped behind him, but Sokka had already dashed off, his weapons at the ready. Roan snarled before launching his spear at the gladiator. Only for the willful weapon to be tackled, yet again, by the dragon who had finally recovered enough to join the fight again. Sokka only slowed for a moment, casting a quick glance at Xin long before lunging forth again. Roan drew his Dedeo, but the confidence with which he had spoken earlier was nowhere to be found this time. He knew, firsthand, what killer intent looked and felt like, for he had experienced it in his own flesh and blood, 1,000 times over. Now, he found that killer intent in the wrathful snarl of his childhood friend. Sokka slammed Space Sword into the Dedeo, powerfully enough to leave a large crack in the weapon. Roan growled, attempting to push Sokka away, but the gladiator kicked at his former friend violently, his heavy boot finding Roan's chest with enough power to send him flying back into the sea. Ankle deep in the water, Sokka's fury would not be sated anytime soon. He cast one more glance at Azula, ensuring she was fine still, finding she was watching him, anxiously. With a quick grin, that he hoped she would find encouraging, he turned again to chase down Roan. Azula breathed heavily, hardly knowing where the strength to stand on her own 2 feet had come from. Yet her dragon and her gladiator continued to fight fiercely, and she knew, without a shred of a doubt, that it was up to her to put an end to this pointless, painful battle. Though, as much as standing was possible, it didn't seem quick movements would work quite so well. She gritted her teeth after nearly losing her balance upon taking a step forward. This wouldn't do. She wanted to fight back, to defend herself, but unlike Sokka, who had grown used to fighting after taking serious wounds, she wasn't quite so ready to do the same thing. She seldom saw this kind of violent action, she seldom failed to protect herself against the harm anyone else tried to bring upon her. Yet there was no point in dawdling. If she took down that spear now, she would liberate Sokka from the burden of an unbearably long fight against Roan. By merely summoning his weapon, Roan would have a chance to slip out of Sokka's reach at any given moment if he thought he was in danger. Still, she had no intentions of sacrificing herself needlessly. Closing her eyes briefly, Azula allowed her chest to be infused by the powerful emotions Sokka evoked in her, emotions that had flourished all the more right now, for even if the worst were to happen, she wasn't alone. At the very end of the world, facing a deadly, supernatural threat, he had rushed to her side, helping her fight as best as he could. She could still remember the loneliness she had felt so long ago, the default in her life, before Sokka was in it, that same loneliness that had plagued her after she had kissed him and failed to convey her true feelings him, that had permeated her entire being once she sent Loenli away and they hadn't even fought to stay beside her. She hadn't sent Sokka away on a whim this time, she had done it for his sake, and because she had been certain that, if this spear could be defeated, it would be by her hand. She had hoped he would successfully lead the other group. What on earth had happened to them? Seeing as Sokka wasn't injured and had arrived on a random hot air balloon, Azula guessed things hadn't gone so badly, though she couldn't waste brain power trying to figure out what he'd been through. For now, she had to focus on the fact that he'd come to her. When she had sent him away, he had clawed his way back, fighting through enemies as deadly as the stingray to do so, and now even striking ferociously at Roan in the water, slamming his sword against his, driving Roan further into the sea as though hoping the man's injuries and new weaknesses wouldn't allow him to defend himself anymore once he was waist deep in the water. She had wanted to protect him, but he had chosen to fight for her anyhow. As ever, they had done everything for each other's sake. As ever, the bond between them was so strong that, Weakened as she was, Angela had no doubts their chi was as attuned now as it ever had been. She smiled to herself as she raised her right hand, the one that bore the scar of their secret wedding ceremony. A small golden flame danced right above the mark of their love. Both elements combined seemed to promise her, reassuringly, that she would still be able to draw this power from the depths of her soul, no matter how wounded she was. Angela breathed out slowly before clenching the flame into a fist, stifling it quickly. Her gold, calculating, determined eyes rose to take in the fights again. Xian Long was still struggling to keep the spear in check, though it was hard to tell whether the weapon wanted to return to Roan's hands or shoot off at Angela instead, and as dangerous as it might be, the princess would rather have the second thing happening right now. Her right hand reached up to her wounded left shoulder. She winced as she touched her bleeding wound, holding her hand against the blood-stained ripped tunic and shirt for as long as needed, and then her voice, frail and unstable as it was, broke through the bay. Xian. The dragon was startled by his rider's voice, though instead of turning towards her, he merely reached out with his mind. Angela wasted no time sharing her plan, a plan that left her partner apprehensive and wary. He shot a glance at her from the corner of his eyes as he tried to hold the spear down against the sand, and upon finding such fierce determination in his rider's semblance, Xian Long could only relent. Maybe it would be better if, as wounded as Angela was, they fought this damned menace together. Angela's voice had startled Sokka too, who had his back turned to the fight against the spear. He was tempted to glance back, and with that moment's hesitation, Roan slashed as though to hack Sokka's head off. The gladiator jumped back expertly, snarling as he acknowledged, despite himself, that there was no chance to be distracted with an enemy like Roan. Though when Roan started to pack a new attack, he suddenly froze in place, glancing in confused disbelief at what was happening in the bay. Despite knowing it could be some childish trap to take him off guard, Sokka still turned his head quickly towards Angela, fear flaring in his chest. Fear that turned into outright panic, once he saw the woman he loved holding out a blood-stained hand to summon the spear to herself. Angela! Angela, no! He shouted, forgetting about Roan immediately as he started on his way back to the princess. But even if he drew his boomerang and tossed it at the spear, even if he ran with all his strength, he wouldn't be able to reach the princess on time. Xian Long released the spear, just as Angela had asked him to, and the bloodlust of the corrupt weapon had naturally drawn it towards the princess, seeking the life force that was being offered so freely. Angela didn't wait too long before lowering her hand. That damned spear was fast enough to give chase to Xian Long, so she had to be ready to fight back immediately, as it traversed the space between her and her dragon. With a fierce snarl, and a war cry she had unknowingly learned from the man who now raced towards her, oblivious to being chased by his enemy across the water, Angela gathered all her strength, all the power she could evoke. A cloud of gold fire burst from her fingers, so powerful it floored Sokka and Roan, freezing them on their tracks. She could still produce fire of that caliber, when wounded to such an extent. The spear, however, rushed towards the source of the gold fire at haste. That was where the blood was. That was what it had to chase. But when the gold fire enveloped it, the spear slowed in its movements. The backlash of the fire was surprisingly powerful, despite it wasn't even condensed. Angela's scream, the pain on her shoulder, the frantic beating of her desperate heart, all of it combined to create the strongest possible flame she could offer this battle, a golden flame that kept the bloodlust spear at bay, countering the corruption with the purest fire to be summoned by a firebender. And no! No! Roan shouted, attempting to run past Sokka, his hand reaching for his boomerang. A violent impact against his flank sent Roan rolling back into the water. Sokka had rammed his armored shoulder into the enemy, and now he reached for the water, his hand finding Roan's throat, squeezing it as hard as he could. Maybe he couldn't help Angela when it came to holding back the spear, but if he could keep Roan underwater, he wouldn't be able to stop Angela from casting her powerful flames against the wretched murderous weapon. Xian Long rose to his feet again, gathering his power as he trotted weakly towards Angela, with his head reared. Xian Long packed a powerful stream of blue flames that he poured into the spear, and it blended with Angela's own golden fire, crafting that mix of colors they had discovered together. The mixed fire turned into a powerful cage, one that the spear wouldn't possibly be able to escape from without his partner's help, and as long as Sokka held him down, he wouldn't possibly receive that help at all. The spear twitched uneasily inside the fire that bathed it, just as it had been with Cephas. the power of the combined flames seemed to thwart it even further. Yet, as effective as it had been so far, Angela could tell it wouldn't be enough. They couldn't hold the multicolor flame cage forever, and once they couldn't hold it anymore, the spear would break out, regain its corrupt power before long and begin a new assault. And as effective as her feelings had been in evoking gold flames right now, Angela knew she wouldn't be able to sustain this for much longer. There was but one choice, one possible way to finish off the spear before it could hurt another soul ever again. Sokka! Her long war cry morphed into his name, startling him out of focus as he struggled with holding down Roan. His head whipped up towards her, and he tried to ignore the way his former friend's nails clawed at the skin of his arms, as his legs attempted to kick him off. What did she want? What did she need? His heart clenched as he realized that, if he ran to help her now, he'd have to release Roan. Wouldn't their efforts go to waste if Roan could fight anew? Yet a certainty rang powerfully in Angela's voice, and even in the distance, her eyes found his. Space sword. Now. She said, begging him to help her. It was now or never. He could have, presumably, raced towards the spear himself, but would there be enough time for that? He wasn't fast enough to cover that distance in seconds. Angela needed the weapon immediately, so she wanted something rather obvious, even if it wasn't Sokka's first instinctive understanding of her words. Still, they had done this before, they could do it again now. The gladiator clenched his teeth before pushing Roan further into the water before releasing him. He ran closer to the shore, but not in hopes of reaching Angela. Instead, he drew his sword and tossed it, powerfully, in an arch that he hoped would find it falling right into Angela's functional hand. It was fortunate he had become so proficient with his accuracy, Angela thought, with a weak smile as she watched the black blade spinning gradually as it coursed the distance between them. Otherwise, this might not work at all. She only had one brief moment, a window in which to act before the spear could replenish its corrupt powers in full, powers that had been chased away temporarily by the purifying fire. A window that would begin as soon as she stopped unleashing her fire to catch the sword. Sokka watched with wide eyes, desperate, confused but hopeful, so anxious he paid no mind to the sound of the water splashing and the violent coughing of the man he had nearly drowned just now. Whatever Angela meant to do, it needed to work. It simply had to. The gold flames stopped pouring from the princess's right hand, but the effect of the multicolor flames would last for a little longer thanks to Xin Long's own flames. Still, the cage was broken. The spear, twirling clumsily, now had the freedom to attack the very target of its initial assault. A target whose hand had just wrapped around the hilt of a sword slightly too large for her to handle comfortably. The blue flames weren't enough to muffle the spear's slowly reawakening corruption. Powered by its longing for blood, the spear shot off towards the princess anew. And Angela leapt to the side just in time for the bloodlust spear to pass her by. She swung the sword horizontally, slashing perfectly through the weapon's blade and shaft. On that very instant, a black, putrid substance exploded from the torn weapon, pouring out into the air, into the sea, into the sand. It was as violent, as sudden as the crashing hot air balloon had been, and every onlooker gazed at it in utter disbelief as the corruption leaked out in a frenzy, as an explosion of ink and smoke. No! No! Roan shouted, rushing towards the destroyed weapon, his grand ally in the utter annihilation of the Fire Nation. Sokka's hand reached out to clasp Roan's arm, roaring too as he exerted all his strength in grabbing the man by the wrist and swinging him around completely. The strength Roan was trying to use to reach Angela had been deflected, and he wasn't strong enough to avoid being launched powerfully into the sea anew, only, this time the spear wouldn't come to help him. It was gone. His best hope, his strongest hand, was gone. Sokka ran with haste towards the shore, dread building inside him. The strange, inky smoke that had poured out of the shattered spear had now dissipated almost completely, and now he could see Angela again. She laid on the sand, unmoving. Angela! He screamed, not knowing if she would hear him. Not knowing if she even could hear him. But he would reach her, he had to reach her, his nightmare wouldn't come true. He had come too damn far, he had fought by her side, he couldn't let her die. But by the time he reached the princess he found her pale, and disturbingly still. He gasped, his trembling hands touching her cheeks, beckoning her to respond, to give him any signs that she was still here, with him. But she wasn't. For she was in another age. In a world much like theirs, but much different, just as well. A man kneeling, with blades protruding all over his body. He was dying, bleeding to death, and he was furious. Betrayed by his closest allies, on the eve of a battle he had meant to win for them. He had drawn out one of the blades that protruded from his body, a guandeo. In one last breath, he had screamed, clasping the weapon powerfully, infusing it with his soul's resentment, with his darkness. The blood that oozed out of him had blackened, flowing into the weapon, rotting it to its core with the fury of a man who would see himself avenged, no matter the cost. And avenged he had been, once the bloodlust spear launched off into savage carnage, killing every warrior and bender in that campsite until there was no one left. Sated, it had waited in place for a new wielder, one with a heart as rotten, with a soul as dark, as the one that had become the corruption inside the indestructible weapon, corruption that would destroy everything in its path, sapping all living beings from their vital energy. Instead, a child, many years later, had found it. The warmth of his hand had awakened the dormant spear and it had torn through him before doing away with his family. Then it rushed onwards to the next enemy, until it had found enough blood to indulge in, after slaying an entire town that decayed as the spear's greed had finally been sated. Then, a warmonger happened upon the spear by chance. His heart was dark, though not as dark as the first man's. The spear shot off out of his hand, helping him devastate the enemies of his people. The armies of opposing factions, of other benders, had been torn to shreds. They had no choice but to flee, putting as much distance as they could between themselves and the weapon, even sailing across the sea. And as satisfied as it had been for a time, it wasn't long before it hungered, again. Its own wielder fell, next. An ambitious, cruel general next, he had torn through other armies, all for the sake of more power. But power wasn't as dark as revenge. Even he fell to the spear, right by the tall, centennial walls of the massive city he had hoped to take for himself, and all his troops had followed. Then, a group of bald men had arrived. They had been summoned to seal the spear. Their ability to manipulate air allowed them to transport the spear without waking it with their warmth, carrying it safely to the temple, where they stashed it in a room built into the depths of a tall mountain, amidst other treasures of their culture. Untouched, undiscovered, centuries passed by, and it seemed no one would ever find it anew. There was no warmth to awaken it, no soul corrupt enough to wield it. Until the day had come when more bald men had rushed into the mountain's depths. They were afraid, speaking of protecting their culture, of staying safe until the danger had passed. They were the last bastion. The one temple no strangers had any access to. The only ones who would survive, if the worst came to pass. And then another child, as innocent as the one to find it so many years after the first bloody massacre, had laid his hands upon the weapon in an act of sheer curiosity, of mischief with no ill intent. A soul so pure, so easily consumed by the darkness of a spear that demanded for new blood after centuries of suppression. It sparked to life immediately. The older monks had known what the spear was, but the others had no warning before they were slashed, hacked to pieces, torn to shreds, drained of their chi and blood. Then, the spear gave chase to those who had boldly attempted to escape. Some had gone to the west. A handful, to the south. Most of them, to the east. The blood of the largest group summoned the spear. It gave chase, tearing them down just before they could leave the mountain range, and it was only sated after the final one had succumbed. By then, it had fallen into the ground, quenched in its desire for blood, nailed perfectly on the ground, amidst bones and torn clothes that decayed further with time, as did all the life in that deep valley between tall peaks. It seemed it would not be found anew. The quest for blood appeared to be over, even if the corruption had lingered. Until a soul beckoned it. A dark soul capable of the harshest of cruelty, seeking a rotten purpose, a purpose that resonated so powerfully against the spear that it had successfully summoned that man to itself through the roots and branches that could connect souls and spirits across the land. Their purposes lined up. Their goals were one and the same. Together, they would bring as much death to the world as it warranted, fulfilling their need for revenge as one. But now the rot dissipated. The powerful chains of revenge had been torn. No matter if the soul bound to the spear had yet to be sated, it was released by the power of that fire, by the blade that had slashed across it and rendered it useless. The bloodlust spear's eternal quest for revenge would go unfulfilled and broken. The images dissipated into darkness, and then light tore through again. Slow breaths became more labored, and an unbearable weakness now seemed to claw at her very soul. Even so, Angela was alive. She opened her eyes with difficulty, finding the man she loved was holding her against his chest anew, his overpowering despair turning gradually into hope as she came back to consciousness. Ula. Angela, you can hear me, can't you? Just nod, if you can. Please, love. She struggled to find her voice. Her entire body felt heavy, unbearably so. She cringed, opening her dry mouth with unexpected difficulty. Sokka. She gasped, she still hadn't found her voice, then. She cringed, closing her eyes as the sudden burning of empty pain clung to her shoulder. Empty pain? What did that mean? Angela, you're not okay. Your shoulder. Sokka said, and his relief had turned to concern all over again. Angela cringed, her shoulder. Yes, something was wrong with it, but now it felt far worse than before. Why would it be any worse than it was, at this point? The spear. She managed to say breathily. It's gone, Sokka said, smiling sadly at her. You did away with it, you amazing, beautiful warrior. You've done so well, Angela. Too well, if anything. Had it been so good? Truly? Somehow, even if she had defeated that corrupted spear, it didn't seem she had done as well as she should have, when she felt so broken too. But how to say such words to a man who gazed at her as though she were every valuable treasure in the world, contained in a single being? Sokka. She called him again, and he nodded. You'll be okay. We'll get out of here, and then you'll be. It's over? She asked. He nodded again. The spear is gone. You did it, Angela, you managed to do it while wounded like this. You're just that extraordinary, aren't you? But, please don't be extraordinary anymore, if just for a bit. You need a physician, as soon as possible. Do I? Angela said, smiling weakly. You'll look after me, again. Always. Didn't I promise I would? Sokka said. Angela sighed in relief. I'm not alone, she said, and Sokka shook his head. You never will be again. Not while I draw breath, he said. She grinned again, in that fragile, weak way that tore his heart to shreds. You won't be either, my love, she whispered. And it seemed about the right moment to let herself fall into a slumber, even if one she might never wake from again. But just as her eyes were threatening to close, there was a shadow, a dark shadow that gained form gradually, the very man, with the very sword that had cut through her shoulder earlier. When Angela's relaxed face suddenly tensed up again, panic flaring in her beautiful gold eyes, Sokka frowned, turning instinctively, to find Roan, dripping wet, wounded, the whites of his eyes streaked red, with dark stains around his neck, raising his sword in his direction. The fury in those bloodshot eyes was unlike what he'd borne in them so far. Had he finally understood the depth of their bond? Was that why he seemed so determined to kill them both in one attack? Sokka's sword was back in its scabbard, he wouldn't reach it on time. That sword would swing down on them before he could do anything but raise his hand and... Angela's weak, right hand found Sokka's shoulder. In a sudden burst of power, the last she could seem to conjure, Angela cried out, infusing her power into Sokka's chi paths. It poured out as an orange flame that caught Roan's chest, burning his face violently enough that he had to draw back, failing to give his eyes any credit before shutting them tight against the fire that threatened to burn them off. It was a chance, an opening Angela had carved for Sokka, all of it, with the last ounces of strength she had in her. She gasped, the world spinning violently as Sokka called her name urgently again, but this time she lacked the strength to return to consciousness. She slumped in his arms, unmoving, barely breathing. Angela. Angela, no, you can't. Sokka gasped, lowering his hand as he held her, trembling Angela. Roan shouted, stumbling back as he slapped the flames away. His voice was unwelcome, unwanted. Sokka snarled, shooting a quick glance at the man he had once called friend, finding he wasn't in combat condition just yet. Then his eyes drifted towards Xin Long. The dragon had been lightly affected by the explosion of rot from before, too. Still, he had enough strength to crawl to Angela's side, and that was exactly what he was doing right now. Keep her safe, Sokka said, his voice nearly breaking as he placed Azula on the sand. Xian Long groaned, breathing lightly against his rider's face. And Sokka rose to his feet, drawing his sword anew. His face, contorted by another snarl, was the menacing sight that greeted Roan once he opened his eyes again, clasping his sword with what strength he had left. You bastard. Roan said, why you're a fucking firebender now? Is that how it is? Is that what she turned you into? Damn right it is. Sokka shouted, finding it in him to speak with pride despite his heart was aching in 1,000 ways. Fuck you. Roan roared, raising his sword in Sokka's direction. Sokka lashed forth, but Roan was still fast enough to parry his blow, keeping his sword's sharpness at bay by dragging both weapons down. You fucking love a firebender, you've let them break you, just like they broke them. Just like they break everyone, and you don't regret it. Roan bellowed. I'd rather be broken than be anything like you. Sokka snarled, again tackling Roan, though this time his enemy didn't lose his balance. You piece of shit. I told you, didn't I? I'd run you through before you could even touch her. Ha. Sure as fuck went as you wanted it, then. She's going to die, she deserves to die, and you couldn't do a damn thing to stop it. Roan announced, and his savage grin at the thought of Azula's inevitable fate twisted Sokka's innards until he lost control of himself right then and there. You failed, Sokka. The woman you loved, she's going to die, and so will you. Roan rushed in, dragging his Dedeo over the ground before swinging it upwards at Sokka, expecting only another parry, rather than the lightning-fast slash that cut the Dedeo sword in half. Roan only had one moment to reason with the destruction of his second weapon. One brief moment of thinking perhaps his situation wasn't completely lost. And then that sharp, black sword slid through his ribcage, cutting through skin, bones, organs and spine. Roan gagged even before the first spurt of blood rose in his throat. His head lolled back, and his arms hung limply, unresponsive, as his eyes opened wide, gazing at the sky. The open, blue sky above that cared nothing for their mundane affairs. Sokka had been too late to kill him before he could hurt Azula at all. He would never stop regretting that. But he had run him through all the same, driving space sword through Roan's gut, all the way to the hilt. Roan stood in place for a moment, held upright by the sword, more than anything else. Sokka's body was close to his, so close that, if he could only clasp one of the knives in his belt, he would finally kill him too. He would drag him to hell with him, or maybe to a far more desired oblivion, but his arms wouldn't answer anymore. He was too broken, too tired. Too weak. Sokka snarled, holding Roan in place for only one more moment before drawing his sword back abruptly. Roan crumbled to the ground as a poorly built tower might, blood oozing out of his sizable wound as a torrent, coating the sand in red. And Sokka stood there, towering over Roan, his blue eyes finally losing some of the murderous intent from before, for he'd done it. He'd killed Roan, as he had intended to. And what now? Would he mock him, threaten him, give him a faster death than bleeding to death? Would his old friend truly give him that sort of courtesy? The answer was, of course, a resounding, rotund no. For Sokka turned quickly, turning his back on Roan for the second time, running right back to the princess once again. Right back to the woman who had spoken lovingly to him as she lay in his arms. He had assumed it impossible. A Fire Nation princess would never see a man like Sokka and think him worthy of her, and yet as Sokka knelt beside her, it was clear Roan had been wrong. He hadn't understood all along, he didn't understand, even now. When had it begun? Had they always been hiding a deeper affection for each other than he had wanted to believe? She had jumped in his defense, hadn't she? Just before Roan could kill him on their first fight, she had glared him down so fiercely it seemed she truly would have killed him right then and there. Had that always been more than just a slaver, protecting her property? In retrospect, it surely was. It had to be. So now Sokka chose her. He chose her, just as he had chosen her every time since they'd met again. He turned his back on Roan, and that was all he'd see for the last, prolonged moment of his existence. A moment he had thought would arrive so much sooner. A moment he had believed already had arrived when the beast had attacked him in that cave. He had woken in that world, bleak and colorful alike, with monsters and creatures on every corner. They had chased him, others had ignored him, he had received no help whatsoever. He had fallen, so many times, down hills, through massive gaps in the ground, through water that had threatened to drown him. Everything was out for the kill, he was but prey, a lost soul seeking relief, seeking salvation, and receiving nothing but torment and punishment for crimes he hadn't committed. And as yet another creature tore his soul to shreds, he barely had the time to ponder if this was what death would be, forevermore. Was this truly a fate he deserved? He had found himself in that cave anew when the light had fallen upon his features, once the warriors had dragged him out, but the damage was done. His mind, once whole, healthy and pure, had been utterly dismantled by that experience. Pain seemed to tear his soul apart, pain caused all those deadly creatures that had given him chase, whether those who had caught up with him or not. He had locked himself away, knowing no one would understand. Knowing Sokka, as worried and guilty as he felt, wouldn't be able to handle the truth. He was better off not knowing what Roan had understood. Then, perhaps, he'd live his life more freely than Roan ever would. But his parents, angry, reckless, desperate to fix him, had dragged him onto a boat and sailed north. Sokka had said goodbye, and Roan hadn't responded as his friend cried bitterly, believing his fate was his fault. Was it? Even Roan didn't know. Would things have been any different, had Sokka been the one chased by that creature? Would he have fought back? Or was his soul worthy of a salvation that Roan's wasn't? Nothing changed in the north. His parents, desperate, had claimed they would seek counsel in the Earth Kingdom when the water-bending healers failed to find a solution, and he had been left in the care of the tribe's chief, for a time. Of all people, it seemed unlikely that the one person to break through his shell would be that young princess, with hair as white as snow, kind eyes as pure as the bluest of noon skies. She had guided him to that strange garden, where plants grew safely, unperturbed by the ice, and she had explained she had been touched by spirits, too. She had been brought back to life by one, to serve a purpose, she believed. She understood what no one else could, for she had lived through it, too. But if she had been brought back for a purpose, wasn't the same true for him? Had that savage creature meant to kill him, to eat him, but sent him back upon finding he had a purpose left to fulfill? What would that be? What could it be? And once he fulfilled it, would he only return to a world so hostile, so deadly, so cruel his young soul had constantly been woken in fretful fits at night, screaming for help he knew he would never find whenever those images returned to him? He had believed that world cruel, considered it hell itself, until he had realized his own material world was no better. Until he had overheard his parents one night, discussing what they'd done. After seeing the oasis, speaking with the princess, deciding he still lived for a purpose, he had finally improved, he would finally speak, even if he wasn't the same as before, and now they felt guilty. Guilty, for their trip to the Earth Kingdom had been a lie. An excuse. They had traveled there only to send word to the Fire Nation about the last waterbender in the south. All of it for revenge, a rotten vendetta they should have never held against Hakuda's family. And now, because of his parents, Katara would die. So, he killed them, too. They deserved the punishment of that hellish world far more than Katara ever would. He had been on the run ever since. His hatred for the Fire Nation had been strong in his childhood, but that they would kill Katara, that they would have sent that gentle girl to that spiritual hell, just for their thirst for conquest, had driven him to decide that you had been right, he had a purpose. And it was to send as many Fire Nation people as could be to that damnable hell. That was why he had seen it and experienced it directly. He had been punished in his first life with a hell he didn't deserve. And if that was all that awaited him in death, the very least he could do was become worthy of that punishment. With each death he dealt, he was closer to deserving it. He was stronger, strong enough to fight back against the creatures that had longed to tear him to shreds. So that, when the day arrived, he would head into that hell again with his head held high, ready to make them pay for what they'd done to him. On that day, when Sokka had talked about what had happened to Roan in that cave, when he had asked him if he believed there would be an afterlife, Roan had earnestly answered he wouldn't change his behavior in the next world. Of course he wouldn't. He had lived all these years knowing that such an afterlife existed, and that it would punish them no matter what they'd done in life, for he had seen and experienced it himself. And yet now, as he closed his eyes, gazing at that blue sky, so akin to that young princess's eyes, he now wondered if he had been wrong. If, perhaps, that afterlife wasn't meant for him, for the blue was fading to black. For he couldn't hear, couldn't see, couldn't think anymore. The blue skies hadn't been replaced by that unsettling world. It was all darkness. He had failed. His purpose, the destruction of the Fire Nation, had gone unfulfilled. Maybe someone else would succeed, but it wasn't in his hands anymore. The burden of a self-imposed destiny had been lifted off him by the cut of that deadly sword. So much would have been easier if he hadn't been saved from that cave. If Sokka hadn't found help at all, and Roan had died that day, so long ago, as he was meant to. As he should have, if that accursed afterlife hadn't sent him back for no reason. All this pain, it seemed it had been in vain. His life truly had gone nowhere. And as darkness engulfed him, as the possibility of a world of oblivion, rather than an afterlife, arose in his dying mind, he wondered, for once, if everything had been a mistake. If he had misunderstood, if he had never been meant to see that world at all. If, perhaps, he'd had no purpose, unlike that northern princess. If, perhaps, he had never been meant for the fate he had attempted to reach for. His eyes remained open, but his heart stopped beating. His last breath vanished into the air, the death he had both dreaded and longed for finally stole away his torn and broken soul. No one watched as his last remnant of life slipped away. The only person who could have witnessed it happen had his attention fully focused on someone else, someone he was desperate to keep alive. Azula, no, Azula, please, come back to me. Sokka whimpered, searching for her pulse point in her throat. Xianlong groaned, nudging his rider with his snout, ever so slightly. The pulse was so weak he could barely find it. Sokka gritted his teeth, letting his hand travel to her left breast instead, searching for her heart. Its beats were slow, uneven. As he held up her fragile, pale body, despair clawing away at him as he tried to unravel what to do, his eyes drifted to the wound on her shoulder, to find it was no longer bleeding. "What?" he said, and for the second time since they'd known each other, he reached for her clothes to rip them open. The gash over her skin reached her collarbone. And instead of crimson blood, a black substance stuck to it now. The web of veins underneath the wound was highlighted with a black color, too. No. Was it the spear's corruption? Had it clung to Azula somehow? Xianlong, unlike Sokka, could tell that wasn't quite it. If the corruption as a whole had hit his rider during that explosion, her body would have decayed rapidly, yet it seemed some of the substance, if just a small amount, had clung to her skin, seeking her blood, seeking her life force. What do I do? What do I do, Xian? Sokka asked, searching for an answer, anything that could help. Anything to save the life of the woman he loved most. Weakened as he was, Xianlong would have gladly taken his rider on his back and carried her elsewhere, but where? To what avail? All healers were underground, how could they return in time to help her? And how on earth could he convey that reasonable logic to the gladiator, who had never seemed as close to losing his mind as he was now? This couldn't be happening. It couldn't be. Sokka shook his head repeatedly, his chest aching with pain he had never experienced before. She couldn't die. He couldn't let her die. He was supposed to be the one fighting for her, in danger, facing deadly enemies for her sake. It wasn't supposed to be her at the gates of death, her body growing colder with every passing moment, her heartbeats slowing gradually. If one of them had to die, it was him, not her, never her. She was too valuable. She was important, whereas he... Why you can't, Azula. He sobbed, holding her closely, tears burning in his eyes, slipping down his cheeks before he could even realize what was happening. It should be me. I should be in your place. He'd do anything, to save her. He'd trade his life for hers in a heartbeat. He'd run across the world, outside it even, find the source of their universe if that was where he had to go to find a way to keep her alive, but there was no solution in sight. For the only solution to heal such an infection, such corruption, was the gold fire only Azula herself could produce. He gritted his teeth, shaking his head as his body trembled violently, as though rejecting this reality, rejecting the possibility of a world where the brightest, strongest, most beautiful flame of life out of them all could be snuffed out by this nightmare. Panicked, despairing as he was, Sokka ignored the rushing, numerous footsteps that were approaching them across the beach. Xianlong raised his head, glancing at the new arrivals as Sokka trembled, embracing Azula in a hopeless bid to give her his warmth, as though his life force could chase away what attempted to sap her own. Sokka! Sokka! Fei Li's voice startled the gladiator at last, and he whipped his head towards the group of soldiers that rushed towards them, guided by Admiral Zhao, who froze on his footsteps upon spotting the wounded princess, languishing helplessly in her gladiator's arms. The corpse of the man responsible for this chaos lay halfway towards the shore, and the shattered remains of that cursed spear were barely a short distance away from the unresponsive young woman. Azula! Zhao said, heart-wrenching terror he had never thought he'd experience again tearing through his soul. It couldn't be. Azula couldn't be. Help! Sokka's voice was broken, fragile, frantic, tears burned painfully down his cheeks, spilling onto Azula's body, which he held between his violently trembling hands. Help me save Azula. Chapter 227, Fire Lord for a week 8. She had nodded off at some point, though she didn't feel any more rested for it. Song jerked her head back up and glanced about herself anxiously, only to find nothing had changed within the deep catacombs underneath the Fire Nation's capital. The network of underground caves was meant to be a haven for all the civilians, but it proved to be a rather cramped one, too. Even though there was more than one cave chamber, there didn't seem to be enough room in the tunnels to fit everyone as comfortably as most of them, namely, the nobles, would have liked. Song had overheard countless arguments so far between the highborn and the commoners, bitter bickering that had even resulted in one fist fight so far, which had been broken up by some of the soldiers assigned to keep them safe underground. Their intervention didn't pacify the citizens altogether. The soldiers constantly avoided answering questions, whether because they were under orders to keep quiet about what had happened above ground, or because they had no idea what was going on. Children cried, older people complained, younger ones complained even more. All in all, Song had inevitably longed to go above ground just as badly as they did, though most of all to get away from the exasperating, demanding people who didn't seem to understand they had been sent underground for their own protection. Oh. You're awake again. Haru's voice broke Song out of her bitter ruminations. She hadn't noticed he was conscious too, though she hadn't seen him attempting to sleep at all so far. Hey, was I out long? She asked. Haru shook his head. I don't think so. Though, it's hard to tell how much time has passed while we're down here, he admitted, glancing about himself fruitlessly for anything that might reveal how many hours they'd been underground. Song hadn't settled down in the first chamber she had been guided to. In hopes of finding someone she knew, anyone who might understand a little more about whatever was plaguing the Fire Nation right now, she had taken to wandering the tunnels until she finally bumped into familiar faces. Ty Lee, Haru, Shoji, Ran, Mai, Ruonjian and Uade had gathered at an empty space near a cavern wall, safely away from the louder and more obnoxious people who kept complaining to the soldiers over how they had been sent underground without any prior notice, just before bedtime. You should get some rest too, Song told Haru, but he shook his head. I can't feel at ease like this, he whispered. I know, as an earthbender, I ought to be the one who finds it most comfortable to sleep underground, but I just... You have a bad feeling about what's going on, finished Ruonjian. Only then did Song notice Mai's husband had stayed awake too, his son sleeping with his head on Ruonjian's lap. Song winced, lowering her gaze upon hearing Ruonjian's words. Yes, perhaps it was a simplistic way of putting it, but she had a bad feeling as well. Ruishi hadn't contacted her beforehand, Sokka hadn't given her any warning that danger might be stirring either. Had it taken them by surprise as well? Or had the threat been so severe they couldn't spare a single moment to warn her that something bad was about to happen? She knew she had no place amongst them in the middle of violent confrontations. She was only a healer, a cook, but she couldn't contain her unbridled anxiety. If only she knew what was happening with the man she loved, with her closest friends, but instead she was stuck underground, fearing the threat above was far more serious than anything they'd faced so far. Still no sign of Toph? She asked. Haru shook his head. She's probably with the palace's group, I'd hope. Haru said. He remembered that the first time he had been sent underground, barely a short time after becoming Ty Lee's gladiator, Mai had suspected Angela would have been in the Fire Lord's safe room. But they hadn't been there at all on that occasion, despite all sense said they should have been. Would Toph be in that safe room, or was the earthbender above ground along with the princess and her gladiator? It shouldn't be worrisome if she was. All three of them were amongst the most dangerous and powerful fighters Haru had ever known, yet, all reasonable logic be damned, Song wasn't the only profoundly apprehensive person in their group. Whatever was happening, Haru was deeply unsettled by it too. Ran had fallen asleep, despite everything, her head on Tai Li's shoulder as she rested as well. Mai had stayed awake for a little longer, but she had dozed off a few minutes ago. Shoji, the last member of their group, had been fretful for most the night, but he as well had given in to the exhaustion of a long night spent in Vale, waiting for something to happen. And maybe a lot of things had happened, but for as long as they were down here, they wouldn't know it. Song sighed, dropping her head against the wall, her thoughts traveling to Ruishi again. Was he safe? Would he come get her as soon as the danger was over? Perhaps it was too selfish to wish for that. Whatever was happening had to be serious enough that Ruishi couldn't reach out to her. If anything, she should be the one looking for him, as soon as they were given free rein to return above ground. Unbelievable! Exclaimed a nobleman, at the other side of the cavern. As much as a soft muttering was constantly heard in the deep chamber, his outraged voice reached Song all the same. It's not bad enough that we couldn't rest properly the whole night, but you still won't let us out. We will let you return above ground as soon as the order is issued. You must calm down," said the domestic forces officer, uncomfortably attempting to soothe the older man before him. "I have to open my shop," said another one, stubbornly. "What for? It's not like anyone's gonna go buy your junk if the whole city's here," retorted the second man's teenage son. "I'm sorry, but I fear all your activities of the day will have to be put on hold until noon, at least," the officer said, only for more outraged voices to join the argument. Someone had an important class to teach at school today, someone else had an appointment in the Royal Physicians Institute, another one had intended to spend their day off work in Ember Island and had missed his transport, one more had meant to bet on her favorite gladiator in today's scheduled match. Everyone had a problem. Everyone had a life. And not a single one of them seemed to understand they had been sent underground so those lives could be protected. Song glared at them bitterly, her knees up to her chin. The people who risked their lives to keep them safe were the last thing any of them were thinking of, the people she treasured most, no less. Whenever she pondered something could have happened to them, that a disastrous situation might await outside these caverns. She buried her face in her knees, trying to chase those thoughts away. Everything had to be fine. There was no reason for it to be any differently. Everything had to be. A sudden hitch in the argument that had boiled over moments ago took Song by surprise, most of all upon noticing the many voices had risen, then dwindled, and settled into silence. She raised her head to find two new domestic forces officers had arrived, speaking to the first one candidly. "What's going on?" Shoji mumbled, waking up beside her and rubbing his eyes with the heels of his palms. "I don't know, but those domestic forces officers got here just now," Haru said, his voice hopeful and filled with dread at once. "I guess something's happened." The members of their group seemed to wake one by one as the strange situation with the officers remained utterly confusing. As silent as the cave was right now, they weren't speaking loudly enough to be heard over at where they sat. "Is it time to go back yet?" Tai Li asked, groggily. "No idea, but hopefully it is," Ruanjian answered, swallowing hard. Mai had woken too, and he reached out to clasp her hand gently. Then, a sudden rush of conversation, and several people bolted to their feet, despite the domestic forces officers were shouting orders for everyone to remain calm. Either they'd given out an outrageous command, or they had finally received orders to bring everyone above ground again. Going by the suddenly hopeful and relieved behavior of all the nobles who had been so tense and prone to protesting, it seemed the latter would be the truth. And then they began guiding the group of frantic nobles through the tunnels. They rushed towards the exits far more hastily than they should have, for safety's sake, but they were leaving. Whatever had happened above ground, whatever threat they had been sent to hide from, it had to be over now. "We should wait until the worst of them are gone, otherwise they'll likely run us over on our way out," Ruanjian grimaced. "Almost happened the last time we came down here," 2. Ty Lee sighed, shaking her head. But it's done, then? We can finally go home. Seems like it. Though. Said Mai, her brow furrowed. Relief flooded Song upon finding that someone, besides from her, wanted answers instead of merely wanting to return to their daily routines. She breathed deeply, lowering her knees into a lotus sitting position, watching as the desperate nobles were guided outside gradually. More domestic forces officers were appearing throughout the cavern now, seeking to guide the populace back above ground, and within 5 more minutes, one of them approached their group. "I'll guide you back to the city, please follow me," said the young man. Song rose to her feet quickly, far faster than the others did. "Can you tell us what's happened?" she asked. "Is everything all right?" "Well, the threat has been dealt with," said the officer, "but beyond that, I can't really share any information with you, I'm afraid. Still, the Fire Nation is secure again. Please, follow me." The man's lackluster answer disappointed Song immediately. She hung her head as the officer urged the other members of the group to follow him too, and Haru took to rousing his still drowsy mother while Ruonji picked up his son so his head would rest on his shoulder. Ty Lee approached Song, wrapping her shoulders in a one-armed hug, and she offered the healer as reassuring a smile as she could muster. "It's over now. I know it's been a dark night, and you must have worried lots about Ruishi, so just imagine how happy he will be to see you again, once we're above ground." "Right," said Song, smiling a little at that thought. Yet her concern still seemed to win out. "Above all other emotions, I just wish I knew what he's faced, what he's dealt with. I can't seem to stop worrying." "I don't think you'll get an answer from the likes of this guy, though," Mai added, stepping closer to the two women. "The way he answered you implies that, regardless of orders, he really doesn't know what went down last night either." "Huh," said Song, grimacing. "Well, that wasn't any more reassuring, even if it surely was true. Come on, please follow me," the officer was saying now, and the group, all on their feet and ready to leave, finally took off through the underground tunnels. It wasn't a long walk, though it was a long wait at a line by the doorway they had been guided to. Song's anxiety didn't decrease at all as they took slow steps to the exit, and when the doorway was finally in sight it became apparent that they hadn't merely spent the night inside the caves, it had to be close to mid-morning by now. Song gritted her teeth, bowing her head gratefully in acknowledgement of the domestic forces officers just before she finally climbed out of the tunnel, about half an hour after the orders to vacate the underground had arrived. Where she had dreaded she'd find torn-down buildings, signs of a dreadful battle that would have done away with the city she had somehow grown to see as a home, Song found the capital appeared spotless, just as it always was. She stepped out of the way quickly, allowing the rest of their group to leave through the tunnel's exit, but her focus went to one of the officers who stood watching over the evacuation, quietly. "Excuse me," she said, and the officer sighed. "We can't tell you what happened," he said, quickly, but this time Song clenched her fists and frowned. "I understand that," she said. "I don't need you to tell me that, if you can't, but I do need to know if Ruishi, if the Imperial Guards are all right." "The Imperial Guards?" asked the officer, startled by the question the young woman had asked him. Only then did he stop to study her appearance. She wasn't a local Fire Nation woman, surely a slave or an honorary citizen, at best. Why would she be concerned with the fate of the Imperial Guards, of all people? "One of their members, Ruishi, is my fiancé," Song answered, without hesitation. "If you know where I can find him, or who to ask so I can know whether he's safe or not." The rest of her friends had left the tunnels by now, and Ty Lee had gasped in giddy surprise upon hearing Song and Ruishi were engaged by now. They hadn't seen the princess at all ever since she had returned from her long trip abroad, so they hadn't heard of the big news until then. Oh, well, damn," said the domestic forces officer, straightening himself out immediately. Word that one of the highly respected Imperial Guards had a relationship with a commoner had spread rather quickly through the armed forces, as mere fun gossip and nothing more, but confirming that reality had turned the young woman he had meant to dismiss into a remarkably respectable one instead. In the blink of an eye, I don't really know, I'm afraid, but, run. Can you give this lady a hand?" A female officer of the domestic forces was rushing down the street just then, but she paused when her fellow officer had called her name. She blinked blankly at the plain-looking foreigners group, surprised by her slightly more noble-looking companions, before raising an eyebrow at her fellow officer. "What does she need?" she asked. "She is looking for Ruishi, the Imperial Guard," said the male officer, smiling awkwardly. "He's her fiancé, so, can you maybe guide her and her friends to the palace? Surely they'll be able to help her." "Oh. Right. Right away, yes, of course," exclaimed Ruan, bowing her head at Song quickly. While she welcomed the rapid response her request had received, Song was immediately confused by the unexpected, highly respectful behavior of these officers. She blinked blankly, glancing at her friends, who appeared just as perplexed as she was. Do you guys want to come along too, or?" she asked, with a small voice. "Why, sure," Tai Li said, smiling, as Mai shrugged. "We never do get to find out what's going on until ages later. Angela never tells us anything." He Song smiled sympathetically. If you're going to the palace, well, I probably shouldn't go, should I?" Shoji said, blushing and grimacing. "Shoji and I can go home," Ran offered, smiling as she placed a hand on his shoulder. "The rest of you can go find your friends and see to it that they're safe." "Well, I'd like to go along with you guys. If Ueda wakes up while we're there, I'll just take him home by then," Ruan suggested. Mai smiled and nodded approvingly, raising a hand to caress his. "Then, let's go. Lead the way," Tai Li said, turning to Ruan with a grateful smile. Ruan nodded and turned towards the palace. Song, taking a deep breath, followed with determination as the others lagged ever so slightly. Tai Li watched the short healer with unabashed curiosity, and she raised a hand to cover her mouth as she whispered to Mai, who strode beside her. "I always did think we had friends in high places, but I never thought Song would be the most useful amongst them," she said. Mai snorted and smiled at Tai Li, who seemed just as amused about the notion as she was. That a slave, an Earth Kingdom woman who hadn't even become an honorary citizen, would prove so helpful in gaining them access to the palace, as well as vital information about whatever had happened in the Fire Nation's latest incident, was strangely ironic. Back when Zuko was home he never seemed to know what was happening, and Angela, of course, was always in the middle of the chaos, so busy she never seemed to think to reach out to her friends and let them know she was fine. That things might have been more complicated than that this time around didn't even cross their minds. It was Angela, after all. With so many victories and great achievements under her belt, there was no way anything significantly bad could have happened to their friend this time around, either. Though the sudden shadow that covered the sky ominously suggested otherwise. Even the domestic forces officer stopped on her tracks when the sun was blocked by the large airship that kept flying lower and lower, yet it was headed for the palace, Song realized. Her eyes widened as she watched it, but a gasp of astonishment burst from her lips when she glimpsed a familiar, swirling tail just next to the airship. "Xin Long, that's Xin Long!" she exclaimed, pointing at the dragon, who came into full view slowly as the airship progressed towards the palace grounds. The group was far more restless now than before. Angela's dragon had been involved in whatever this business was, then. Though once the black silhouette was contrasted against the bright blue sky rather than the airship's dark colors, something else became apparent, too. "It's Sokka riding him," Song said, frowning. He wasn't alone, though. Angela had to be there too. She always was, surely. At these heights, it was impossible to see her properly, not with Sokka's larger frame covering hers. "Those are Angela's boots," came Mai's voice, surprising Song. She was pointing at something that seemed to protrude over Sokka's right, something that hung over the dragon's saddle. The gold highlights gleamed under the sun. Mai was right. It had to be Angela, and yet Angela had never ridden Xin Long sideways, not as far as Song could remember. That saddle wasn't built to be ridden with both legs on the same side. "Something's not right," Song concluded, as a flooring sense of dread took hold of her chest. "Something's, oh, goodness, we have to get there, now." "Right. Let's keep moving," Ruan said, tearing her eyes away from the shrinking dragon's shape and the airship, both of whom were aiming to land at the very place they were headed towards. By now, the easygoing, calm atmosphere they had felt upon knowing they'd find answers in the palace was gone. They walked faster than before, even if exhaustion and hunger weighed on them, too. Still, the fear of discovering disturbing news upon arriving at the palace was too overpowering, more than any mundane needs might be. The airship had landed about 10 minutes before they finally reached the palace's entrance. While they were weary after a mostly sleepless night, the energy and tension within those tall walls chased away any thoughts of rest and relaxation. Ruan stopped at the gates, where a few soldiers were supposed to stand guard, though they were far too busy gazing inside the palace grounds and the chaos within the area. Song and the others had a glimpse of it too. Even from outside the building's premises, soldiers were injured, many of them with terrible spikes protruding out of their bodies, while physicians raced back and forth between them, trying and failing to tend to every injured officer. One of those injured officers, Song noticed, wore the robes of the Imperial Guards, but his face wasn't Ruishi's. Her heart clenched, regardless. "Excuse me." Ruan spoke, attracting the attention of one of the soldiers. "What is? Hey. Why did you bring civilians here?" he asked, astonished and disapproving at once. Ruan flinched. "I was ordered to," she explained. "I was told this lady here is the fiancée of that Imperial Guard, Ruishi." The soldier by the door scowled until he heard the explanation. His eyes traveled towards the young woman behind the female officer, a young woman he had seen once before. In fact, a young woman he had tried to chase away with his spear many years ago, only for the then Captain Ruishi to forcibly stop him before letting the girl inside the palace. His jaw dropped for a moment before he shook his head rapidly, hoping to do away with any hesitation he might still feel. While his face was covered with his helmet, he still smiled nervously and bowed to Song quickly. "Oh, I see. Greetings," he exclaimed, heat rising in his face. He had heard that Ruishi had a fiancée. He would have never thought it was the girl he had tried to scare away from the palace on that very day, though. "Is there anything we can do for you?" I just wanted to find Ruishi, if I could," Song said, smiling awkwardly. Naturally, she couldn't recognize the helmeted soldier, no matter if his sudden, agreeable demeanor suggested there was more to him than met the eye. "I can tell things are complicated, but I just wanted to make sure he was fine." "Ah. If that's so," said the soldier, tapping the ground with the butt of his spear, "rest assured, I saw him heading inside the palace's main building just a short time ago." "You did?" Song said, relief flooding her already. If he had been walking, then surely he was okay. "Yes, I suspect he's on his way to the physician's wing, inside," said the soldier. "All their physicians have already been called back from the royal safe chambers underground. They arrived about half an hour ago, yet most of them didn't come to work out here, despite there's so many wounded." "Huh? It's quite strange. You think he needed to have any wounds tended?" Song's relief was once again replaced by overwhelming concern. Did he look injured, or? Well, he was too far away to tell, I'm afraid, but I can guide you through the palace, if you like. I'll make sure to take you to him," the soldier offered, his voice ringing with pride. He doubted the former captain would think more of him just for guiding his fiancée to him in the midst of this mess, but it might be a way to make amends for his behavior when he had first met her. "You would? Thank you." "Truly, thank you," Song smiled, nodding quickly as she glanced at the rest of the group. They seemed apprehensive, but they were determined to follow her through the chaos-streaked terrains of the palace nonetheless. The soldier asked Ruan to take his place temporarily at the gates before proudly guiding the group inside the palace. A few soldiers, namely the less injured ones, cast dubious glances at them, but most people barely seemed to notice their presence as they treaded across the palace's front yard. "It happened again, huh?" said Ty Lee, smiling at Song's our golden ticket into the palace. "Hopefully that's the last hurdle before we can really find out what's going on," Mai said, breathing deeply as she kept up with the pace of their guide. The soldier led them through the long trek between the walls and the palace's building. Some officers merely seemed to be resting, but even in their case, heaviness hung in their features. Whatever battles they had faced surely had been quite fierce, Song reasoned, gazing at them with compassion she had never expected to feel for so many Fire Nation soldiers. Ruishi had faced those battles with them, too, as had Sokka and Azula, from the looks of it. Whenever she recalled that glimpse of the flying dragon, carrying his rider in such a strange manner, A very unpleasant weight in her stomach almost convinced her to close her eyes and pretend everything had been a dream. To shut down and wait until this, whatever it was, had long been over. But those impulses were easily ignored when her concern for her lover and friends overcame everything else. The soldier guided them cautiously inside the building at last, glancing about himself constantly in case Ruishi might be lurking in the hallways somewhere. He truly hoped not to guide the young woman to the wrong place, though he dreaded that even bringing her inside the palace would be a bad idea. Generally, civilians were discouraged from visiting the palace in emergency situations, but perhaps since she was connected to such a highly ranked guard, an exception would be made for her. Finally they turned the corner towards the royal physician's wing in the palace. Someone stood outside it, shoulders hunched, head hung, as he paced before the closed door with his head in his hands, but it wasn't Ruishi. Sokka! Song exclaimed breathlessly, startling the rest of her group and her guide before she gathered further strength to shout, "Sokka!" Her voice snapped him out of his thoughts, if just for a moment. The gladiator whipped his head up abruptly, his eyes unfocused as he tried to take in the presence, not only of his trusted healer, but many of his and Angela's friends too, as well as the soldier who had brought them here. "Song? You guys?" he asked, his voice small. He knew all protocols and logic dictated his friends ought to go home, yet a tinge of relief and comfort surged in his chest. He wasn't sure he wanted to be alone right now. Strangely, Sokka didn't appear wounded. If anything, he seemed to be in better physical shape than most people outside, yet Song wasn't sure she had ever seen such despair streaked across his features. Even in his darkest moments, he had never seemed so sorrowful, so terrified, so lost. Without knowing what was happening, Song impulsively rushed in for a hug, one Sokka reciprocated weakly. He was trembling underneath his armor, and when Song pulled away to gaze at him, his eyes were filled with tears. He's not hurt," Sokka told Song, his voice frail. "He's inside right now, but he said he was fine." "Really?" Song said, relieved again, but only temporarily. It was difficult to find comfort in any words when her friend appeared more devastated than ever before. So, even if she knew she wouldn't like the answer to her upcoming question, she knew it was one she had to ask him. "Sokka, what on earth happened? Is Angela okay?" Mai asked, point blank. It wasn't hard to tell that the gladiator couldn't possibly be so anguished over something unless it was related to his secret wife. Sokka flinched at the question, averting his gaze from hers. Angela." Noise within the physician's wing startled Sokka, his eyes widened, and he seemed to forget everyone else was in the hallway as he turned quickly towards the door. Voices spoke somewhat agitatedly, then footsteps. The door swung open, revealing none other than a disheveled Ruishi, his Imperial Guard uniform unusually filthy, his helmet in his hand. Yet, as unrefined as his appearance was for once, the determined frown on his features was fierce, until his eyes fell upon Song's lithe form. "Song," he said, his voice hitching at the sight of the woman he loved. "Ruishi," she exclaimed, allowing herself a small, triumphant smile upon rushing to his side, her hands reaching for his arms. For his torso, he was fine. No apparent injuries, at least, not serious ones. Ruishi dropped the helmet as soon as Song stood before him, though, taking his chance to indulge in his emotions for once. He reached down to envelop her in a relieved hug, his eyes shut tight as he held her in his arms. Song sighed, breathing him in, taking in that he was safe and sound after all. Whatever he had faced, he had been victorious. He had returned to her. "Song, my love," Ruishi said, gritting his teeth as he parted from her most involuntarily. "I'll explain whatever you need to know once I get back, but I have to. How is she?" Sokka's voice broke through his friend's words. Ruishi raised his gaze to Sokka's, unsurprised by the despair he emanated. It reminded him starkly of a certain catastrophic trip to Udeo, only the roles had been reversed this time. What do you have to do now? If she needs anything. I have to go get the head sage," Ruishi said, and Sokka frowned. "The head sage?" he repeated. "Seems they want a thorough reading of her chi. I don't really know what they're doing yet, I barely know what's happened myself, but that's what Pharaoh asked for," Ruishi said, eyeing Sokka apprehensively. Sokka swallowed hard but nodded, turning towards the hallway. The head sage, then. I'll go, you can stay here and. He said, but Ruishi reached out to clasp Sokka's shoulder and drag him back towards the door. Ruishi? You need to stay here, Ruishi said, though his voice was surprisingly kind. Sokka gritted his teeth. I have to do whatever I can to help her, Ruishi, he said breathily, as though he didn't dare use his voice properly in fear it might shatter. You brought her this far. You've helped heaps. And now you'll help more by staying here, in case anything else happens, Ruishi said, patting his shoulder. I'll be back shortly anyhow. With that, Ruishi turned to a confused Song, stroking her cheek gently with his still gloved hand before rushing past the rest of the group, running as fast as his firebending-powered legs could carry him, through the palace's marble halls. Everyone watched him go, including the soldier that guided them, who appeared most disappointed that his efforts to bring Song and her friends to the physician's wing seemed to have gone unnoticed by the soldier he had hoped to impress. Okay, can you please explain at least the slightest thing about whatever's going on with Azula? Ty Lee asked Sokka, with an anxious, uncomfortable smile. I know it can't be easy to talk about, but... Sokka gritted his teeth, lowering his gaze again, his hands balled into tight fists. I'll try, he whispered, shaking his head. There was a strategic attack by a group of rebels against the Fire Nation. The pieces of shit had no better idea than to attack when Azula was serving as interim Fire Lord. Their leader's someone I knew. Someone I fought before. Wait, the leader of this incursion was a gladiator? Song asked, perplexed. He hasn't been one for a while, Sokka nearly hissed as he spoke. Talking about Roan at all was uncomfortable, as though someone had poured sand inside his mouth and he wasn't allowed to spit it out or rinse it off. He hated the Fire Nation, the royals. The bastard found this fucking spiritually corrupt spear. I doubt you guys have ever heard of it, but it was supposed to be a damn legend. And it wasn't just a legend. Mai asked, frowning. Sokka shook his head. It was a dem-possessed Guandao, flying about on its own accord, chasing blood. Sokka nearly spat, snarling as the memory of Azula's bleeding wound returned to mind. What was worse, the blood she'd lost, or the blackness that had eaten it away? His stomach clenched again, and he damn near broke down in tears, feeling an unusual urge to throw up out of anxiety. That sounds like the stuff of nightmares, Haru said, eyes wide. You guys had to fight that. Yeah. Sokka admitted, gritting his teeth, but I guessed the damn culprit for this mess, Roan, would split his group in two, and Azula asked me to take out the second group while she dealt with the first. So I wasn't there. I couldn't be there, I couldn't help her until the end, and by the time I reached her she was already wounded and... Wounded? Ty Lee repeated, by that spear. No, well, not at first, Sokka said, shaking his head as he covered his face with his hands. Roan was the one who hurt her, somehow, but she's amazing, but she's so reckless too. She should have held back, but she decided to take down the damn spear herself anyhow. But when she cut it in half, the corruption leaked out or something and I guess some must have clung to her open wound. I couldn't do a damn thing, I just held her until the other guards arrived. They tried to help clean her wound, but it wasn't going to be enough, so they told me to bring her here on Xin Long, as fast as possible, and that's what I did. Then, she's wounded, but she's alive, Ty Lee said. Sokka swallowed hard but nodded before she sighed in relief. I'm sorry, I know you're worried, but for a second it sounded like she's beyond help or something. I don't know if she is, Sokka snarled, tears surging in his eyes again. Ty Lee's relief faded quickly at that. Ruanjian, Haru, and Song froze, just as Ty Lee had. That couldn't be true. No, not Azula. As dangerous as the enemy might have been, Azula had to emerge triumphant, as she always did. It didn't matter how difficult, she'd overcome any challenge. That she could falter, that they could lose her, had never genuinely seemed a possibility, no matter how miserable Sokka appeared to be, until now. I don't know what that damn corruption can do, whatever it did to her. I don't know. Iroh said it feeds off chi, or whatever, so I guess that's why they're asking for the head sage's help. But then, how does someone stop that damn corruption with anything but gold fire? And the only one who can bend it is Angela, so. She's unconscious. Mai asked, her voice trembling, despite herself. Has been, since the last time she used her bending, Sokka said, shuddering involuntarily at the memory. The fire had rushed out of his body, through his hand, and this time it hadn't felt quite as strong as the usual flames Angela restrained for his benefit. Even then, the corruption had been getting to her, affecting her chi enough that she couldn't bend properly. He clenched his fists, knowing it did no good to dwell on what had happened. Angela was still alive as he held her by the beach, as Zhao ordered the fastest member of the Imperial Guards to deliver orders to recall the evacuation at haste, with special focus on summoning all able physicians to the palace. The guards had helped Sokka clean the wound superficially, using nearby blades of grass to do away with the festering corruption clinging to her skin, but too much of it had entered her body by then, it seemed. There was nothing else they could do to help her without a proper physician's help. Zhao had told him to ride the dragon back to the palace, as fast as the dragon could move anymore, and Sokka had done as much, carrying Angela nervously, trembling all the way, whispering reassuring words to his secret wife as he leaned close to ensure she still continued breathing, no matter how weakly. He had climbed off the saddle immediately once Xian Long had landed, and the soldiers had been astonished by the princess's state. He had demanded for physicians to see her, immediately, and he had raced inside the palace once he was told the physician's wing was ready to receive her. He hadn't expected to be forced to stay outside while the many health professionals took care of Angela. He had only managed to squeeze her right hand gently with his own one last time, their scars brushing together, before he found himself standing in the hallway, feeling empty, as though he had left his soul, heart, and mind inside that room with Angela. Angela. She was in danger, he had known she would be, and he hadn't been able to stop it. He had failed her. He had failed her. His failure to keep her safe weighed on him, but even then, it didn't mean she couldn't be saved anymore. The head sage would have to help her too, once he arrived. Rui Shi had showed up at the physician's wing within minutes after Sokka did, carrying a badly wounded Imperial Guard with him. With one glance at Sokka's helpless shape, Rui Shi had charged into the room, caring little for the physician's protests, and handed them one more urgent patient while demanding to know if there was anything he could do to ensure the princess would recover safely. Sokka had tried to overhear, hoping to catch anything useful before Song and the others arrived. Still, he knew nothing about how to chase away that corruption, not a damn thing. All he'd managed to do was stop Roan before he could do any worse to Angela. Yes, Roan was dead, just as he deserved to be. His wretched spear had been torn to shreds too, thanks to the princess's extraordinary skills, yet reminding himself of that didn't help matters in the least. Every time that blackened wound flashed back in Sokka's mind, he felt the unbearable urge to kill Roan all over again in retaliation, in an unprecedented fit of violent desperation and revenge. That anyone would have touched her, that anyone would have dared hurt her, to the extent Roan and his rotten spear had, his blood boiled to think of it, his stomach churned and twisted, and vertigo threatened to knock him off his feet every time he pondered that maybe the only person with the power to save Angela from her current condition would have been Angela herself. You guys won, though, right? Ruanjian asked, gazing at Sokka compassionately, snapping him out of his string of dark, unbearable thoughts. That guy, the one who hurt her, you defeated him? Or the princess did? I killed him, Sokka said, raw and bluntly. Every set of eyes upon him widened at his words, at the trembling that shook his whole body after he spoke. He won't ever hurt her again. Sokka. Song whispered. Where the others appeared apprehensive, there was deep understanding in her eyes. If someone amongst them knew what murdering meant to Sokka, it was Song. He had shared his woes with her back when their friendship had begun, explaining the pain he had endured in the amateur league, the relief of not having to kill again now that he was in the superior one instead. But of course, he would kill for Angela without hesitation. He wouldn't offer any mercy to anyone who brought harm to the woman he loved. He would gladly do away with his darkest side in most regards, but if it was what it took to protect Angela, he would embrace it, instead. She swallowed hard but stepped forward, offering Sokka another hug, a far gentler one. She didn't even know what Sokka's connection with Roan had been, but she didn't need to. Every death Sokka had delivered had shattered his soul greatly, and this one, it seemed, had shattered it even beyond what the others had. Not because of what Roan might have meant to him, but rather, because he hadn't killed Roan before the bloodlust spear could spread its corruption to Angela through the wound Roan inflicted upon her. She will be okay, Ty Lee said, though her words sounded like a mantra, spoken half-heartedly. Tears were surging in her eyes too, though she was holding them back for now she has to be. I mean, it's Angela. She can't be, she wouldn't give up now. She has to. Yes, Sokka had told himself those words as well, at every step of the way. As Pharaoh and his fellow physicians laid the princess down on a stretcher, as Xian Long struggled to fly as fast as he could from the bay to the palace, as he watched Chiang swiping away as much of the corruption as he could, the leaves he used for that purpose decayed after a few moments, affected just as well by the rot that sought to do away with everything living. But the lively, powerful, near-invulnerable princess he had admired for years had been pale, weak, with a crisscrossing blackened pattern slowly spreading underneath her skin. Had any of them seen her, had any of them watched her languishing on the sand, helpless as Roan skulked towards her, intent on killing her? Sokka snarled again, shaking his head and burying his face in his hands. It was unbearable. This nightmare couldn't be real, no matter how vivid it felt, because he couldn't believe a world could be so cruel, so violent, so wrong that it might allow such a wonderful, beautiful, extraordinary soul to wither away when she was poised to be the best hope to salvage it. It couldn't be. It couldn't be. Song sighed, knowing Sokka was too anguished, too troubled to find comfort in any gestures she might make anymore. She entertained the possibility of entering the room past that door, to offer her assistance, but to what avail? Those physicians were far likelier to help Angela than she could. She hoped so, at least. Rushed footsteps down the hall, Sokka jumped, drawing his hands away from his face, letting the tears that escaped him roll down his palms, sprinkling on the floor. Ruishi was back, and with him, the head sage. Everyone moved out of the way at haste, so Ruishi could reach the door and open it for the head sage. The man struggled to move quickly, his long robes got in the way, but as he panted, glancing at the crowded hallway worriedly, his eyes fell upon the disheartened, desperate gladiator. I will help her. I will see to it. The head sage reassured him. Sokka blinked, astonished the man would address him directly, but he nodded appreciatively anyhow. Please, do your best. Thank you. Just, save her, Sokka managed to say, as the sage crossed the threshold, still holding Sokka's unsteady gaze. The head sage nodded, and Ruishi confirmed with the physicians they needed nothing else at the moment before closing the door. He was exhausted, probably more than ever before. Fighting a waterbender that sought to murder countless soldiers had hardly fazed him compared to the anguish of seeing the princess in such shape. He stepped back from the door, turning again towards Song to welcome her into his embrace anew. Guilt permeated him, however, upon knowing Sokka longed to hold his own lover in the same way. She'll be fine. She has to be, Ruishi said, swallowing hard. Sokka gritted his teeth and gazed at him longingly. Could you tell what they're doing? Did they say anything yet? He asked. Ruishi shook his head, though. They're doing some procedure to clear out the rot. It's not easy, but they've progressed with it already, Ruishi said, pressing a kiss to the top of Song's head. Then they do have a solution, Sokka said, breathing out in mild relief. Hopefully, yes, Ruishi said, gritting his teeth. Can we ask, what happened to you? Haru said, gazing at Ruishi with heartfelt compassion. It was odd for the Imperial Guard to appear so ruffled, so unkempt. Whatever he had faced couldn't have been easy either. The waterbender, the one leading the group that attacked the factory, is dead, Ruishi said, his words startling everyone, even Sokka. Song pulled away, staring at him in astonished disbelief. He used his ice spikes, pierced through the bodies of so many soldiers, pinned them to trees. You saw it all too, Sokka. I know. I was with you at that point, but then I went to ask the airship for help, and they told me about Angela. Sokka said, gritting his teeth. What the hell did the stingray do later? Damn near threw a full river on us all, Ruishi said, shaking his head. He made a dam with ice, redirected the flow of a mountain waterfall and turned it towards the factory. Toph, she did amazing. She made a huge wall, and then shattered the ground so the redirected river would drain into the depths of the earth, out of the stingray's reach. But I missed most of that. I was breaking the dam while the other guards chased the stingray. By the time I got there he had taken out most of them and was amassing whatever water he could harness to break Topha's wall. So, you fought that guy yourself? Song asked, a waterbender. I fought him too, in the league, Sokka said, gritting his teeth. He was an assassin, a northern water tribe assassin. About as obsessed with destroying the Fire Nation as Roan was. Did you defeat him? Mai asked Ruishi, who breathed out and nodded. I took no chances, he whispered. Song's grip around him tightened, and he breathed out as he held her closely. He won't threaten anyone ever again. Sokka released a breath, though his fists remained clenched. 2 deadly enemies of the Fire Nation had been killed today, and all he regretted was that they hadn't been killed sooner. If only he'd been strong enough, if he hadn't hesitated when he first fought Roan, if he hadn't held back when he fought the stingray, when the bastard had taunted him. It's over, though. For better or for worse, Ruishi sighed. Toph is recovering from all the effort too, so are the wounded, I hope. Though. How many casualties? Sokka asked. Ruishi shook his head. Too soon to tell, he said, but more than 20 soldiers on our side, at least. Do you know, if any who went to the bay didn't make it? Sokka shook his head. By the time I found her, she was alone, Sokka said, his voice choking up. I bet she decided to lure Roan away from the rest of the soldiers. To protect them, protect the Fire Nation. That's all she wanted to do. And she succeeded, Ruishi said, gritting his teeth. But at what cost? No one dared ask that question, even though it crossed their minds all the same. Silence settled in the corridor, only broken by the sound of their breathing, or their occasional fidgeting. Muffled sounds inside the physician's room could be heard, voices, footsteps, the clinking of medical instruments, yet no news for the next 5 minutes. Or the next 10. Then it was 20. Where are we, Daddy? Uade groaned, waking between yawns. Ruonji sighed, glancing at Mai remorsefully, only for her to nod in his direction. Go. You can make sure all the servants are fine, she said. I'll stay for a little longer, at least. All right. I'll see to it that you can have something to eat once you come home, Ruonji said, leaning close to kiss his wife's cheek. Mommy. Uade groaned, reaching for Mai, who smiled affectionately at her son. Go with your father. I'll be with you both again soon, she promised, despite she suspected it might not be that soon. She wasn't sure she'd want to leave until they knew for sure that Azula had been stabilized. Just overhearing their conversation sent unpleasant feelings through Sokka's gut, feelings he didn't want to experience in the least, feelings unbefitting him, altogether. Mai and Ruonji had a child, a perfectly happy tranquil life, much like the one he had experienced with Azula and Shujing. A life removed from action and danger, where there was no need to fear anything too awful might happen. It was the very life they had pondered having, if only they had chosen to stay in Shujing, to forsake everything else. How irresponsible was it to wish they'd done that? To wish they could have had what Ruonji and Mai did, or Ty Lee and Haru? It was, he knew, something he shouldn't let himself think about, for without Azula's leadership, countless people would have died, their very friends could have been amongst them, and yet the image of his princess's unnaturally cold body remained engraved in his mind, for this time it hadn't been a cursed dream, it had been a reality, one he had sworn he would avoid. He had discarded the duty she gave him, rushing to find her and prevent the fate that Roan intended to force upon her, and he had failed anyways. Her life was on the line, and he couldn't do anything else to help preserve it. It should have been him. He should have been the one fighting Roan, sacrificing his life if need be, never her. Never Azula, no matter how certain she was that she had to be the one to do it. Crouched against the wall, running his hands through his head, so his hair fell out of its wolf's tail gradually, Sokka waited, letting his dark thoughts fester, for he hardly knew what else to do at this point. The sound of footsteps approaching the door. Sokka leapt up to his feet when it swung open. The head sage exited the room, his shoulders slumped despite the expression on his face wasn't quite that discouraging. Sokka gritted his teeth, stepping towards him right away, and his friends followed him with their eyes, waiting expectantly for what the head sage might say next. Is she Sokka asked, though he couldn't even bring himself to finish the question. They are stabilizing her, the head sage announced, and Sokka's tight chest seemed to collapse with relief. The procedure wasn't easy, but they believe they've removed almost all the corrupting substance by now. Sokka gasped before released a deep breath, and then another, closing his eyes as he felt his knees would give way. She was still alive, she was safe from the corruption. As much as it pained him that she had wound up in this situation, it seemed the worst-case scenario had been averted, and that was enough for him to breathe again, for the first time in what had felt like an eternity. "Thank you, for your help, and for telling us too," Sokka said, managing to stay upright despite himself. Tears surged in his eyes anyways, for the onslaught of emotions, whether out of relief or desperation, seemed to be too strong for his weak heart to endure them. If she's recovering, then... "Oh, well, that, I'm afraid, is a whole other matter." All the relief faded away in a single sentence. The others had allowed themselves a few smiles, and Ty Lee had nearly fallen over with a deep sigh, supporting herself on Haru's arm, but now fear streaked their faces again. Deep dread dawned upon Sokka's features, and his heart felt compressed, squashed by a cruel force that didn't seem to offer him any respite. What do you mean?" Sokka asked. "What's that supposed to mean?" She won't recover." "I didn't say she wouldn't," the head sage said, gazing at Sokka compassionately, "but what ails her is something no one has ever treated before. At least, not successfully, not leaving any records behind. That corruption, it was unnatural. Alarming. Illnesses, you see, are disruptions, alterations in chi. Sudden shifts in the flow of chi, or irregularities in its pattern, can be treated to smooth over bad diseases." Song recited. The head sage nodded in her direction. "Exactly. That's what all illnesses are, in the end, complications in the chi flow of each person," explained the head sage. "If the chi is halted, if the flow stops altogether, a person dies. If the chi's path is smoothed, so it flows properly, a person lives. But I had never seen, to this day, that chi could be sapped away, outright, from someone's chi network. And that, from what I could read of her chi paths, is exactly what happened to the princess." Sokka's pale face was ghastly to look at, fear, dread, terror, all of them battered away at him as he tried to reason with those words, as best he could. "What does that mean?" he asked, his voice weak. "The spear stole her chi? And, what, the physicians, they can't restore it. What they can do, and they are doing it now, is smooth over the chi flow once again." The head sage said. "It's the best method to ensure the princess survives, and they're succeeding at it so far. But that corruption, it sapped away much of her energy before they controlled and removed it. A young woman with such extraordinary abilities, there's no way an energy reading of her chi before this incident would have yielded the results I saw today. At best, she may have lost about half her natural chi supply. At worst, perhaps even 3/4 or more." Sokka shook his head, his breathing heavy as he struggled to find his bearings once more. This couldn't be happening. It couldn't be happening. She was still alive, yes, that was the most important thing, but what did it entail, to lose so much chi? Had her lifespan been shortened? Would she be unable to wake again? She needs to regain her chi," Sokka said, swallowing hard. "There has to be a way. She can't. What's going to happen to her, if she's like this now? If she doesn't have all the chi she used to, please don't tell me she's going to. No, I don't believe it mean death, as long as the remaining chi can flow successfully, but it could mean her life will change. Radically," the head sage sighed. "Normalizing the flow of chi should ensure she can move again, but unless there was a way to regenerate chi, indeed, a way we don't know of yet, it's possible she won't be able to partake in combat, let alone in bending, in the future. No. Oh, hell, no. That can't be. The princess," said Ruishi, staring at the head sage in horror. "There must be a way to help her. I don't know enough about chi, but it's only logical there can be ways to replenish it." "It's not the same as blood loss," Song said, her voice small. You can replenish blood. Sokka did, once, but chi is a little different. And, quite more mysterious. A good diet and gradual exercise might not suffice." This isn't happening. It's not happening, Sokka said, shaking his head. There has to be something we can do, we can't just... Wait. Wait a minute, I could. You said our chi is attuned. The sage jumped at Sokka's exclamation, at the wild, desperate expression on his face. His chest heaved visibly, regardless of the armor that covered it. If he kept breathing that way, he'd lose consciousness at this rate. If so, then there's got to be a way I can share my chi with her. Sokka exclaimed. If I do, then she'll be fine. She'll be better. But then you'll be the one who's... started Haru, but Sokka snarled. I'd give her my entire life force if that'd save her. He exclaimed. No concern for his own well-being was ever going to matter more than Azula's, and he refused to hear otherwise. If I can do this. Your intentions are most noble, said the head sage, sighing, and I would even gladly take you up on that offer, despite I'm sure the princess would not approve. But I can't say I know of any techniques to transmit chi from one person to another. If I knew, I'd do it without hesitating. But from what I know, it's not possible. Sokka shook his head, tears surging in his eyes. Impotency, again, filled his head and heart and lungs with the urge to scream at full power. How was he so useless? How could he be so helpless when Azula was facing a challenge as horrific as this one? Wasn't he supposed to fight her battles for her? Why was it impossible to fight this one? Still, maybe her chi can replenish over time, Song proposed, swallowing hard. Part of human growth since childhood hinges in increasing and refining your chi levels and pathways. Maybe it will take time, but it's not impossible or unthinkable that she might be able to reclaim her strength, just as teenagers have more chi than children, right? The head sage frowned at first, but he nodded right afterwards. Song breathed out in relief, though it didn't seem her guess had reassured Sokka much. I know this is discouraging, the head sage said, focusing his attention on Sokka again, but the important thing is the cleansing procedure that was done ensured that the majority of the corruption, if not the entirety of it, is gone. Once her chi flows again, no matter how weakened it may be, she will awaken. The physicians are closing the wounds now. Once they're finished with their treatments, they'll surely let you see her. Yeah. She's not going to get any worse anymore, Sokka whispered, swallowing hard. That's what you're saying, right? She'll survive. It's just a matter of figuring out how to help her recover. Yes, said the head sage, breathing deeply. I know it's hard, but don't despair. Even when she hit such a low point, the princess's soul is strong and resilient. She endured this much, and she has already achieved countless, unimaginable feats. Perhaps she will do it yet again, before we know it, by wielding her extraordinary fire before us once more. I hope so, Sokka said, his voice frail and soft. I can only hope so. The head sage breathed out, reaching up to clasp Sokka's shoulder gently. Sokka gritted his teeth as he met the man's gaze. Be strong. She will need you at your best, he said. Sokka nodded weakly, and the head sage sighed, dropping his hand from his shoulder. I'll be back to check on her progress later. All this evacuation stirred up trouble throughout the city, the sage said, breathing out slowly. The least I can do, in the princess's absence, is help keep the peace. I trust you'll stay with her. Sokka nodded, and the head sage glanced at the rest of the group. A few of them nodded, too. Good. She will surely welcome so many friendly faces, once she awakens, said the head sage, nodding. I will see you all soon, then. Thank you, for telling us all this, Sokka said, swallowing hard, and for helping her as you have. Anything, for our Fire Lord, the head sage said, offering Sokka a weak, complicit grin, before finally walking away. If only he had stated his loyalty and dedication to Azula before this crisis, Sokka would have rejoiced upon hearing those words. Right now, he wasn't so sure that he did. All he could want, all he could ever want, was to wrap Azula in his arms and shield her from all that might harm her, and by now it started to look like that damn throne had been as good as a death sentence for her. Sokka. Song called him softly, and he shook his head. I know. It's not hopeless, he whispered, dabbing at his tearful eyes again, and maybe we'll figure something out, right? Like that diet you gave me. I mean, you say it's not the same, but she lost blood just as she lost chi. So, maybe by helping her with one thing, we can help with the other. Right? Hopefully, Song said, offering him a half-hearted grin. Don't force yourself, though. I know it hurts. You're not okay, and you're allowed not to be. You don't have to put up a strong front. If I don't, I'll fall apart, Sokka said, though the tears streaming down his face already spoke for themselves. If I let myself feel this, without thinking about how to fix this mess, of how to help her, I'll crumble. I can't lose her. I can't lose her. Again, Song wrapped her arms around him, and as small as she was, it was Sokka who seemed vulnerable and fragile, like an overgrown child clinging to any source of safety that might keep him away from the unwanted and the unknown. Merely one day ago, he had talked, walked, teased the princess in these very halls, running errands with and for her, discussing the enforcer's operations, and now he stood here, falling to pieces as his soul shattered upon the weight of the worst possibilities. For if the sage and Song were wrong, and Angela couldn't recover after being touched by the rot, he couldn't remember crying like this ever before. He had bottled up his feelings when his mother had passed away, trying to stay strong for his family, at all costs. Again, he had bottled up everything when his father had left, again staying strong for his tribe, for he was the man in charge, the only one left, forced to be a leader when he had barely been a teenager. And then all he had allowed himself to feel in the amateur league was hatred, a numb hatred towards his circumstances, towards Huangli, towards the town he had grown to despise with every ounce of his soul. Everything had changed when he had found the place he belonged in, when he had decided that was where he wanted to stay. There were moments of sadness and anguish, but everything had been offset by the happiness, the bliss, the love he had never believed he could experience, let alone be worthy of. And right now, as he stood in this hallway, falling apart on the shoulders of one of his best friends, he felt all of it slipping away. All that happiness, that bliss, that love, that purpose, all of it was in jeopardy, for she was in jeopardy. And if Angela couldn't truly recover, just as he had told her the previous day, he might as well suffer her same fate. He didn't need her to be Fire Lord. He didn't need her to fix or change the world. He didn't need anything anymore, not even a kind smile, a warm gesture. He would give up everything if it meant she would live. If it meant she would be happy, safe, and healthy. He would take her place in a heartbeat, if he could. But he couldn't. He couldn't even give her his demchi, even if it was attuned to hers. What good was he when she needed him the most? The others watched compassionately as he wept, though they tore their eyes away from him eventually. Tai Li and Haru snuck away to find something to replenish their stomachs, for as tense and nervous as they were over Angela's fate, it wouldn't do to forget about their own health while they waited. Sokka, Ruishi, and Song remained in the corridor, and while Sokka was done crying after another half hour, he had returned to crouching against the wall, his arms crossed over his knees, his face buried in them. He wouldn't move an inch from this spot until he knew what had happened to her. Until the woman he loved was pronounced safe and sound. Until they allowed him to see her. You weren't hurt at all? Song asked Ruishi softly, raising a hand to his armored chest, the other touching his right hand. Your hand. I blew up my own glove, Ruishi explained in the final attack. I'm not that used to wielding explosive fire bending, but it was all I could think to do to stop him for good. Well, if it worked, good, Song sighed, taking his hand in hers. It was tender, still recovering from the power of the explosive attack. I'm sorry I couldn't see to your evacuation myself, Ruishi whispered, or even tell you any of what was happening. There was no time, but still. All that matters to me is that you're safe, Song said, shaking her head and embracing him. You did all you had to do, and you helped keep everyone safe too. You're a hero, Ruishi. I don't know about that, Ruishi mumbled. No, he hadn't kept everyone safe. There were many injured soldiers, more than he could count, for sure. And that was without mentioning the princess. Even if he knew, rationally, that he couldn't have helped her either, he felt he had failed Angela all the same. It was his duty to protect her, his first duty as a royal guard, and his main duty as an imperial guard, sworn to a Fire Lord. And as much as he had obeyed her orders, just as she always wanted him to, he wished he hadn't. If only his presence could have guaranteed she wouldn't have been wounded as she was. Sudden footsteps rushed towards the hallway once more. This time, Sokka didn't even raise his head, for they weren't coming from the room where Azula was still being treated, but Ruishi glanced down the hallway, his heart racing. They appeared a clumsy stampede, far clumsier than they should have been, but their concern for their princess won out against any pretenses of dignity. Most had already removed their helmets, and the terror in their faces was plain to see when they glanced towards the physician's wing, towards Sokka, Ruishi, and Song. "You guys," Ruishi said, releasing Song as she pulled away from him. Fei Li's face fell upon meeting Ruishi's eyes. All his insecurities, all his weaknesses, seemed to overcome him as he faced a man who, despite not wielding it for years, had been the main authority he had obeyed, the man he had tried to model himself after, and failed. "Ruishi, and Song," Fei Li said, gritting his teeth to contain his surging, unsettling emotions. "Is she okay?" "Ruishi, They're stabilizing her," Ruishi said, nodding. Fei Li breathed out, covering his face in his hands as he reached his former captain, "But according to the head sage, she's not well yet." "Be because of the corruption?" asked Taro. He, as well, appeared breathless, a far riskier thing in his case, yet he didn't seem to pay the slightest attention to the shortage of air, far more concerned for the princess's fate than his own. That black thing that stuck to her, it came from the spear, didn't it? And it's done something to her chi, Ruishi said, lowering his gaze. "She should survive, but there's consequences anyway. It may take time for her to come back to her full strength, and the head sage didn't even sound hopeful that she truly will reclaim it." Fei Li shook his head repeatedly before falling to his knees, yet again. The rest didn't appear to fare any better, though it seemed some could process Ruishi's words a little faster than others. We should have done better," Haoran growled, clenching a fist. We failed her, damn it, the one time she needed us, and she took off on her own accord, didn't she?" Ruishi guessed. A few of the guards nodded, as usual. "Because she knew we couldn't, she knew we'd fail," Fei Li said, hands reaching into his hair. "We couldn't help her, we let that bastard hurt her, and then she still took to protecting us instead. We're a disgrace." "I'm a disgrace? What sort of guard would let this happen?" "Fei Li, it's not your fault." That'd be his voice, of all voices, breaking through Fei Li's self-deprecating tirade, guaranteed everyone would stop talking at once, to gaze at the princess's right-hand man, who had stepped towards them, appearing even more devastated by Azula's injury than everyone else was. His eyes, ever so vivacious, his mood, ever so cheerful, his stance, ever so firm and strong, all of it had been vacated, leaving just a broken man on the verge of losing all he loved and valued in life. And yet, he wasn't blaming them. He had every right to. They had been tasked with protecting her while he was gone. And even then, he'd had to fly in to help Azula while the guards raced across the Fire Nation base many kilometers to reach her, only to arrive too late to give her a hand in a fight that could have cost her life if Sokka hadn't intervened. "Sokka!" Tai Wei gasped, disbelief in his features. We had a duty," said Jiang Huo, clenching his fists. "We failed at it. It is our fault that the people who deserve to be blamed, to be despised for what happened to the princess, are already dead," Sokka said, swallowing hard. "They're the ones responsible. Them, and their damned spear. Azula, she wouldn't want you guys blaming yourselves for what happened." "But," Fei Li said, tears rising in his eyes. You really think it'd have been much different, whatever happened, if it'd been me, or Ruishi there?" Sokka asked, his throat closing in as he spoke. She's always been like that, you guys know it just as well as I do. She protects those who should be protecting her. Steps forward, and shields us all from the worst of it, just because that's who she is. She's a protector, and she overcomes every challenge set before her," Ruishi said, glancing at Sokka with earnest, reassuring strength. Sokka swallowed hard, and nodded. "Even challenges no one else has faced before. Things may look grim now, but if there's someone in this world who can fight death itself and stand victorious in the end, I'm sure it's her." Sokka gritted his teeth and nodded, reaching out to clasp Ruishi's forearm, a gesture of respect from his people, even if one Ruishi hadn't experienced so far. Yet he reciprocated it, clasping Sokka's arm, hoping whatever strength he had left would infuse the gladiator. He, of all people, needed that strength to stand by the princess, to support her through her difficult recovery, as he was sure to. Your weapons, and the princess's armor, came Shuren's voice, from amidst the group. Sokka froze, only realizing now he had left Space Sword on that beach, forsaking it as he picked up Azula's frail body, embracing her as he struggled to figure out what to do to save her. Shuren and Wuhan were carrying everything they had discarded in the beach. Wolfsbane and Space Sword had both fallen during combat, though Wolfsbane had still been sheathed. Yet Sokka's eyes could only gaze upon that once immaculate gold armor, now marred by blood, torn with a massive gash that had split it open on the left shoulder, just above the spot where Azula's heart had been. Sokka snarled, unable to look at the armor anymore. She had been so close to death, so close, and even now, after the head sage's explanations, Sokka's anguish was far from cleared away. She might not recover at all. And if she didn't, Roan, the son of a bitch, would have won, no matter if he was dead. Fuck him. Sokka mumbled, shaking his head as he wiped his eyes forcefully. He ended up brushing his face too violently, causing himself pain by friction, and doing very little to do away with the tears that surged in his eyes again. I'd kill him 1,000 times for this shit and it still wouldn't be enough. I should have fucking. The sound of a door, swinging open behind them, silenced him abruptly. Sokka whipped his head around in haste, his eyes finding the physician who had tended to him long ago, the same physician who had seen to Azula's sickness, back when the White Lotus had attacked. Brother. Fei Li said, and Sokka's eyes widened. He hadn't reasoned that those two could be related until now. Fei Li rose to his feet, gazing at Fei Ro with desperation. Is she all right? Is she? Fei Ro held his brother's gaze for a moment before sighing and nodding. Despite he was offering a positive answer, his demeanor was far from reassuring. She is stable now. Her chi is flowing once more, Fei Ro said. Sokka's tearful eyes gleamed with hope. Despite mere moments ago he had been overcome by hatred towards the man who had left the princess in such bad shape. She's unconscious still, but the procedure is finished. It may take a while for her to come to, but... You saved her anyway, you did. Sokka swallowed hard, stepping closer to Fei Ro. Can we stay with her? Or, are we supposed to wait outside? What do we? I don't advise all of you come in here. If anything, it'd be better if most of you didn't. Fei Ro sighed, shaking his head. She's in delicate shape even now. One visitor, perhaps, would be fine. Nobody even raised the question of who would do it, though Sokka hesitated to jump at the opportunity. He glanced at Song. She was a healer. Perhaps there was more she could do for Azula than he, inexperienced, clumsy and emotionally compromised, could do, but the young woman only shook her head and smiled encouragingly at him. Ruishi next, a far more appropriate choice, seeing as he was her closest guard, but he only patted Sokka's shoulder, urging him to step towards Fei Ro. With one glance at the group of guards, Sokka confirmed, by their nods, that they believed it should be him, too. He swallowed hard but wasted no more time. Fei Ro didn't appear even slightly surprised by the silent agreement of the whole group that Sokka was the best suited candidate to sit by the princess's side. He stepped out of the way, so Sokka could march to the room he had been barred from so far. You're all uninjured? Fei Ro asked. The guards nodded. Fine. The rest of the injured are outside, aren't they? Please send word for the others in bad shape to be brought in here next. We may be able to salvage a few more lives now that the princess is out of mortal danger. That they had prioritized Azula above everyone else probably would have sat ill with the princess herself, but as things stood, Sokka could only be grateful for it. Who knew what would have happened with one more second of letting that dreadful corruption consume her life force? By now, if she was safe from death's clutches, the worst outcome had been avoided. All they needed now was to ensure she would recover. It might take months, maybe whole years, but Sokka intended to stand by her side at every moment until she did. Never before had the meaning of his role in her life been more apparent. He fought her battles for her. Long ago, when their journey started, she had been far stronger than him, restrained by the limitations of her role, by her obligations as a member of high society. He had been weak, and she had made him strong, strong enough to be her equal in every sense that mattered. And now, when the cruelty and madness of a heartless man had taken a near-deadly toll on her, Sokka intended to defend and shield her from anything else that might come her way. She had spent so long doing that for everyone else, it was time for him to do the same for her now, no matter if she didn't want him to. There were many available stretchers within the first room in the physician's wing, most of them occupied by the high-ranking injured officers who were being tended to. The stretcher that stood out most to Sokka, though, was the one the trainee physicians were cleaning. It was where they had performed their surgical procedure on the princess. Sokka's fists tightened at the sight of linen clothes, drenched in blood, piled on a bucket, as well as one specific linen cloth where what appeared to be blood clots had been gathered. Yet Sokka knew they weren't clots, it was the corruption. The very damn thing that had drained Azula's chi. "This way," Pharaoh said, urging Sokka to follow him to another door inside the physician's wing. Sokka tore his eyes off the stretcher. Naturally, she had been moved someplace else, to a recovery room. It was the room furthest from the operation and treatment area, presumably a room reserved for royals, removed from the noise and hecticness that might still reach the first available recovery rooms within the physician's wing. Pharaoh opened the door quietly, and Sokka's heart raced. Despite each influx of blood seemed to hurt Sokka's soul as he knew he would see the woman he loved at her most fragile state. On a large bed, underneath soft, white sheets, lay a princess, now clad in the palace's usual sleeping robes of red and gold. It would have been a soothing image, if her face hadn't been so pale. If her hair wasn't splayed in such a disorderly, careless manner. If she had breathed at her usual, regular rhythm, rather than a slow, nearly imperceptible shift of her chest. Sokka gasped, rushing past Pharaoh to reach Azula's side at haste. His chest heaved as he gazed at her. Merely a few days ago he had admired the quiet innocence of her sleeping face. She bore that same innocence now, but there was pain in her features now, in the light twist of the corners of her lips and the edges of her eyebrows. Her left shoulder had been covered with bandages that crisscrossed underneath the fabric of the robe, and her arm was kept in a sling, resting atop her body. "You probably should clean up a little," suggested Pharaoh, startling Sokka, who had forgotten about his guide completely. "There's a basin there." "Thanks," Sokka nodded, glancing back at the medic. "I'll let you know if she wakes up." "I was about to ask that of you," Pharaoh sighed. "That's the entire reason I'm letting you be here, frankly. She probably should rest some more before having any visitors, but this will be for the best. I have more patients to take care of, even if she's top priority." "Yeah. I understand." "Don't worry," Sokka nodded. "I'll watch over her while you work with everyone else." Pharaoh nodded, wasting no more time in this exchange. The door closed behind Sokka, who released a slow breath before walking to a corner of the room and relieving himself of his armor and weapons. He'd take them home with him eventually, he guessed. He sighed, having forgotten to take his sword although Shuren and Wuhan had offered it to him. He had to see to it soon, though. The blade's sharpness might be hindered if he didn't clean it after coating it in Roan's blood. At times, it was hard to believe he had done it. He had killed again. He had done it without hesitation, and not out of fear for his life, but fear for someone else's. He didn't regret it, even if he wished it hadn't come to that, but Roan had made his choices. Choices that could cost Sokka the most precious woman he had ever known. He discarded his gloves carelessly, washing his hands at the basin, as Pharaoh had suggested, then his face too. Sweat, as well as a few blood splashes, came off with the water. Yet the darkest stains, the ones in his heart, wouldn't fade away. The stain of having failed to protect Azula. He approached her again, taking his seat by the bed, at Azula's left. Her shoulder's injury had looked bad even before the corruption, far worse than his own shoulder injury had been, when Toph had pierced through it with the Grand Royal Dome's spikes. He gritted his teeth at the memory. "This is messed up, for 1,000 reasons," Sokka whispered beside her, raising his clean, bare hand to stroke her face. Her unnaturally cold face. The contact between their skin only furthered his horror, and he could only want to hug her, to hold her, to offer her his own warmth so it more than made up for her own. Just as hers had, back when he had nearly drowned in the dragon's cave. "You hated watching over me when I was hurt. I did my best to grow stronger, so you wouldn't have to do that so often anymore. So your heart could be at ease, and you could send me off to battles without fearing I'd falter. And now, it's the other way around. I'm the one who has to watch over you because of what they did to you. Sobs shook him again and he continued shaking his head as he leaned on the bedding, tears dripping on the sheet. It was wrong. Everything was wrong. This wasn't the way their week was supposed to go, and yet. I'd do anything if I could take your pain, if I could give you my life, all the strength I gained, because what the hell is the point? Why be strong, if I couldn't protect you? He said, shaking his head. That's the whole reason I wanted to be a warrior, and I failed you. I did. It was hard to discern her shape through his misty eyes, and perhaps that was what allowed him to imagine Angela's teasing, but gentle smile, if only she had heard him right now. You really think something like this would be enough to defeat me? He whimpered as he heard her voice in his mind, as he felt her presence, soothing him even though she was the one convalescing. He clenched his teeth before shaking his head. Damn, I'm pathetic. Why you've been through this, and I just keep whining. I keep complaining when I should be encouraging you to get better. Because yes, you can. You will. It's you, and you're the strongest woman in the history of this damn world. Hell, the strongest being alive, altogether, Sokka said, offering her a broken smile. You don't have to comfort me. You don't have to recover for me. I'm the one who's here for you. I'll be with you, every second, every step of the way. So, take your time. Take all the time you need, my love. I'll be here when you wake up, and I'll stay with you for every moment afterwards, too. He reached for her right hand, that rested over her body, and raised it to his lips. He pressed a trembling kiss to her knuckles, tears streaming down his face once more. He couldn't help in many ways that mattered, but perhaps offering her a little warmth, a little comfort, would do her good. His scar brushed against hers, both were openly exposed today, undisguised under bandages or gloves, just as they had been on the day they had obtained them. It was the physical mark of their connection, of the tight bond between their souls. A dark shadow had risen and attempted to deliver unspeakable damage to the Fire Nation on that day. It hadn't been an easy battle, and the cost of victory appeared too steep right now, but even if she didn't know it, unconscious as she remained, Angela had succeeded at protecting her people from the worst threat they had faced in over 100 years of war. Sokka looked forward to sharing the news once she woke, once she was strong enough to ask about what had happened after she had fallen unconscious. But for now, it was enough for him to hold her hand and gift her with his warmth. To listen to her slow, light breaths, focusing on them over the noise of the physicians working hastily outside the room, to watch as her lips parted in her slumber, waiting, for as long as he needed to, until she awakened anew. Chapter 228, Fire Lord for a Week 9. A hand. A hand held hers. A familiar hand, though she couldn't place who it belonged to right away. It was difficult to breathe, more so with an oppressive weight hanging all over her body, akin to an anchor, dragging her underwater. Was that why she couldn't breathe? No, that didn't sound right. And yet she couldn't really remember why she felt as she did. Why was her body so vacant, and at the same time, so overwhelming? Why did it feel like a cloud had been stuffed into her brain? That was the weight, wasn't it? Pain, a very strange, dull, invariable pain. As though something was off, something was missing. What on earth was missing? She couldn't tell. Can you hear me? Hey. Ah. The voice was as familiar as the hand. Even now, she couldn't place it. Angela, love, are you awake? Can you open your eyes, or... Eyes. She did have eyes, that made sense. How to open them, though? She didn't remember that, either. Hell, okay, I'll be back in a sec, I'll get Pharaoh. I'll be right back. Oh, that was too bad. The hand was gone. Even if she couldn't tell who it belonged to, she wanted to hold it for a little longer. She couldn't really discern the footsteps, whether on their way out or returning to the room. Yet she did hear two voices debating something, far faster than she expected. Maybe it concerned her, but she couldn't understand what they meant. She didn't pay enough attention. For now, she merely waited for that man to hold her hand again. But while his voice had returned to the room, it wasn't him who touched her next, and her eyebrows twitched with discomfort because of it. The first man yelped at the sign of consciousness, but she couldn't know that was what he was so excited about. And then there was something solid, hard, against her lips. Ah! She had lips, too. Liquid entered her parted, chapped lips, it crossed her dry mouth, and the sudden presence of the water made her aware of how much she needed it. The cup was tilted towards her carefully, and the water was a painful relief. Every droplet that touched her tongue, as well as the roof and walls of her mouth, seemed to bring those elements of her body back to life, and while the water was no doubt a good thing, each nerve ending of her body it reawakened would be shot with slow, spreading pain. She swallowed. That hurt, too. She could feel the water flowing down her system, even down to pooling in her stomach. It was cold. She wasn't sure she wanted it to be so cold, but she couldn't do anything about. Wait. She could. She was a firebender. Fire, though. Where was it? Why couldn't she feel it? She kept swallowing the water, hoping it might bring back her fire, just as it had brought back her mouth, her body, but nothing. Nothing. What was the meaning of this? What was going on? The small cup was removed from her lips, and if she'd had it in her to call for more water, she would have. She still couldn't remember how. "Can you keep doing this in my stead?" said a new voice. She understood its words better now. "I have some critical patients, and she still seems stable, so." "Don't worry," the first voice replied again. "Ah, that was good. Just hearing him was enough to soothe her nerves. Somewhat, I'll take care of it. If anything happens, I'll let you know." "Thanks. In all likelihood, she'll just fall asleep again in a short while, so don't get too frustrated if that happens." "Yeah. I won't be." Moments later, the cup was pressed to her lips anew. Water, more water. Maybe it was a bad idea to drink so much of it. Come to think of it, maybe it would snuff out her fire if she drank too much. But would it? She couldn't feel any fire in the first place. There wasn't anything to feel. Maybe that was the source of the pain, the heaviness that weighed on her whole, hazy body. "I know this isn't fun." That same, comforting voice said, "But Pharaoh thinks you need as much water as possible, love. You lost a lot of blood, so this should help you start replenishing it. Hopefully." Lost a lot of blood? Well, if so, that explained why her body barely felt real. It didn't explain why everything was so confusing, why she couldn't remember much of anything yet, though that voice was still heartwarming, kind. She wanted to hear it talk some more. "You've been asleep for about 10 hours now, if you were wondering. It's already dusk. And yeah, I'm not supposed to be in the palace at night, but apparently everyone will make an exception for me today. It's damn lucky for me that they will." A palace, that rang a bell too. Was she in a palace, then? She was sure she hadn't been in it, before losing consciousness. But where had she been, instead? His words elicited so many questions, not nearly enough answers. But he continued to pour water delicately into her mouth, and her whole body appeared to respond well to that, if only by causing her further pain. It helped her feel her body all over again, though, and that was what should matter. That, first of all. "If you can stomach all this water, they'll send you some broth next." The voice continued to explain. "Water's all nice and good, but you need food, and Pharaoh says your digestive system shouldn't be in trouble. The damage was to your shoulder, after all." Her shoulder? What on earth had? A violent clashing sound, right by her ear. The whole world tumbling, her senses weakening, her dragon screaming for her, Imperial guards shouting after her and chasing away the culprit with the Dedeo sword, who had attacked her from behind without remorse, surely aiming for her head, but she had unknowingly moved out of the way at the very last moment and avoided that fatal blow. "Angela? Hey. What's wrong? Angela. Angela." That was her. That was her name. "Can you hear me? Breathe slowly, all right? You're safe, love, I promise. All the danger's gone now, no one will hurt you here." She hadn't noticed she was breathing more agitatedly now. Yet those words soothed her, if just slightly, and now that she had breathed deeper than before, her lungs seemed to work better. Though everything still hurt, of course. The water was gone now. She had scared her caretaker with her latest reaction. "Oh, She wanted to apologize, but how? A hand stroked her hair gently. It was far more soothing than anything she could have imagined, more so when the other hand found her right one, resting over her body on the bedding as it had been. Strong, calloused hands, the fingers intertwined with hers, while the hand on her head slid through her tresses kindly. That was nice, very nice. Feeling a little better now? He asked. She wanted to nod, but she couldn't convince her body to react. Oh, this was pointless and painful. Why couldn't she move in the least? Surely there was something she could do. Anything. It was her right hand that reacted. She squeezed her companion's own gently, and he gasped at her response. She wondered if he had been crying earlier, as per the choked sound of his voice. With that gasp, she wondered if he would cry now, too. I'm here, Angela. I'm here for you, he whispered, his voice frail. You don't have to worry about a thing. I'll stay with you until you're all better. I've always promised I would, right? So, don't fret. No one's going to hurt you again. She believed him. As long as that kind man, with that gentle voice, sat by her side, she had nothing to fear. Her fire might have gone away, and difficult memories flashed in her stuffy head, and her body might not want to respond to her impulses, but he was here. He would protect her. He would guard her from all that sought to harm her. Those thoughts seemed to unlock the truths that had eluded her so far. Truths she had wanted to understand, and finally, she did. He was her husband. He was her lover. He was the most important person in her life. He was her gladiator. Sokka. He nearly jumped when she breathlessly spoke his name. Where she appeared calm right after fidgeting for a moment, upon the mention of her shoulder, now it was Sokka who appeared to be on the verge of a nervous collapse. His chest heaved, tears surged in his eyes anew, and the hand that had touched her hair slid down to cup her cheek. Why yes, it's me, he said, choked again, struggling to control his tears. I'm here, Angela. You're Sokka. His mind could have been playing tricks on him, but it wasn't his imagination when the corners of her lips twitched a little, just a little, a smile. A broken, subtle smile that faded from her face in moments. Her breathing became even, a quick check of her pulse revealed it was easing down to its previous, slower pace. He had been holding her hand when she had woken. He had felt her wrist for her pulse once she had breathed a little more heavily than before. As long as her heart continued to beat, he wouldn't lose his mind to concern. Pharaoh had said she might fall asleep again on occasion, that he shouldn't think much of it as long as he saw no signs of danger, and as much as she had a sudden reaction earlier as he spoke to her, she appeared perfectly calm once more. Sokka released a breath, knowing he had to keep himself together. Angela would be fine, of course she would be fine. She managed to call his name, or well, mumble it, with a thread of a voice. It was heartbreaking, and yet it was progress. The next time she woke he'd ensure to give her more water, and he'd check with Pharaoh if it was advisable to get her proper medicine soon. Her shoulders' bandages might need to be changed as well, and he was sure he wouldn't be allowed to do it himself, but he'd stick around for every stage of her recovery he could be part of, without a doubt. Angela required it. It was deep into the night by the time she woke again. Once more, he held her hand when she came to, though this time a soft groan broke through her lips as Sokka snapped himself fully awake at her stirring. Hey there, Sokka smiled sadly, despite Angela couldn't see him yet. Time for more water, K. The improvement wasn't sizable, but it was an improvement all the same. Angela accepted the water without complaint, receiving as much of it as he dared offer her. He spoke reassuring words all the while, hoping she wouldn't know how anguished he was about her state. She always had told him that projecting strength and confidence could win battles without fighting them at all. This was no battle, not anymore, but if he showed her strength and confidence, she might be further encouraged to keep recovering. Okay, that's all the water we've got for now. I'm glad you were awake long enough to drink it, Sokka said, sighing as he stroked her cheek, setting the small cup aside with his other hand. I'll go ask Pharaoh what I should do next. All right? Maybe there's something more we can give you, but if you want to fall asleep again go ahead. It's been a long day for you, love, so. She groaned again, and then she stirred. It was a very light movement, perhaps a shudder, but it implied Angela was reclaiming control of her body, if only progressively. Sokka's breath hitched, and he reached for her hand again to give it a light squeeze. "I'll be right back, okay?" The situation outside Angela's room hadn't been good when he had fetched Pharaoh earlier, and it probably wasn't much better yet either. Sokka glanced about for the physician, failing to find him at first, but soon he spotted him at the other end of the group of stretchers, sewing one of the wounds of the soldiers, victims of the stingray's impaling attacks. Sokka gritted his teeth, knowing they needed help direly, knowing, too, that they'd likely want Angela prioritized as well. He breathed slowly as he reached Pharaoh, clearing his throat once he did. "Is she awake again?" Pharaoh asked, without bothering to glance back at Sokka as he delivered the final stitch. The man underneath him was unconscious, likely sedated to ensure he wouldn't reject the treatment over pain. "Yeah. I gave her all the water in the pitcher, like you told me to." Sokka said. "Should I find more, or?" "Not yet. It's time for medicine now," Pharaoh said, turning to one of his assistants. "Finish this up for me, will you?" "Yes, sir." Pharaoh didn't waste time. He appeared tireless, though somewhat removed from his own actions too. Perhaps it was how most healers had to behave, especially in the face of such challenges. The soldiers with the worst injuries had been brought for treatment with the top-ranked physicians, even if it meant they'd likely spend a full, sleepless night or more than that ensuring to protect as many lives as they could. "How has it gone so far?" Sokka asked Pharaoh, as they returned to Angela's room with the necessary medicine Pharaoh had collected for her, as well as a new set of bandages. "Have you managed to save them all?" "No," Pharaoh answered, curtly. "We've already lost 3. About 7 are out of danger." "I see," Sokka whispered, as Pharaoh pushed the door open. The princess, languishing on her bed, didn't react to the sound or their presence. Pharaoh asked for Sokka's assistance. To his surprise, he was to help keep Angela's body in an upright position so she wouldn't choke on the medicine Pharaoh had brought for her. It was a thicker liquid, of a green color, and the smell was unpleasant, but as unappealing as it might be for the princess in any other circumstances. Right now she couldn't seem to care for taste or odors. She swallowed everything, little by little, and Pharaoh appeared perfectly satisfied with the results of the initial round of medication post-surgery. "I figured she might not respond well to a few things, but it seems I was mistaken." "Good," Pharaoh said. "I'll need help with the bandages now. Hold her body up carefully, will you?" Pharaoh hardly seemed to care for propriety. He didn't even warn Sokka not to touch Angela anywhere he shouldn't, and he lowered the princess's current robe so it would slide off her left shoulder. Letting anyone else see the bare body of the woman he loved wasn't quite something Sokka had expected he'd do, but Angela's breast bindings kept anything too intimate perfectly concealed regardless. The bandages around her injury were above them, covering a cotton cloth that had been imbued with a substance whose main purpose was to prevent infections. Once those bandages and the cloth were removed, though, Sokka gasped, inevitably, where there had been 1 cut in her skin before, now there were 3. The 2 new gashes formed a U pattern that didn't touch the first wound but surrounded it, instead. "We had to do that, to isolate the corruption," Pharaoh explained, unsurprised by Sokka's reaction. "Strange as it looks, it was the only way to stop the worst of it from leaking out of her shoulder and to other parts of her body. It was close to her heart too. Had she been in contact with that corruption any longer, she might not have made it at all." I understand," Sokka whispered. It was merely a shock, one Pharaoh couldn't understand, to see the flawless skin he had kissed countless times, covered in stitches over red lines of cut skin, as well as the darker red hue of the original wound. He gritted his teeth, knowing she'd have scars from both the treatment and Roan's cut. Maybe the damage could have been worse, but Pharaoh was right, it had been close. Too close. The marks would be a harsh reminder of how she had brushed terribly closely with death, just as Sokka's own scars often had done the same for Angela. "This treatment will keep her safe from infections, and it will promote quick scarring," Pharaoh explained, placing a new cloth over the wounds. Sokka nodded. "The stitches are already doing their job, but it doesn't hurt to give her another helping hand anyhow. As for the pain, the medicine I gave her earlier ought to help with that. Food, water, and rest will keep her chi flowing smoothly, but until I get a chance to research, I don't think I'll know anything about how to restore the amounts of chi she lost. If the head sage hasn't found any solutions yet, it'll be a while before we figure that one out." "Yeah. I guess so. Sokka nodded, delicately hoisting Angela so Pharaoh could finish fastening the bandages over her shoulder and under her armpit, to keep the injury perfectly protected. All right, then. I'll send someone to find her something with more substance to recover with, Pharaoh sighed, standing up, feed it to her gradually. Don't be hasty. I won't be. Sokka nodded, determined. Pharaoh only glanced one more time at the princess before turning to leave the room. Sokka swallowed hard, the image of Angela's new scars too vivid to forget easily. Just how badly would they hurt in the next months? In the next years, if anything, curses, why had he let such a thing happen to her? He'd spend the rest of his life self-flagellating for it, he knew so. Well, then, food's coming up next. Sokka breathed deeply, turning his gaze towards Angela. Or, well, it will be the next time you're awake, huh? I guess those medicines knocked you out cold again. Still. Am not, sleep. Sokka's eyes widened. He had still been sitting behind her, holding her up carefully, so as surprised as he was, he didn't jump. The broken voice scarcely sounded like hers, yet it had to be. It had to be. Angela, hey. Hey, I thought you were. Oh, I'm sorry, he said, again with a tearful smile. How are you? Ugh, well, I shouldn't even ask that, should I? Maybe I shouldn't ask anything at all. That you've talked is already plenty, so. Sokka breathed deeply, stroking her hair with his fingertips carefully. Angela had yet to open her eyes, but that was fine. Once she regained enough strength, it was bound to happen. Do you want me to set you back down? He asked, quietly, or are you okay like this? Angela couldn't finish a full sentence, but she still understood him. If she understood, if she recognized him, it meant her mind was still working relatively well. It would take time, but she should recover her full faculties soon. Good, Sokka said, smiling as he placed a hand on her right shoulder. Then I'll stay here. I'm not supposed to do this, I know, but, seeing as I'm the only one allowed to be here with you for now, I'd like to do whatever I can to make you more comfortable. Because, yeah, a lot of people came to see you. They're all hoping to visit soon. Song, Ruishi, your guards, Tylee, Haru, and Mai, they were out there. Though, well, it's late so maybe they've had to go home by now, but still, lots of people really care that much about you. They'll be happy when you can finally see them and tell them not to worry, like you always do. You can even joke around. I bet you'll come up with a few fun things to tease everyone with, you witty, wonderful princess. Sokka's thumb had grazed her skin gently over her robe. Now, though, it reached down for her right hand, once again measuring her pulse, slow, but constant. Her breathing appeared to be perfectly rhythmic, too. She had fallen asleep after all, once again. He smiled despite himself, lingering on the edge of the bed, with her body propped up against his. Her road to recovery was barely beginning, he knew that, but he hoped, deeply, that by morning she would be far livelier, able to open her eyes anew. If she had made progress and responded well to all of Pharaoh's treatments, it was only a matter of time before she was back to her usual self, he hoped. She would likely poke fun at him. Oh, how he hoped she would. Then he could overreact, pretend he was affronted by her words, and she would laugh. Maybe laughter would help promote chi regeneration. If it didn't, at least it would lighten Angela's load, some would. He truly wasn't sure how to help the princess, what to do for the love of his life. He held her gently now, stroking her disorderly hair, taming it gently, while watching her sleep. Maybe Pharaoh would come up with a solution, maybe the head sage would. And if neither could, Sokka would do his best to find an answer of his own. Maybe the Northern Water Tribe healers could transport one person's chi to the other. Weren't their powers supposed to be extraordinary? Though they'd likely never agree to help Angela, but perhaps it'd be a way to stop the war, convince Oze to leave the Water Tribe alone in exchange for his daughter's health. Would he agree to that? Oze. Sokka had refrained from thinking about the man so far, but it was inevitable that he'd come to mind eventually. What would he do? How would he react upon discovering his daughter had been in mortal peril? Would he think she had done right by her nation? Or would he consider her an irresponsible fool, unworthy of her temporary duties, for throwing herself into the action, and getting badly injured in the process? If it was the latter, Sokka would have to beg Angela for forgiveness eventually, for he would punch her father in the face hard enough for his head to do a full circle. Would anyone truly understand how much she had sacrificed to keep her people safe? How hard she had fought, how close she had been to death, albeit to ensure her nation wouldn't succumb to the cruel plans of a man who had lost his soul as a child, as far as Sokka could tell. Would they appreciate it, once they learned of it? Whether they did or didn't, Sokka gritted his teeth as he held Angela, knowing himself to be a selfish bastard for thinking the Fire Nation didn't deserve her. Neither would any nation, frankly, if they had a royal as devoted to her people as Angela was. It didn't matter if there was a good payoff for this, if everyone thought she was the greatest leader, even if Ozai stepped down and abdicated so she could rule in his stead, for her life mattered more than her skills and talents. And that she'd be so ready to give it up was simply. His thoughts stopped bluntly at that point, his arms still gently cradling Angela's body. She was ready to give up her very life for those she loved. To do anything for them, even if it was a thankless job. And all he ever wanted was to beg her not to be so ready to discard her life for those reasons. Oh, the ironies. It was exactly what she had been scolding him for, throughout all the years of their relationship. He sighed, knowing he was being irrational. Knowing he was no better than she had been, whenever the situation was reversed. Knowing his pain couldn't be more valuable than the lives of thousands of people. Angela knew as much. Just as Sokka had begged her to live on even if he died, she now seemed to force him to face the same conundrum. If she fought to protect her nation, if she died while keeping them safe, he couldn't be ready to discard his life right afterwards either. Especially when, in all likelihood, she had done everything for his sake too. He couldn't let her efforts, her sacrifices, go to waste, and yet that she'd ever have to make them was utterly devastating. Their world was far crueler than he ever had known it could be. That saving Angela's life had proven to be so challenging for the physicians, that she would lay immobile on that bed now, that it was even possible she might not recover fully. Sokka clenched his jaw, wanting to hug her tighter, but knowing he shouldn't, for her health's sake. Had she felt this way too, when he had languished in bed after Zhang Zhang had nearly killed him? This despair, this unbearable desolation, this increasing conviction that life was not worthwhile if she wasn't part of it? He couldn't sleep, and he wouldn't, no matter if his body was exhausted after already spending one whole night awake, watching over their plans, as he had the previous day. No matter if he had spent most his energies, and that he couldn't even remember the last time he had eaten. All that truly mattered was that he could sit here, stroking his princess's long, flowing hair, ignoring his battered, weak heart's increasing ache as he whispered reassuring words to his slumbering wife, encouraging her to take her time and replenish her strength, little by little. The palace was calmer by the next morning, at least, on the inside. The injured had either been taken to the Royal Physicians' Institute outside the palace, or into the palace's physicians' wing, namely if they were highly ranked officers who required specialized attention. Yet the gates had been barred for the commoners, and even at early hours a few of them had gathered in place, asking for explanations pertaining what had happened the previous day, and whether or not they were safe now. The guards standing by the wall attempted to convince them of their safety, but it seemed they weren't too reassuring. So far, the only thing that worked was ordering, outright, for the commoners to vacate the area, and once most of them were chased away, Tai Li and Haru managed to reach the gates and earned a golden chance to enter the palace, after revealing they had been allowed inside the previous day, as they hoped to visit the convalescing princess. "You think they'll actually let us see her this time?" Tai Li asked, as the three of them walked the palace halls side by side. "Beats me, Mai admitted. Might be they won't until she's better. But who knows? At least Sokka should be there still," Haru whispered, walking hand in hand with Tai Li. "I doubt they could have convinced him to leave the palace, right?" "Yeah, they'd probably need an earthbender to toss him out," Tai Li reasoned. "Even that might fail, at this point," Haru commented. "He's gotten far stronger against earthbenders than he had any right to." "Probably my fault, in part, but still. You should take pride in it, if anything. You're extraordinary, and you helped him grow stronger too." Tai Li grinned, pressing against Haru's arm. He laughed softly and shrugged, ever humble. Their conversation had turned leisurely and casual, but not for a lack of concern over their friend. If anything, it was a coping mechanism, an attempt to distract themselves from worrying sick about whether or not they'd arrive to worse news about Angela today. Upon taking the turn at the physician's wing, they found they weren't the only ones hoping for a glimpse of the princess, no matter how fruitless the same attempt had been on the previous day. "You're back," Ruishi said, nodding in their direction. Song waved almost shyly, only for Ty Lee to lunge for a hug that the healer reciprocated. "I wasn't sure you'd be free to enter. One of the soldiers was the one who opened the gates for us when we left last night," Haru explained, with a weak grin. "Do you have any news yet?" "Pharaoh said she's woken a few times," Ruishi said, and Ty Lee's breath hitched, still holding on to Song as she was. "It doesn't seem she's stayed conscious very long whenever she wakes up, but it's something." "And Sokka's still with her?" Mai asked. Ruishi nodded. "We're actually starting to worry about both of them by now," Song said. Grimacing, Pharaoh said, when he had a chance to talk to us, "that Sokka looks like he hasn't slept at all so far. I mean, neither have the physicians, but he could take a nap. He hasn't slept for 2 nights in a row." "At best," Ruishi said, an eyebrow twitching. "At best," Mai repeated, amused. Ruishi sighed. "I refuse to elaborate on whatever has been happening while the princess served as interim Fire Lord," he said, though his words were revealing enough as it was. Despite the seriousness of the situation, both Mai and Ty Lee smiled. "Those two are incorrigible," Ty Lee said, though her smile soured quickly. "I guess he expected this whole week would be a breeze, huh?" "In all fairness, it should have been." Ruishi mumbled that this mess happened just when the Fire Lord wasn't home. "It must have been a coincidence. As far as I know, that group had no ties with anyone in the Fire Nation. No one could have told them the Fire Lord wasn't here at the moment, and in all likelihood they hoped to kill him just as well." Haru sighed, shaking his head. The Fire Nation was, by far, the safest place in their world, but even then, it wasn't exempt from the consequences of the war. Maybe he would have taken no issue if the topmost leadership of the Fire Nation suffered those consequences without harming anyone else, yet it wasn't Fire Lord Oze suffering through this ordeal. It was Angela, the only royal who had made decisions that might genuinely benefit people like Haru and his parents. It was a cruel, harsh irony he was sure he could do without. "Wait, you spent the night in the guards' barracks?" Song. Ty Lee was gasping when Haru focused on the conversation again. The Earth Kingdom woman was blushing profusely under Ty Lee's judgment. It's not like that. I mean, walking all the way back to the house, at that late hour. It was safer to stay here, and it's not like there's anything wrong with that anyways." "I'm not saying there is, it's just not what I expected from you." Ty Lee smirked, and Song groaned, burying her face in her hands. Ruishi chuckled softly, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. "I guess you'd have new privileges now, of course, as Ruishi's fiancé. You should tell us how that came about, though, we had no idea. And with how grim things were yesterday, I didn't really think it was time to ask." "You think it's any less grim now?" Song asked, in a deadpan tone. "Well, we have to try to be more cheerful, for Angela's sake. So just share and don't be so shy." "Goodness, help me, Ruishi." Ruishi had been willing to conceal Song in his arms, despite knowing that wouldn't help matters much, but by the time Song had buried her face in his chest, the creaking of the door behind them took the whole group by surprise. Ruishi and Song turned quickly, finding, once more, an exhausted Pharaoh on the other side, with dark bags under his eyes and a rather exasperated expression on his face. "That's a whole lot of you again. At least my brother's not here too this time," he sighed. "Can you people give me a hand?" With what?" Song asked, relinquishing her hold on Ruishi. "I could serve as an assistant in surgery, if that's what you—" No, all that's taken care of. It's the Gladiator." "What about him?" Ruishi said, almost hesitating to ask the question out of fear of the answer. Pharaoh, however, sighed. "It's bad enough he won't sleep, now he won't eat either." "Think you can talk sense into him?" asked the physician. The whole group froze on the spot. "Sokka, not eating?" Ty Lee asked, perplexed. "Is Angela getting any worse?" "No, she's not. He's just a pain." Pharaoh groaned. "Won't leave her side no matter what I tell him. I thought if any of you, or all of you, take his place for at least 10 minutes. He'll clean up or eat or something. Apparently he's not too bright when it comes to common sense. You can't expect to look after a convalescing patient if you're exhausted and famished, can you? Well, no one ever said he had that much common sense in the first place. Ruishi shrugged. Can we all go in at once, or? I guess, as long as you're not too noisy or rowdy. She's probably not going to react much either way, but I'd rather you don't give the princess any cause for concern or alterations. Pharaoh huffed. Come on, then, come on. Convalescing soldiers were still being tended to in the physician's wing, though it appeared their wounds weren't quite so severe anymore. Ruishi glanced at them unabashedly, wondering if the second squad's captain would be amongst them. Perhaps he had been taken to a recovery room, or perhaps he hadn't survived that long. Ruishi breathed deeply but followed Pharaoh, choosing not to ask that difficult question yet. It would be better to focus on the princess for now. The physician opened the door nonchalantly. The scene within was exactly what the group would have expected to find, but the sight of Angela lying inert on a bed, her hair splayed behind her, her left shoulder covered in bandages, noticeable by the bulge under her robe, was still shocking and difficult to process. Even Song and Ruishi, who had seen the princess at her worst when she'd had her cold, were taken aback by the pale complexion of the royal before them. Sokka sat by her bedside, and even though they had entered the room, he seemed to ignore them. His hand held Angela's right wrist. For a moment, Ruishi wondered if he had fallen asleep. Stepping closer, however, revealed he simply was too focused on Angela to pay attention to anything but her. Oh, dear. Ty Lee gasped, covering her mouth with a hand at the sight of her friend. Haru's arm wrapped around her waist, offering her support when she needed it most. The princess's state was worrisome, but so was her companion's. Song swallowed hard as she approached the bed, though not to check on Angela just yet. Sokka! Song called him. Her voice startled him, as did her hand on his shoulder. Good morning. Hey. Wow, it's all of you guys, Sokka said, blinking repeatedly as he tried to take in the visitors. Pharaoh told us you haven't slept, Song said, raising an eyebrow judgmentally. Sokka huffed and shrugged. No point doing that. That's not what I'm here for, so. He whispered, turning his head towards the slumbering princess anew. You're here to look after her, Song agreed, but you can't do that if you're not in good shape too, Sokka. I'll sleep later. Sokka mumbled, half-heartedly. Song's eyebrow twitched. This gentle-mannered approach wasn't about to work, was it? You stink. The words were blunt and sudden, startling Sokka, who finally dared tear his eyes off Angela to shoot a confused, outraged glare at Mai. The tall woman stood by the other side of Angela's bed, eyeing both the princess and her secret lover with keen eyes. The hell? Sokka replied. His moodiness wasn't surprising, both considering the situation and his lack of proper rest and nourishment. You really don't want those to be her first words when she's awakened back to her senses, do you? Mai asked. Sokka froze where he sat. You shouldn't, at least. She's already had it hard enough to add bad body odor to the mix. Bad body odor? Sokka repeated, blinking blankly. There's even blood stains on your clothes. That's going to smell like nightmares if you keep wearing it any longer. Mai said. You need to clean up. It's not negotiable. Her intent was obvious to anyone but Sokka, at least at first. Just as Song had concluded he wasn't likely to respond well to reasonable requests to take care of himself, Mai had figured she had to address the problem from a point of view that might genuinely convince Sokka to take care of himself too, if just for now. Sokka scowled for a moment before turning his gaze on Angela again. Well, the truth was he shouldn't give Angela cause for concern. Whether over his body odor, or his lack of nourishment or rest, she had more than enough to worry about with recovering successfully. He didn't want nor need to burden her any further, even if he wasn't sure she'd even take notice of any of those details about his well-being and appearance anytime soon. Yet it was true he hadn't cleaned up thoroughly since his last visit to the spa. Curses, how had that merely happened 2 mornings ago? It was surreal, everything had been. Please, Sokka. Song said, watching as something akin to resignation crossed her friend's face. Sokka sighed, closing his eyes. Fine. Fine. I'll be quick about it, though, and you'll keep track of her pulse the whole time while I'm gone, Okay, Song. Sure. Song blinked blankly, as Sokka took her hand and placed it on Angela's right wrist. It's how I've known if she's awake so far, Sokka mumbled, his eyes downcast. She's managed to talk a little, even recognized me, called my name back when she first woke up. But beyond that, she's mostly just slept like this. Alright, it's better if she rests anyhow. Her Kai's unstable and needs to even out, Song explained, as Sokka rose to his feet, vacating the seat temporarily for Song to use it instead. Rest is the best way to achieve that. Sokka sighed but nodded, still unwilling to tear his eyes off the princess. Heaviness clung to him, an unusual one, contrasted with his usual, lively, careless self. The shock of what had happened the previous day would take a long time to overcome, perhaps he never would be completely over it. No one doubted that, if Angela were to wake up now and tease him with her mischievous smirk, his entire world would brighten anew, yet it wasn't likely to happen, and everyone knew as much. Come. I'll get you something to eat, and find a place close by where you can clean up, Ruishi offered, patting Sokka's back and steering him out of the room. Even then, Sokka glanced one more time at Angela, anxiously hoping she might awaken again, offering further signs of recovery next time. He wasn't talkative at all, and he was withdrawn as Ruishi guided him all the way to the nearest bathroom. A set of palace servant robes was all Ruishi could procure for Sokka, who cleansed his body quickly and then clad himself in the outfit without caring about what he wore, even if he was clean now, and his clothes were no longer stained whether with the princess's blood or the kinslayer's. His face appeared just as vacant, just as hopeless. She'll be fine, Ruishi said, after stopping by the kitchen to collect a box with food that, despite how empty his stomach was, Sokka could only feel queasy about. Nothing will have happened while you were gone, you know. I told her I'd be there when she woke up. I meant to be, every time, Sokka said, lowering his gaze before tightening his fist. Let's hurry. That's why you didn't want to go? Ruishi asked. Sokka sighed and nodded. Well, the main reason, anyways, he said. I know, she'll be upset if she sees me like this, but damn, Ruishi, I can't. I'm not going to ask you to swallow your feelings, Ruishi said, patting Sokka's shoulder. I've already asked that of you in the past, and it never helped, did it? Still, it's our princess, Sokka. She's stronger than any of us, always has been. Yeah. I know, Sokka said, nodding weakly. That was just one more reason to be scared, terrified to the bone. She was at her weakest now, without a single doubt. With her chi levels taking such a violent drop, she needed more support than ever before. Leaving her alone, even for a second, was a terrifying notion for Sokka. At least she wasn't alone now, though, and they were merely another corner away by now. Then, past the door, to the next hallway towards her room. They found one more occupant inside along with the ones they'd left there earlier. Ah, I thought it was odd that you weren't around, the head sage said to Sokka, smiling weakly. The gladiator swallowed hard and nodded, entering the room as Ruishi closed the door behind them both. She's still asleep, Song confirmed, though she released Angela's wrist after confirming the princess's state to Sokka. Good, Sokka said, breathing out slowly before shooting an accusatory glare at Mai. Happy now? Mai said, eyeing his unfashionable outfit judgmentally. Sokka rolled his eyes, ignoring the light smirk on Angela's friend's face as he focused on the head sage again. Will you check her chi now? He asked. The head sage nodded. I'll have to ask for space to work, though. This isn't that dangerous an art, but I do need to focus, he said. Sokka swallowed hard but complied, his eyes settling on Angela's face once again. She was still pale, still softly asleep. No sign of discomfort, no sign of awareness. How he hoped this cheer-eating would yield astonishing, grand news that she was recovering far more on the inside than they realized. That she would recover all her missing chi in no time, but he knew better than to hold on to those hopes too tightly. He had to brace himself for the worst, even if he did so while hoping for the best. The head sage breathed deeply as he spread his fingers, raising his hands towards the princess's body. Fire sparked in his hands before long, and he guided them carefully over Angela's shape methodically. That she'd be covered by sheets and a blanket was irrelevant to the skill, it seemed. The chi seemed to answer the man's technique, regardless of how many layers of fabrics stood between the fire and the energy it was seeking. Everyone held their silence as he worked, most of them too perplexed and confused to understand what the sage was doing. Song lurked nearby, behind the sage, watching him with amazement. She could sometimes see a pattern, even if a light one, whenever the brightness of the fire corresponded with something aglow on the princess's face. Tai Li, as well, was familiar with the chi paths, and from the other side of the bed she frowned upon understanding what the head sage's technique entailed. My. The head sage said, and Sokka tensed up next to him. I hope that's a good my, he said, prompting the head sage to smile and nod really. Well, she hasn't recovered chi, I'm afraid. But by now, the remaining chi is flowing far more regularly than it did when I checked her yesterday, the head sage explained. There are still some irregularities here and there, of course, but it seems to be falling into place, into a proper rhythm. Soon her entire system will be perfectly linked anew. Of course, it won't be easy for her to move around much, but she may be able to spend longer periods of time awake. Pharaoh mentioned she has already woken up a few times. Yes. Yes, Sokka confirmed, breathing out in relief at the head sage's words. Hasn't for a few hours now, but if you think her kai's flowing better then that's good. She'll be better. If just a bit. Indeed, said the head sage, extinguishing his flames and turning to Sokka again. The damage was severe, but her will to live seems far stronger than the ill intent that caused this to her. This much progress within less than 24 hours is surprisingly fast, considering the severity of her state. Well, good, Sokka said, managing a small smile. That's her, all right. Even her chi paths are crazy efficient. Yours might be, too, but if you don't get any rest, her chi paths will be working far better than yours, at this rate, the sage warned Sokka. Sokka smiled guiltily but nodded. I'll try, he said, as the old man patted his shoulder. I'll hopefully return by the afternoon again, he said. The city's settled down somewhat by now, but I'll make sure nothing's out of place either way. Thanks for holding up the fort for her, Sokka said, as the head sage started on his way to the door. She'll appreciate it lots, once she hears about it. Well, I'm sure you know she's better off not being told about what's been happening while she's convalescing, right? Said the head sage, with another smile. Give her time to recover and catch her up with what's happened later, all right? Sure. Thanks again, Sokka said, nodding as the head sage stepped out of the room, seeking Pharaoh to inform him of the new developments in Azula's energy reading. You can eat now, see? Song smiled at Sokka, who sighed as he stepped closer to Azula. Nonetheless, Sokka. I know. I'll get to it in a sec, he said, sitting at the stool by Azula's bedside. Do you think there's any way to regenerate chi? Haru asked Tai Li, who blinked in surprise. Since you're a chi blocker, I thought. Well, I do know about blocking it, but that's merely a way to disrupt chi temporarily, Tai Li explained, with a shrug. This whole notion of sapping someone's chi is, well, scary. I hope there's some way to help her, though. We'll look into it, Song said, breathing deeply. It may not be easy to find a proper solution, but we'll help her in every way we can. Sokka nodded, reaching for Azula's hand and stroking it gently. Her body was still unnaturally cold. He suspected it would stay that way for the foreseeable future. Until her chi count improved, at the very least. But if the sage thought she was getting better already. Sokka breathed deeply as he watched her. It was already progress, even if not the progress that mattered most. She still was frail and vulnerable, but if her body balanced out enough to function fully again, even if not on the same capacity, it would be easier to start seeking methods to replenish her chi. It was only a matter of time. Sokka. Food. Ruishi's voice startled him. Right, Sokka sighed, releasing Azula's hand and turning towards Ruishi, who offered him the box he had collected for him. Song took Azula's hand in Sokka's stead, and the gladiator nodded in appreciation for the gesture. The food Ruishi had managed to get a hold of awaited, and while a part of Sokka wanted to retch at the thought of food, a rather unusual sensation for him, his stomach had started churning a while ago, even if he was deliberately ignoring it. With a deep breath, he picked up the box and stepped towards the closest furniture within the room he could place it on. He knew he shouldn't eat too fast, but he'd do it anyways, just to return to holding Azula's hand right away. He had only finished the first rice ball when Song gasped suddenly. Sokka's head whipped around at haste, his long hair flipping against his face as he did. "Azula!" Song called. The princess was reacting somehow. She was stirring. The food went forgotten all over again, even though Sokka's stomach asked for more, but he wouldn't possibly remember his own needs when Azula was reacting again. All the onlookers appeared to have stopped breathing for a moment, and Sokka sat by her bedside, anxious eyes upon Azula's closed own. Sokka. Had the situation been any less worrisome, Ruishi would have likely snorted in disbelief. Not only was Sokka near impossible to tear away from Azula's side, Azula herself was reaching for him, even when she was barely conscious. They truly were cut from the same cloth. "I'm here. Azula, I'm here," Sokka said, as Song offered him the princess's hand anew. Sokka offered Song a tight-lipped, grateful grin as he clasped Azula's hand in hers. The princess's restlessness eased up by then. Her expression had been streaked by confusion for a moment, but by now she seemed to relax again. It didn't seem Sokka could drop his guard at all, despite everything, for if the princess called for him this way, it was only natural, only expected, that he'd forsake everything to rush to her side, as he always did. Perhaps he would be able to eat again once the princess dozed off, as she was prone to. And yet, as much as she wasn't too restless, Azula also wasn't as sleepy as before. Her eyelids tightened, and Sokka's breath hitched, his heart racing, for they drew back now, her upper and lower lashes separating with impossible elegance, for someone convalescing. The gold of her eyes was revealed slowly, and her pupil, dilated, seemed to struggle to focus on something. Sokka dreaded immediately that she might not be able to see at all, despite her eyes weren't clouded the way Topha's were. Yet recognition crossed her features, and her lips parted as she gazed at him in silence. Could she see the tears in his eyes, the disbelieving, relieved smile that parted his features? "Azula!" he gasped, reaching to caress her face with his free hand. "Oh, goodness, Azula!" She stayed silent, and although her eyes were narrow, they didn't close again. The rest of the room's occupants gazed on in amazement, occasionally glancing at each other, often in profound relief, but so far, the two lovers couldn't seem to tell they weren't alone, not even the one who had full use of his body. "Hi," Sokka finally managed to say, a light laugh leaving his lips. "Damn, I missed those beautiful eyes of yours." How long have I been?" she managed to utter, swallowing dryly after poising her unfinished question. "About a day now, but don't worry about that, okay?" Sokka said, stroking her hair gently. "You're safe here. You're in the palace, and the worst is over now, I promise." "Really?" Azula whispered, closing her eyes as pain streaked her face, upon attempting to move and failing. What happened to my arm?" "It's in a sling. Pharaoh's been using some numbing substances so you won't suffer much from the pain," Sokka explained, and as he caressed her face, Azula's tense face was smoothed again with comfort. And no wonder. "I don't feel it," she said, breathing out slowly. "I'm thirsty." Of course, Sokka grinned, glancing across the room at the rest of the group. "Can someone go get Pharaoh? Maybe she should drink medicine, or water. Hell, he should know." She's opened her eyes this time, too. "On it," Ruishi said, nodding. Azula stirred upon hearing someone else's voice, but as much as she tried to see who else might be in the room, her eyes wouldn't focus beyond what was closest to her. Everything else was a blur. Who?" she whispered. "That was Ruishi," Sokka said, smiling as he continued to caress her hand. "He came to see you, with Song. Ty Lee, Mai, and Haru are here too." Azula managed, though it didn't seem she was too relieved for the news. "Damn. I must look like a mess." "So?" Sokka smiled, teasingly. "We all love you. No matter how messy you may look right now. You're always so corny." And yet, her lips curved a little. It was only a little, but it was a smile. And that alone was enough to melt the frost that had taken hold of Sokka's clenched heart. He laughed, tears rolling down his cheeks as he held her gaze for as long as he could. Pharaoh would arrive soon, and he would have to check on Azula. By then, he'd have to let go, but just for a little longer. Just another moment of sitting by her, watching that gentle smile, those kind eyes, warmer than sunlight, then a fireplace, then the most pleasant meal he'd ever enjoyed. She's awake again. Pharaoh's voice arrived. Sokka sighed, but smiled at Azula, drawing back the hand by her face to wipe at the tears on his own. He nodded in response. Pharaoh didn't make any comments regarding any of Sokka's emotional displays so far, let alone the frequent physical touch between him and the princess, and it didn't seem he'd care to make one now. She opened her eyes and wants some water, Sokka said. Pharaoh sighed. Well, she can have it, he decided, though she should have more medicine, too. What we've given her seems to be working, at least, if she's able to open her eyes already. I didn't expect her to do that for another day or two. Sokka nodded, though he knew he'd be forced to step away from Azula temporarily. Pharaoh took his place, performing simple tests to ensure Azula's mental faculties were at their best, regardless of the damage she had received. Her eyes couldn't focus enough yet, but she could follow his hand as he moved it from side to side. And while she couldn't answer questions instantaneously, she still seemed to remember who she was, even if she seemed rather hazy about how she had gotten here. Still better than expected, Pharaoh said, standing up again after ensuring the princess had taken her medicine properly. It seemed the taste was disagreeable, but she wasn't in any position to voice out complaints about it yet, though I don't dare begin a more intense recovery regime yet. Her body is still evening out after the crisis she's suffered, and I'd rather wait for the head sage's next visit before increasing the dosage of the chi flow medicine. Could it have troubling after effects? Song asked. Pharaoh shrugged. Only if she takes too much of it without being ready, he said, so we'll wait and see. In the meantime, I'll send for water, probably for actual soup too. She had some this morning, but she could use some more broth. I'll be back later. Thanks, Sokka said, nodding in Pharaoh's direction as the man left the room yet again. He looks tired. Ty Lee commented, once the physician was gone. He's likely been up all night. Can't be any different, Mai replied, with a shrug. Azula released a breath slowly, closing her eyes again as discomfort crossed her face. Sokka was quick to slide closer to her, reaching for her hand in hopes that might soothe her. Why's he been up all night? Azula asked. Sokka's willingness to answer any of her questions froze cold right away. What happened? Is it my fault? It's not, Azula, not at all, Sokka whispered, smiling gently at her. Don't fret, okay? He'll be fine, as will you. We'll give you food and water, and you'll be back on track again in no time. Azula breathed out slowly, blinking near imperceptibly. Is everyone else all right? You? Yeah, I'm fine, Sokka said, trying to sound as convincing as possible. If Azula knew now that there were badly injured soldiers, and several casualties, her resulting despair might only damage her recovery further. She'd only hear of it once she was better, Sokka determined. The Fire Nation is safe. Azula swallowed dryly, her lips parted. Then, the only idiot who got this hurt was me. Wait, what? Don't. No. That's not. Sokka exclaimed, flustered as he struggled to figure out how to answer this new question. Despite everything, the other occupants of the room seemed to stifle some laughter, and a small smile appeared on Azula's face. Come on, Azula, cut yourself some slack. You worked harder than everyone else, so you deserve to rest more than everyone else. It's that simple. Really? She said, her voice coated with mild skepticism. Really, Sokka said, breathing out slowly. So, don't think about any of that, all right? Just focus on recovering, once the food gets here. Hell, I guess it'll take a while before it does, but at least a new pitcher of water would be nice. Maybe I can go find a servant and ask for one. Haru offered. Sokka nodded in his direction, and Haru grinned before dashing out of the room at haste. Food. Azula whispered, once Haru was gone. Yeah, you need to eat, Sokka assured her, rubbing her hand gently with his thumb. You'll probably have to settle for soft stuff for now, but surely. Soft? Then, tasteless? Azula asked. Sokka snorted, unable to hold back a smile this time. That's what worries you? He asked. Azula raised her eyebrows. No spices. It's not likely, no, he said. Azula huffed lightly, prompting Sokka to laugh again. "Azula, please." "Sounds like a boring meal," she said. "You ought to trade me yours." "Gladly, though I doubt Pharaoh will approve." "Or Song. She's still here, you know," Sokka said. Azula sighed. "Have mercy, Song." "It's not a matter of mercy," Song smiled. That Azula would be able to joke around this way was a profound, unexpected relief. "You can eat your spicy foods after your body's recovered some more, okay?" "Heh, boring again," Azula sighed. "Will you make me send word to Firelight Town, to ask for GR to come here?" Sokka smiled, stroking Azula's hair. "Could be if you eat her stomach-dissolving spicy ramen you'll be back on track in a heartbeat." Good. "Do that," Azula said, and her smile was stronger this time as Sokka laughed. "It'll be a problem if she recognizes us, though," Sokka admitted. "Then just make her cook, but don't let her in here." Azula smiled. "That'd work, right?" "Probably," Sokka smiled, tucking some of her locks behind her ear. "You must have recovered far more than I expected, huh? Already outsmarting me when you're in this shape. Then again, you're smarter than anyone and everyone, so that's no surprise." You must be really worried to admit that," Azula teased him. Sokka huffed, shaking his head. "I'm only stating the truth," he said, his hand cupping her face now. Yes, he was worried, profoundly, but Azula was better off focusing on her own recovery rather than on Sokka's feelings. It was something obvious, but he knew, by experience, that it was much easier to worry about other things, outside of oneself, when you were convalescing this way. The door swung open anew, and Haru made way to Sokka's side quickly, carrying the new water pitcher. Sokka smiled approvingly as Haru deposited it by Azula's bedside table. Merely a moment afterwards, Sokka began offering cups of water to the princess, who still seemed both relieved and displeased by the beverage. "Does it hurt to drink it?" Ty Lee asked. Upon glimpsing Azula's troubled expression, it was subtle, but it was still apparent. "And not sure if it's pain, exactly," Azula whispered, "though my mouth's all dry, so helps with that." Her explanation only convinced Sokka to keep going. His stomach tightened every time a hint of pain or discomfort crossed Azula's face, but he hoped, deeply, that this would be for the best. Merely 10 minutes later, a servant arrived with bowl of broth for the princess. It was lukewarm by the time Sokka finished offering it to Azula, but she appeared to have grown used to the drinking routine by now. She knew she should be embarrassed upon being fed by someone, especially with so many onlookers, yet that rational thought was overcome by her emotions. By her relief that Sokka was here, taking care of her as best he could, offering her warm smiles and reassuring her that the worst was already behind them. Even now, with her mind regaining clarity, she couldn't remember how she had wound up in this shape. But there was one thing that had changed, beyond her ability to stay conscious for a while longer, and to hold a conversation as she had. "It's not gone," she mumbled, after Sokka had set aside the soup bowl. Most the others had taken to finding their own food by now, for it was lunchtime, and they were alone together for a moment. Sokka, however, hadn't even finished his breakfast, no matter how loudly his stomach might grumble. "What's not gone?" Sokka asked, gazing at her earnestly. "Is something wrong?" "Something's right, rather," Azula said, closing her eyes and breathing slowly. "It's back. My fire." Sokka blinked blankly before grasping what she meant. "Your inner fire was missing?" he asked, softly. Azula hummed a positive response. "But you feel it again?" "Yeah, must be your doing." Azula smiled a little. "It's there again, so must be because you're looking after me." Sokka released a relieved sigh, cupping Azula's face before venturing to kiss her, no matter if he knew he shouldn't have. Anyone could barge in at any moment, he would get them into trouble for sure, but even so, he had to do it. He had to kiss her, for she was regaining strength and using that strength to speak words that blew a warm, welcome breeze into his troubled, aching heart. Whether she had intentionally said what she had to reassure Sokka or because she truly meant it, it didn't really matter, as long as he offered her help in any capacity. His sensation of inadequacy and failure could be chased away, little by little. He pulled away when his own mind's warning signs told him this was too risky to do right now, when Pharaoh could show up, to check on the princess, yet as he lingered at a short distance from Azula, her warm, golden gaze locked affectionately on his own. His throat dried, though he couldn't hold back from smiling just the same. "You could do that again," Angela whispered. Sokka grinned, tempted easily by her quiet request. Well, the door was closed. He'd hear it if anyone came anyway, so why not do it? Why not offer her further kisses, if that was what she wanted? Her lips sought his just the same, so perhaps this was a good way to help her regain her strength. Or was that too wishful of him? Either way, it might soothe Angela's soul every bit as much as it soothed Sokka's. Wasn't her inner fire connected with her feelings? Wasn't this exactly what she'd meant when she had said she felt her fire again because of him? He didn't kiss her as boldly as he often did, his hands held her face in place most delicately, and each brush of his lips against hers was gentle, a light breeze that she welcomed gladly. She would breathe sharply at times, surprising Sokka, and she'd smile afterwards, compelling him to kiss her again. He grinned and did as she asked, giving her time, giving her space, giving her love, whichever one she needed, whenever she needed it. Footsteps outside compelled Sokka to pull away, though Angela didn't seem to approve of that. Disappointment was apparent in her gold eyes as Sokka sat beside her anew, smiling apologetically at her. "Sorry, love," he whispered, placing a hand over her abdomen, as the footsteps trailed off before reaching them. Surely it was a physician dropping by at another patient's room. We do need to be careful, even now." "Do we?" Angela smiled, closing her eyes again. "I'd rather you kissed me, whenever you felt like it." "I'd rather do that too," Sokka said, biting his lip, but before he could say anything else, Angela laughed softly. "Look at that. I'm sounding like my dream self now. The one from the swamp," she said. Sokka scoffed but smiled, caressing her face gently anew. "Well, damn. I'd better not sound like the Sokka from your dream too." He sounded like a moron. Sokka smirked. Angela laughed again. And then Sokka gasped. His free hand, placed upon her abdomen, suddenly had company. She had moved. She had moved her hand, enough to find his, to touch his fingers, and place hers atop them. She smiled as she gazed down at their joined hands. Her pumice scar brushed the back of his hand, while Sokka's own wedding scar touched Angela's face instead. He swallowed hard, trying to restrain his tears before succumbing to another impulsive kiss. Angela sighed into the new contact, welcoming his loving gestures gladly, offering him as many kisses of her own as she could muster. Again, they only broke off the contact when footsteps approached the room. Sokka smiled apologetically, stroking her hand gently as he pulled away, and Angela released a sigh. It carried a hint of disappointment again, but most of all, it seemed a sigh of relief. "It's okay. If they walk past the room, we can get back to it again, no worries," Sokka said. Angela smiled, gazing at him affectionately. "You'd like that, huh?" she said. Sokka chuckled and shrugged, though his easygoing attitude faded once the rapping sound of knuckles against their door broke him out of his temporary comfort. "Who's?" Angela mumbled. Sokka shrugged before glancing at the door. "Come in," he said, releasing Angela's hand most unwillingly. It wound up being a good thing that he'd stop all physical contact between them when he did, for Admiral Zhao pushed the door open, his jaw clenched as he seemed to brace himself for something dreadful. Yet his face relaxed once he noticed the princess's eyes were open. That Sokka sat beside her, looking apprehensive rather than panicked, was also a good sign. "Zhao," Sokka blurted out, though he leapt to his feet, grimacing. Admiral." "Hey. No need to worry about propriety right now," Zhao said, stepping into the room slowly. His eyes were set on the princess. As much as she was awake, she didn't appear nearly as quick-witted as she always was. Something was absent in her eyes, a clear consequence of the strain her body had been through. "How is she? Can she talk?" Angela said, startling Zhao just a bit. "Well, that's great to know," Zhao smiled, releasing a deep breath. "I dropped by to ask about you earlier, but it seemed you weren't fully conscious yet. I'm relieved you're feeling better already. Well, that is, if you are. How are you feeling, actually?" "Like I was trampled by a stampede of moose lions." Angela settled for that metaphor, closing her eyes as Sokka smiled sadly at her. "You're fine, Admiral." "I am, me and my group got away mostly unscathed. See? I really am the only loser who got beaten up, Sokka Azula concluded, smiling teasingly as the gladiator rolled his eyes. Beaten up, as if you won, and you fought harder than anyone else, so, just rest, okay? Sokka said, reaching to pat her head, as unadvised as it ought to be right now. Silly princess. Still can't really remember what I did, but I'll believe you, Azula said. Zhao breathed out slowly but nodded. I'm glad you're in better shape by now, princess, even if you do feel like a stampede trampled over you, Zhao said hopefully. Even that sensation will recede soon. I had meant to check on you, though I also meant to speak with you, Sokka. Me? Sokka said. Zhao breathed deeply and nodded. In private, if possible. He wanted to refuse, by sheer instinct. He couldn't leave Azula alone, not even for a moment. He didn't care for the consequences of his obvious attachment for the princess. He couldn't simply leave her alone right now, of all times, no matter what Zhao wanted to share with him. And his reluctance was apparent, seeing as Zhao's brow furrowed lightly, though not mercilessly. I can ask a physician to stay with her while we talk, if that's all right by you, he said, reading through Sokka easily. Sokka only swallowed hard. He mumbled, gazing wistfully at Azula. Before he could answer, a new group of footsteps approached the room. Sokka glanced at the open door right away. Azula's previous visitors had returned, after eating lunch in the palace's kitchens. Admiral Ruishi said, surprised. Zhao nodded in his direction. I see you're well. Good to know, Zhao breathed out slowly before glancing at Sokka again. Will you feel more inclined to talk now, perhaps? Sokka breathed deeply but shrugged, gazing at Azula wistfully one more time before leaning closer to her. Everyone watched in varying degrees of fear and horror. Was he going to kiss her in front of Zhao? Yet he stopped by her ear, not her lips, and whispered softly. I'll be back as soon as I can, okay? Get rest if you need to. I'll leave you with everyone else, all right? I guess, Azula replied, closing her eyes. Don't be long. I won't be, he said, smiling warmly at her as he rose to his feet again. With one more lengthy gaze at his princess, some color seemed to be returning to her beautiful features. To his immense relief, Sokka breathed out and turned towards Zhao. Ruishi, Song, Tai Li, Mai, and Haru had already entered the room, and they watched as the military leader led the gladiator outside, closing the door behind themselves as soon as they were gone. Why, you don't think he will warn Sokka off her or anything, do you? Tai Li said, swallowing hard. Hopefully not, Song said, biting her lip. With how carefully they've hidden their closeness lately, it wouldn't surprise me much, Mai, ever the pessimist, admitted, though she stepped closer to Azula's bed, sitting at its edge. How are you now? Like hell, Azula responded. Mai smiled. Then you'll be relieved to know your appearance matches your feelings, she said, as blunt and harshly as ever. Azula knew Mai was merely messing with her. She was always harsher than most people, blurting out what no one else had the courage to say, especially to Azula. Riling her up, triggering her worst responses, was nearly a sport for the girl. And perhaps that was why Azula could only find it amusing when she did it this time. The princess smiled a little, opening her eyes to shoot a half-hearted glare at her friend. Bad enough that I feel like hell, now you'll be a pain in my ass, too. She said. Mai chuckled and reached to clasp Azula's uninjured shoulder gently. I thought that was my job, as your self-appointed asshole friend. Mai said. Azula chuckled softly. Well, yes, I guess so, she relented. As much as a lot of things seemed to have been upended in her life, it was good to know some things wouldn't change at all. Zhao only guided Sokka outside the physician's wing, knowing better than to allow anyone to listen in on their conversation, whether exhausted physicians or convalescing patients, and also knowing better than to take the gladiator too far away from his beloved sponsor. Sokka fidgeted as Zhao finally came to a stop, and he glanced at the man with uncertainty before Zhao began to speak. I take it you've decided not to explain what happened until she's better. Zhao asked. I've seen this happen often. Injured soldiers tend to forget the moment of their injury, even everything that led up to it. I suspect it's a mind's own method to protect an individual. It must be, Sokka said, breathing deeply. I don't even dare bring up she's interim Fire Lord still, or else she might decide to climb out of bed and take her role again until her father's back. Not that she really can, she's not strong enough for it, but she'd likely try. She would. Zhao acknowledged. Though, that's one of the things I meant to speak to you about. I guess it's rare for a slave to be considered an actual guardian for his master, worse yet when the master is a royal, but you appear to be the one responsible for her at the moment, by choice even. Well, I guess, Sokka nodded, weakly. I meant to stay by her side until she gets better. You're not going to ask me to fill in for her or something insane like that, are you? No, that'd never work, Zhao said, with a weak grin. I'm doing my best to keep the armed forces together right now, after everything that happened. This being said, I also have sent word to the Fire Lord. The message is likely to arrive by tomorrow, which means that, at best, he'll return from his trip a day earlier. Otherwise, he'll probably only come back on the same date he was supposed to. Either way, I thought it was best to inform him of this situation now, seeing as it's been resolved. I know this isn't the way the princess wanted her tenure as Fire Lord to turn out, let alone did she mean to interrupt her father's vacation. It's hardly like she failed her people, though, Sokka said, frowning. She put her life on the line for them, for everyone in the Fire Nation. Granted, there might not have been another way to defeat that spear, but if Ozai even dares think this is some sort of proof that she's not ready for the role, You don't have to worry about that, either, Zhao said, raising a hand towards the unusually serious Gladiator. If Ozai misunderstands, or reacts badly, I'll handle him myself. I've already explained matters in the letter I sent, but if he doesn't see reason right away, I'll make him do so once he comes back. I know, as well as you do, that without the princess's help, all hope for our survival might have been lost. No doubt, it would have been far better if she hadn't had to sacrifice herself to this extent, but she is a hero, not a failure by any means. I'll do my best to keep him out of the physician's wing until he understands that. Well, that's good, then, said Sokka, swallowing hard. Can't lie, if he even dares think Angela failed anyone, I'll probably give him a piece of my mind, and I'm damn sure he's not going to like it. Which is why I hoped to avoid that. Zhao smiled awkwardly. I know it may not work, but I'll try regardless. Now then, there are some other matters I thought to bring to your attention. Between the armed forces and the sages, we've managed to keep the peace in the city after this crisis. It's been difficult, but we've been successful so far. The princess needn't worry about the state of the nation right now. I've given orders to all pertinent soldiers that all scheduled meetings with the Fire Lord will be postponed until further notice, so there won't be any trials or petitioners, and once they begin again, they will be Ozai's problems to deal with. Good. Sokka nodded. There will be a large funeral for the deceased soldiers, Zhao said. Sokka swallowed hard, lowering his gaze. We have registered around 30 deaths so far, though it's possible some soldiers may yet die from their injuries, despite the physician's efforts. Considering the magnitude of the threat we faced, 30 isn't too steep a number, but it's yet another thing you're best off keeping from the princess. She might despair if she knows she couldn't save as many people as she hoped to. I'll keep my mouth shut, don't worry, Sokka sighed, closing his eyes as he tightened his fists. Though it's not her failure as much as it's mine, right? Had my team arrived sooner to help at the factory, you couldn't have known they would be headed there, Zhao sighed, shaking his head. Even if your team had been on the airship and dived from above somehow, you risked being knocked down by that damned waterbender. If he could bend a river and reroute it altogether, I highly doubt he wouldn't have been able to use ice projectiles to destroy the airship, and then we'd be all the worse off. I know it's not easy to lose men, especially the first time, but so far, I can't see a better outcome than this one. We lost one man, too. You did? Sokka asked, eyes wide. But you said your group was. The group I led was safe, yes. But the spear's wielder used it to make an example out of one of the ship's captains, Zhao said, closing his eyes. Sokka's stomach churned upon hearing as much. The princess attempted to stop him, but no reasoning would work, of course. Afterwards, she did her very best to stop the spear from stealing the life away from the rest of the crew. He had kept them as hostages in case he needed to use more than one man's death to prove his might, apparently. Fucking hell. Sokka said, breathing out slowly as he rubbed the bridge of his nose with his fingertips. And he just killed that captain in front of her? In front of all of you. Ye Zhao sighed. It was probably good you weren't there to see it, otherwise, I guess you might have panicked even more when the princess took that injury and it grew infected by that spiritual corruption. Why? What happened to the captain? Sokka asked. Zhao shook his head. Nothing that will happen to the princess. What caught her, in all likelihood, was just the remnants of the corruption before it faded away altogether, once its vessel was gone. What happened to the captain was deliberate. The spear's corruption was used fully for its nefarious purpose on him, rather than peripherally, as it was with her. She's safe now. I hope so, Sokka sighed. Zhao clasped his shoulder with a hand, hoping to infuse him with further strength and courage, despite knowing the gladiator wouldn't find much comfort in the gesture. The last thing I thought to mention, well, I'm not so sure about doing it now, but I'll offer it anyways. Zhao breathed out slowly. That man, the kinslayer. What about him? Sokka said, bitterly. He, and the dead of his group, are set to be burned in a communal pyre, in the outskirts of the crater, Zhao said. Sokka's eyes widened as he glanced at the admiral. It's not going to be a particularly dignified business, so, while I know you outright killed the man, I also know he was a friend of yours, in the past. As you're the one who took him down, and he had a connection with you. I thought to offer you the chance of giving him some water tribe funerary rite, if you'd prefer that. Despite I spent many years in the north, I don't quite know what your people do to mourn your dead, so. Not sure what they do in the north, might be different from what we did in the south, Sokka sighed, closing his eyes truthfully. What my people did for their dead is, well, I don't think it can be done, realistically. Worse yet, I don't think I'd do it, even if it could be. Roan doesn't deserve that. Not after everything he did. I thought you might believe so, Zhao sighed, dropping his hand from Sokka's shoulder. I still thought it might be best to offer you the possibility anyways. Thanks, Sokka sighed, nodding. I know you may choose to stay with the princess anyways, but if you want to be present during the lighting of the pyre, we'll be doing it on the side of the road that leads to the prison tower. Zhao explained it's an arid area, so it'll serve this purpose. Our fallen soldiers will be given proper pyres of their own in the temple. If you'd like to represent the princess in that ceremony, it most likely will happen by the end of the week. Represent the princess? Sokka repeated. Zhao shrugged. It is, after all, what you've been doing all these years. Hardly a new notion for you, Zhao said. Either way, I understand if you'd rather not involve yourself with either thing and only focus on helping her through her recovery, but I thought I'd bring this up, just in case. Thank you, Admiral. Sokka breathed deeply, nodding and bowing his head very curtly in his direction. I'll take my leave now, then. Take care of yourself. You look, well, like I got trampled by a moose-lion stampede too. Sokka asked. Zhao laughed softly and shrugged. Emotionally, yes. She needs you at your strongest, Sokka, he said. The gladiator nodded. I know. I've tried, but it's hard to focus on eating or resting while she's in this situation, Sokka admitted. I'll try to get some rest tonight, or tomorrow, I don't know. Very well, Zhao said. I'll either see you for the communal pyre, if you choose to be there, or once I hear back from Oze. Yeah. Thanks, Sokka said, nodding as Zhao raised a hand in farewell and turned on his heels. Roan's death had barely registered in Sokka's head for what it was so far. He had killed men before, starting with the soldier in the compound down at the South Pole that Sokka hadn't quite expected would die from the impact of his boomerang, and he had killed many in the amateur arena, around 70 men, if his memory didn't fail him. Yet Roan was the first man he had meant to kill, out of his own volition and conviction. The only one that he didn't regret killing, not even upon remembering he had been his friend, many years ago. Not even upon pondering what could have been, if only the two of them had escaped that damn cave-in on time. Would Kia have survived, and the secret of another waterbender wouldn't have been revealed for many years? Would Roan have stood with him, leading the warriors of the tribe against the settlement? Would he have attempted to help Sokka in his initial fight against Azula, perhaps? Would he have stayed in the south, helping Katara lead the soldiers in his stead after he was taken away? His fists clenched, and he breathed deeply. There had been so many possibilities, so many chances for Roan not to become who he was. He could have even fought by Sokka's side, learning the world they ought to have been fighting for was one of balance, rather than vengeance, but that wasn't the path Roan had chosen. As damaged as his spirit was after his experience in the cave-in, Roan could have made different choices, Sokka hoped. If he had, none of this would have happened. None of it. He refused to mourn Roan, the kinslayer. If anything, he would mourn the little boy who had lagged behind, trapped within a cave. A boy whose potential and possibilities had been grand, perhaps even greater than his own, that was what he should be grieving. Not the heartless bastard who would have done anything in his power to destroy a nation, making no distinction between those who had committed countless sins to earn themselves a bleak fate and those who didn't. It hadn't likely bothered him that his spear would kill indiscriminately, that slaves who were in the Fire Nation unwillingly, serving masters they hated, would also fall to the weapon. He might have thought he'd do them a favor, even. Sokka clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he returned to the physician's wing. Zhao had no ill intent with his offer, but Sokka felt sick upon pondering Roan's crimes anew. So far, he had managed to handle himself well enough by focusing on Azula and nothing else. Or maybe he hadn't even handled himself all that well, considering he hadn't even eaten a proper meal yet, he sighed, weariness clinging to his body all of a sudden as he pushed the door to Azula's room with a hand. Maybe he really did need a break, even if he wasn't sure he'd have a chance to take one. "Ah, you're back!" Ty Lee exclaimed. Sokka raised his head. Azula was still awake, and it seemed she had reacted to Ty Lee's words. He couldn't contain a small smile for that. "Yeah, nothing to worry about," Sokka said, nodding as he made his way to Azula's bedside. Ty Lee had been sitting by Azula's side at the moment, and she jumped off the bed to give him room again. "Did you recover completely while I was gone?" "Sure, see? I'm in better shape than you by now," Azula said, playfully. Sokka grinned, stroking her hair again. "I knew it." Sokka followed fit with her joke, though he sighed slowly after his fingers trailed over her face. "Do you need anything now? Food, water?" "Not really," Azula mumbled, still don't feel my left arm." "You probably won't for a while, but I promise you, it's still there." Sokka smiled sadly. Azula nodded very lightly, but she still did. The gesture had to shoot off pain through her body, for her face contorted with a grimace. "Azula, I shouldn't move much, is all," she said, closing her eyes before releasing another sigh. "What did he want?" Sokka bit his lip. Azula huffed lightly. "You're going to start keeping secrets now?" she asked. "Still haven't told me what happened to me. And now, you'll keep your conversation from me too? That's a first." "I just don't want you worrying about things you shouldn't worry about right now," Sokka admitted. Azula snorted weakly. "How's saying that not going to make me worry?" she said. Sokka sighed, shaking his head. "Smartest man in the world, but you can be real dumb sometimes, you know." "I'm not sure if just sometimes," Sokka laughed softly, gazing at her sadly. "It's just, I'm afraid knowing everything right away might not help you recover, all right? I can fill you in later." "So he just had to tell you something about whatever happened?" Azula asked, gazing at him questioningly. Sokka nodded. "Do you have to do something, or?" "I don't have to, no. I'm going to stay here with you," Sokka decided. Azula frowned lightly. "You're sure?" she asked. Sokka nodded again. "You look troubled, though." I'm not," Sokka reassured her, smiling weakly. Azula sighed. "What's going on?" she asked. And as weak and vulnerable as she ought to be, her usual authority still permeated those 3 words. If just for that, Sokka's smile grew stronger. "You do sound better, despite everything," he whispered. "Even so, Azula, you were going to keep everything to yourself, until I was better?" Azula asked. Sokka swallowed hard, lowering his gaze guiltily. "Not much point. I already have flashes of what happened. Some memories, I don't really know for sure, but they're worrisome stuff. If you just tell me, I'll be a lot calmer than I am right now." "Really? You remember something?" Sokka said, grimacing. He had hoped, truly, that her mind's erasing of the latest events would last a little longer. Really? Angela breathed deeply, her eyes narrow. I remember I led the army to the bay. You wanted to come with me. Then, a fight. Lots of people at risk. I tried to save them, but... All right, you do remember a lot more than I thought, Sokka sighed. If it helps, Zhao says you did succeed at saving those people, so, don't fret about that, okay? Angela breathed out in relief, and Sokka clasped her hand before preparing to answer her query. I know you're not going to be able to do anything about what's happened, even if I tell you the truth and you don't like it, but, can you promise, Angela, that if I tell you what's going on, you'll stick to recovering and not worry sick about me when you should be worrying about yourself? Sure, she said. Sokka narrowed his eyes, prompting her to smile. You don't believe me? I'm not sure yet, Sokka smiled, though he sighed in surrender afterwards. Well, alright. I'll try to trust you. Zhao was telling me how things are going right now, and apparently everything's under control, so don't fret about that, okay? Alright, Angela said. What's so troubling about that? Well, there's going to be a communal funerary pyre for the people who attacked the Fire Nation, Sokka sighed, reaching up to caress her hair. Angela frowned. The dead ones, anyway. The others? I suppose they're still captives. I know you probably don't remember anything, but... Roan, Angela said, suddenly. Sokka's heart sank. Why this happened, isn't he? Is he dead? Yes, Sokka said, nodding. Angela released a deep breath. Sorry. I know he was your friend, she whispered. Sokka shook his head. Not anymore, he wasn't, Sokka said. Zhao thought that too, and asked if I wanted to be there for the burning, but... You don't want to? Angela asked. Sokka shrugged. Can't say he deserves it, he whispered, and I'd rather stay with you. Could be, it's not about him, Angela said, gazing at Sokka affectionately. He met her eyes, feeling his heart tightening at her words, at her yet unspoken permission that he could leave if he needed to. He's dead, gone. Probably can't tell whether you'll be there or not. But, if you need to be. I don't need that, Sokka said, breathing deeply. I just want to stay here, and make sure you'll heal properly. That's all I need. Angela didn't say anything for a moment. Neither did the rest of the occupants of the room, who, as much as they might try not to intrude on their conversations, found themselves listening in on them anyhow more often than not. Sokka closed his eyes, tightening his hold on Angela's hand, until he felt hers tightening on his, too. Will you forgive yourself in the future, if you're not there now? He gritted his teeth and gazed at her with uncertainty. Wounded, weakened, and confined to a bed as she was, her eyes saw through him with piercing clarity, understanding his heart even when he didn't. She released a breath slowly at the hopeless expression on his face before closing her eyes. You won't be long, she whispered. If these guys are too boring, I'll just sleep until you get back. I'll be okay, until you can come back to me. Hey. Ty Lee pouted, prompting the others to laugh softly. Are we really that boring? Compared to him, no doubt she thinks so. Haru sighed, patting his wife's head gently. Sokka swallowed hard, gazing at Angela wistfully for one long, painful moment. She would have likely embraced him if she'd had the strength, but even though her hand was responding to her impulses, she couldn't raise her arm or shift it in any way. How wrong, he knew, for her to offer him comfort when he was the one who should be doing that for her. He should eat before he goes, though. Hasn't eaten at all today, Ruishi blurted, and Sokka flinched. Angela's eyes narrowed dangerously, as Sokka grinned guiltily. Well, what's this about you not eating? She said, prompting Sokka to jump to his feet with a nervous smile. Just nothing, really. Ruishi's being a jokester. I always eat, haha, nothing to worry about. See, I'll eat my lunch right here, it's over there. That's his breakfast, Song said, nonchalantly, and Sokka flinched before shooting her a disbelieving glare. You traitor. He said, though he grew acutely aware of Angela's disapproving glare on him. I'll eat now, okay, I will. It's fine, see? I'm on it. Unexpected laughter seemed to fill the room now, as Sokka scrambled to eat quickly. With his back towards her, he couldn't see the no longer menacing princess was smiling fondly, her eyes on his unfocused back. She hoped her vision was improving slightly. It seemed it was slightly better, but she couldn't be sure yet. It was strangely moving to know Sokka had forgotten to eat because of how frantic he'd been over her current circumstances. It was a bittersweet reminder of their time in the forest, when he had sacrificed himself constantly for her sake, to the point of scarcely eating so she could have proper strength to endure their tribulations, disregarding his health and needs entirely. He stuffed himself far too quickly for it to be healthy, it was clear to everyone, but Sokka finished eating and released a sigh before turning towards Azula, grinning positively for the sake of reassuring her again. All done, see? No problem, he claimed, though he stepped closer to her bedside once more. You're sure I ought to go, though? I know it wouldn't likely take long, but I'll probably spend the whole time thinking about coming right back here. You'll have something to look forward to, then. Azula smiled almost lazily. Sokka's heart churned for it, and he leaned close to press a light kiss to her brow. All right, then. I'll be back in no time. And after that, there'll be no tearing me away from you, he said. Azula snorted. I hope not. What would you do about potty breaks? She teased him. Sokka laughed and shook his head. That's my wife. Mischief, humor and all, he said, daring press a quick kiss to her lips before rising to his full height again. Okay. I'll come back in a while, you guys can try to stay until then, I take it. Sure thing, Ty Lee grinned, sitting on Azula's bedside again. Don't you worry, we won't bore her at all. Well, maybe you ought to. If she falls asleep she might recover faster, Sokka smirked, chuckling as Ty Lee scoffed, outraged. He ignored her retaliating rant though, his eyes fell upon Azula's, watching her wistfully for one extended moment. She still had a long way to go, but she felt far more alive than when he had first entered her room, than when she had first awoken at all. Maybe the road to recovery wouldn't be straightforward, but he wanted to hope, if just for now, that she would be closer to returning to her usual self than it appeared. With a wave of a hand, and a heartfelt sigh and smile at Azula, Sokka stepped outside the room once again. Maya waited until he was gone to clear her throat, deliberately moving towards the free flank of Azula's bed. Was I hearing wrong, or did he say, that's my wife? Azula blinked for a moment, as Ty Lee failed to stifle a giggle. Haru covered his face with his hands as Song sighed, and Ruishi rolled his eyes while grinning too. The smirk on Maya's face spread slowly, waiting for Azula's answer. An answer that apparently wouldn't come, seeing as she hadn't said a word just yet. Well, Maya insisted, no matter if she already knew the answer to her inquiry. I am so tired right now, Azula smiled, closing her eyes moments before the room rang with laughter. I don't know what you may have heard, but now I'll take a nap. A nap, is it? Sure thing, Maya smiled, shaking her head. And to think I had merely meant to congratulate you for your wedding, if you told me the truth, but you chose not to, you coward. Azula's smile widened, though she didn't open her eyes yet. Having Sokka around definitely helped the most, but her friends' teasing, and the laughter they were sharing now, would be enough for the moment. Enough until he could return to her, for she would be waiting as patiently as possible until her beloved Gladiator was by her side once more. Chapter 229, Fire Lord for a week 10. The numbers didn't add up. Zhao frowned, counting the corpses once again, and they still didn't add up, too many heads. Memories of the slave riot came to mind, and he scowled as he glanced at the domestic forces soldiers with him. The report I received about the dead established 12 of the enemies had been killed in combat, Zhao recited, seeking out one of the domestic forces captains with his gaze. Why are there 19 corpses in this pile? Apologies, sir, we suspect they may have carried poison capsules of some sort and we neglected to check them thoroughly, said the captain, lowering his gaze with all that was happening. We didn't keep close watch on the prisoners at all times. We suddenly heard screaming in the cells a few hours ago, and upon checking on them, we found 7 of the survivors were dead. The screaming ones were the survivors, asking for help. They were dead. Zhao repeated, frowning. Why would only 7 of them have killed themselves with poison capsules? Shouldn't all of them have had them? Not to mention, why would the survivors scream? Had they been instructed to use those capsules in case they were captured? It's hardly unheard of, Some of Fire Lord Ajalan's squads had similar procedures, so why would only a handful of them kill themselves? The captain couldn't answer his questions, he only lowered his eyes, uneasy, shamed by his mistakes. Zhao's eyes narrowed as he cast another glance at the pyre. It was suspicious. Profoundly suspicious. As far as he had understood, the leader of this group had been that kinslayer, the wielder of the spear. If someone was leading the second group, it was the waterbender. Both were dead now, and no one else had been notorious in any way. What singled out those 7 is more important than the remaining criminals. Why would they need to kill themselves if the others didn't? One hypothesis wasn't much to go on, but Zhao's instincts screamed this wasn't deliberate or natural. The signs simply didn't add up. The only thing that made sense was that someone had done away with the survivors. Had they meant to kill everyone, but perhaps someone overheard them, and they had run off before killing each of the prisoners? Or had there been a specific reason why those 7 had been singled out? It sounded like a sloppy, last-minute cover-up, but by whom? And why? As far as he had been able to tell, the Kinslayers group had no allies beyond their contained group. Hadn't Oze mentioned there were White Lotus spies within the city, a long time ago? The subject hadn't come up again in recent years. Could these people be associated with the White Lotus? Would the princess, or Sokka, know if that was the case? The most important question was, however, who gained anything from their deaths and silence? That he stood there, pondering these matters in such stern silence, was what kept the soldiers from lighting the unseemly, communal pyre right away, and what offered enough time for the last witness of this simple funeral to arrive just before the fire was lit. Zhao's eyes snapped upwards quickly upon sighting the silhouette of a man, making his way towards them from the roads that led to the capital. His head was hunched, and his robes were still unusually Fire Nation, but Sokka, despite everything, had chosen to witness the funeral himself. Zhao nodded in acknowledgement towards him, and Sokka returned the gesture as he stopped before the pyre. The bodies had been tossed together unceremoniously. It wasn't easy to tell which ones belonged to the men Sokka had known, though one already charred corpse, the worst of the group, could only be the Stingray. Most of them bore different kinds of burns too. After a few moments, he finally spotted Roan, face down, half his scalp burned off, in all likelihood by Xin Long's fire. That he would end up like this, that this was the fate he had chosen for himself only enraged Sokka further. A year ago, they had spoken at an inn in the outskirts of the city, reasoning with each other, unraveling secrets, even finding unexpected amusement in each other's taunts. A year ago, he and Ajala had flown with Xin Long, at haste, to save Roan from certain death. By now, Sokka found himself wishing they had been too late. It would have been cruel for Roan's tortured sponsor Genta to die, no doubt, but giving Roan a chance to live that day had come at a steep cost. The outcome could have been worse, Sokka knew. Zhao wasn't wrong to say so, but it didn't mean it hurt any less, most of all when it was clear that Roan could have easily not gathered this ragtag band of rebels against the Fire Nation, and found something else to do with his time. Everything about his self-immolating mission had been a waste of time, a waste of a life he had decided had no other purpose than to end those of everyone he hated. There was no turning back, though. The soldiers cast their fire into the pyre and scorched the corpses, crafting a tall tower of flames. The flames released swirling smoke that stank of charred flesh. There was no turning back for that, either. Had all these men given their lives while understanding how doomed their cause was? While knowing they'd be given to a pyre by Fire Nation soldiers in death, merely as a method to dispose of their bodies? While knowing their actions wouldn't change anything, and would only elicit rage, fury, and hatred in the hearts of those affected by them? Sokka sighed, shaking his head as he watched the fire strengthening. The benders had stopped stoking it by now, and they merely stood in place, glaring into the flames. No one mourned. No one would grieve. No one would see them as tragic heroes, if that was how they had hoped to be remembered. There was no compassion for them, not even from Sokka, who saw in that pyre a dark, unsettling mirror of himself, just what Roan always had offered him. That was the life he had once thought he ought to chase, to sacrifice himself for the greater good by tearing the Fire Nation apart. If Roan had found that spear sooner, and offered Sokka a chance to use it against the Fire Nation before he had become a gladiator, would he have accepted that proposal? Would he have been blinded by violence and vengeance to the point of losing sight of his own humanity, as well as everyone else's, as Roan had? He had often told himself he had made the right choices. That his true place was by Angela's side. Right now, as his heart yearned for her even though he would return to her bedside as soon as this was over, he found that belief reaffirmed yet again. The new path he had found wasn't easy. It was slow progress, undeniably so, but he had no doubts it was the right one. He had understood the true meaning of balance by Angela's side, and he knew no one in their world was better suited to teach it to everyone than she was. He no longer meant to expect her to do so. He would never urge her again to save the world when she had damn near died for doing it of her own volition, this time. But even if Angela chose to step back and have nothing to do with these conflicts ever again, even if she truly wanted to elope with him and put distance between herself and her nation, Sokka would stand by her side. He had chosen her, with his eyes fully open, with his conscience clear, and he would choose her again, and again, as many times as he was asked to make a choice. The fire that burned before his eyes indeed proved there was no way back, and Sokka didn't want to turn back anyways. He had made mistakes and saving Roan's life a year ago certainly had been one, but turning his back on the path he had stood for, and embracing the one Angela had offered instead, was the best decision he had ever made. It was a bitter farewell, and the thoughts he sent towards Roan weren't what most people ought to think of, upon watching the pyre of a childhood friend. A childhood friend he had killed, deliberately, without remorse, for there was none to be found for a man capable of the nefarious cruelty he had sought to inflict upon the world. Yet there was no reconciling Sokka with Roan's memory, there never would be. The kinslayer had been slain by a man who had once seen him as a brother, and just as Roan hadn't regretted murdering his own family, Sokka would never regret being the one to deliver the deplored Water Tribe exiles' ultimate defeat and demise. Within half an hour, with the firebenders' help, the fire had burned, and the corpses were fully incinerated. Dusk was starting to settle, and Sokka glanced back at the capital, his heart racing as he hoped to return at the palace as soon as possible. He would have taken off immediately, if only Zhao hadn't approached him, his head lightly bent, arms behind his back. "I take it you'll be returning to the palace?" Zhao asked. Sokka nodded. "I'd offer you a ride, but..." "Don't worry, I'll hire a carriage of my own." "I got one earlier too." Sokka said. "I take it you have stuff to do." "I do," Zhao admitted, frowning. "While this mess appears so straightforward and simple, a madman hated the Fire Nation and found a powerful weapon to destroy it. There's more to it than meets the eye, I'm afraid. Especially pertaining, well, that." He gestured at the pyre, and Sokka raised a confused eyebrow before Zhao explained. "We were supposed to burn 12 dead criminals, not 19, he said. Sokka's brow drew together slowly. Apparently 7 were found dead, by poisoning, amongst the surviving members of their group of rebels. Not all of their group died, so the deaths of those 7 are awfully suspicious. The survivors could be questioned about what happened, right?" Sokka asked. "Ideally, yes. But it appears they were astonished and distraught by the sudden turn of events, suggesting that this wasn't deliberate," Zhao said. Sokka frowned, his fists tightening by his thighs. "Someone needed them dead. To stop them from talking, somehow. I can't think of any other reason for them to drop dead all of a sudden. Indeed. It's a waste of time and resources, seeing as Oze is certain to call for an execution of all surviving rebels," Zhao said, without missing a beat. Sokka gritted his teeth. Where he had asked Oze once to spare White Lotus prisoners, he couldn't find any compassion in his heart to request the same thing this time. If whoever is responsible for this merely wanted them dead, they gained nothing by taking their lives when they'd be sure to die later on, anyway. "Do you think you can figure out who did this?" Sokka asked, breathing deeply. "I don't know," Zhao mumbled, shaking his head. "I might find nothing, but it's best to keep our eyes fully open. Clearly, not all the Fire Nation's allies are as trustworthy and reliable as they've presented themselves for years. It stinks of betrayal, and while I suspect my investigation could lead nowhere, I'm worried about what the results might be if I do find the culprit." Sokka grimaced but nodded. Whoever had access to the prisoners, whoever had killed them, had to be part of the armed forces, or free to enter the prisons at will. Was anywhere safe? Was danger truly lurking in every dim corner? His urge to return to Angela, to ensure she was safe and sound, only strengthened, so he sighed and nodded in Zhao's direction. The best of luck with your investigation, then, Sokka said. I'll go back to the palace, if you don't need anything else. I did, actually, Zhao said, eyeing Sokka with uncertainty. This man, the kinslayer, do you happen to know if he had any connections with the White Lotus? Sokka's heart clenched at the question. Of course, it was the quickest assumption anyone could make, especially under these circumstances, and as far as he knew, it wasn't all that distant from the truth. Yet, an indirect one, at this point, I guess. Sokka mumbled. His old sponsor was White Lotus, but he's gone. As for Roan, he seemed to think nothing of the White Lotus. Scoffed at them, I'd say, so. I don't know if he had any other allies among them, aside from his old sponsor. I see. Zhao sighed, shaking his head. Then this is no solution for this dead end, huh? I guess it would have been too easy, and too complicated at the same time. Thanks for answering earnestly. Either way, I'll let you know if I discover anything else once I visit the princess again. All right, Sokka said, nodding. Thanks for looking into this, Admiral. I can't wait to put this damn mess behind us for good. You and me both, Zhao sighed. Take care of her and of yourself too, Sokka. I will, Sokka replied earnestly. He bowed his head curtly towards Zhao before starting his lone walk back to the city's crater and into the streets, where he'd find a vehicle to carry him fast to Azula again. Zhao watched the gladiator shrink in the distance until the shroud of nighttime made his silhouette impossible to distinguish anymore. A sigh escaped his lips. He shouldn't be so resigned already, he knew as much, but he was exhausted. He had merely slept 3 hours over the past 4 days, and he longed to return home for at least one moment of peace and quiet, as opposed to this constant paranoia and danger lurking on every turn. Who could they trust? Who couldn't they? Was the Fire Nation infiltrated by dangerous enemies after all, more of them than they could even fathom? If so, were they safe now, after incinerating the worst threat they had ever faced? Or was he wrong to think so, and an even bigger menace lurked under the shadows, coiled as a two-headed viper, ready to pounce at the first sign of weakness? The soft knock on the door waited patiently for an answer. It arrived within moments. Once the man within the room turned the doorknob and pulled the door open, he was greeted by an innocent, gentle smile, as well as a tray with tea. Ah, thank you for the tea. All went well while preparing it. Yes, General Iroh. Everything flowed smoothly in the kitchen. The servant's smile would fool anyone. Only a man who knew where to look would identify the darkness that swirled underneath the young woman's brown eyes. Iroh did know how to look, and that darkness didn't daunt him in the least today. If anything, he welcomed it with a warm smile. That's great to hear, he said, breathing out slowly. I do hope the latest happenings haven't been cumbersome for you, Liling. Not at all, General Iroh, she smiled meekly. If you need anything else, don't hesitate to ask. Thank you, Liling, Iroh smiled, nodding anew as he reached for the tray himself. Liling bowed her head before retiring quietly. Iroh allowed himself a relieved sigh before turning towards the other occupant of the room. She was growing restless by now, but Toph was still more tired than she could remember being. She languished in her bed, eyes closed, mostly unwilling to strain her tired body any further. Everything all right? Toph asked. Iroh chuckled as he stopped beside her, setting the tray on the mattress before pouring the liquid on the teacups. You would know if it weren't. Surely you heard that full conversation, didn't you? He asked. Toph sighed, shrugging weakly. Here. This should help invigorate you further. Shouldn't it help invigorate you further? Toph smirked. It's tea, after all. And there's no drink as comforting as tea. Iroh declared, grinning. Right, Toph said, smiling awkwardly. You're kinda way too happy about tea, though. You think your cheerfulness is going to be contagious or something. Well, you're smiling too. It just might be, Iroh said, offering Toph her cup. Yeah, well. I'm still worried, you know. Toph sighed, accepting the cup, though refraining from drinking of it yet. About her. You said she survived whatever that thing was, right? That spear, it really was what they said it was. Apparently so, Iroh said, his smile fading. And yes, she survived and destroyed it, no less. It seems she's not going to be on her feet for a while, but from what I've been told, she's no longer in any danger. I get that, it's just kinda hard to imagine her falling against anything. And I mean anything, Toph sighed, dropping her head against her pillow. I'm merely lying down because I went overboard, but she got hurt, right? I know she'll be okay anyways, but still. You know her well, Toph. For better or for worse, Angela falters against nothing, Iroh said, closing his eyes. Difficult as it may be for her to overcome this condition, she's certain to succeed at it, in time. Toph bit her lip, though there was a hint of suspicion in her voice that brought a frown to Iroh's face. Something the matter? Just, you're being way more optimistic and reassuring about this than I expected, Toph said. Iroh only smiled, willing his body not to react to the earthbender's assessment. While it didn't appear as though she'd be using her earthbending actively for at least a few more hours, Toph's senses were honed like no one else Iroh knew. Any spikes in his heartbeat, any sudden intakes of breath, she'd catch them. He didn't really want to lie to her, of all people. As things were, Toph was the closest thing Iroh had to family anymore. But Toph was better off not knowing or understanding many matters pertaining Iroh's private life, especially matters that weren't all that dignified. Usually, matters related to his duty to a certain organization, and the dark things he had done to aid them. Is it such a bad thing that I'm hoping to raise your spirits, to a fault? He asked, innocently. Toph had been sipping the tea quietly, and she smiled as she lowered the cup again. A bad thing? Nah. I'm just surprised. I really thought you wouldn't want anything to do with Angela anymore, right? After that time when you two went traveling together, and then after the race, so. I just figured you wouldn't care much if she was injured or sick or whatever she is. I'm glad you do, though. She is my niece, after all, Iroh said, closing his eyes and lowering his head. He had meant to help defend the Fire Nation, and he had done his best to protect the soldiers, most of whom were innocent. He hadn't wanted the civilians to pay with their lives if their defensive measures failed. He had hoped they could do away with the threat that rebel group represented, no matter how difficult it might be. But he had also known it would be a deadly battle, especially against the spear, if it truly was that. And he had known it was entirely possible the group sent to fend it off might be killed in its entirety. That they had managed to avoid most casualties was, frankly, a surprise. That Angela had survived the spear's corruption somehow was yet another one. Above all, he had known Roan, the Kinslayer, was once sponsored by one low-ranked member of the Order of the White Lotus. He had known a fair number of deserters of the Order had escaped with him, too. And as soon as he had heard from the princess that this man, of all people, wielded the spear and meant to commit a massacre of unspeakable proportions, Iroh had known he had to see beyond his enmity with his niece and work for the greater good with her. For once, both the Order and the Fire Nation stood to lose against a common enemy, whether the princess knew it or not, and Iroh had no reason to hold back instead of working alongside her. That she was indisposed now, and would remain so for the next weeks, months, perhaps even years, was but a natural consequence of this catastrophe, one Iroh hadn't had a direct hand in. It wasn't a genuine fall from grace, but Oze's prized heir was in no shape to serve as crown princess as it was. Her constant rise in society would have to hit an abrupt halt for her health's sake, and while that wasn't the ultimate opportunity Iroh was hoping for, it meant he had more time. The worst hadn't come to pass yet, and it wouldn't for a few more years, at the very least. The most important problems had been dealt with by now. Angela was out of the way, if only temporarily, and the captured deserters had taken the truth about the White Lotus's main headquarters to the grave, courtesy of Liling's extraordinary stealth while fulfilling even the most dangerous and outlandish of orders. He had succeeded at working to protect the Fire Nation, as a man of his station would be expected to, while keeping his true allegiances and motivations hidden, and his worst political headache was forced to take a break at last. It was going far too well, if anything, that, he guessed, was what ought to worry him. Calm always came before the storm, and he wondered in which shape the storm would arrive this time around. Whatever your reasons. I'm glad, Toph smiled, with actual innocence. Again, lying to Toph was nowhere near as easy as to other people, not only because of her talents but because Iroh's emotions were nowhere near as calm as he'd like them to be when it came to the people he loved most. I thought nothing would go back to how it was, you know, that we couldn't work together ever again. But after this, it doesn't really feel that way anymore. I guess not. Iroh smiled, reaching to clasp Toph's free hand in his, and that's the spirit you should hold on to. You'll feel better in no time, at this rate. I'm already better, Toph chuckled. I'll be back to kicking your ass in training tomorrow, okay? What? Tomorrow already? Can't we take a slightly longer break? Not a chance. Come on, you were doing well, you weren't being all that lazy, and you've even lost weight. Oi, now, I have a perfectly healthy belly for a man my age. You sure about that? Toph laughed as she teased him further, and Iroh grinned back at her, humoring her with whatever silly conversation she elicited next. She was more cheerful now. He had succeeded even at bolstering her spirits, if only temporarily. It seemed he was in a surprisingly good role lately, for everything he set out to do had succeeded so far. He only wondered if that strange streak of fortune would last for a little longer. Night had already fallen once he entered the physician's wing. The first room was emptier now, only a few men remained prostrate on stretchers, being cared for by a handful of physicians. The others were either in private rooms by now, like Azula, or they simply hadn't survived. Sokka gritted his teeth, closing his eyes as he filed towards Azula's room again. He didn't need to think about that right now. He shouldn't, if anything, for letting his mind wander such dark paths would inevitably fill his heart with anxiety and pain, with irrational fear about what he might find once he pushed open the door he had finally reached. He swallowed hard once it swung inwards. Dim lamps had been lit inside the room, shedding faint brightness upon Azula's slumbering figure. Two silhouettes sitting near the bed, darkened by the shadows of the room, turned quickly towards the opening door. "Oh, you're back," Song said, smiling reassuringly at Sokka. "She's taking a nap, as you can see." Sokka nodded, releasing a slow breath as he closed the door behind himself. Ruishi, sitting beside Song, rose to his feet upon Sokka's arrival, with an air of finality clinging to him. "Ty Lee, Haru, and Mai went home?" Sokka asked quietly, glancing about the room to find no one else in sight aside from his housemate and the Imperial Guard. "Yeah, after the princess fell asleep," Ruishi said, "and as you're here, I think we ought to do the same. Will we go home for good, or will we stay in the barracks again?" Song asked. Sokka raised an eyebrow. "That's what you did last night?" Sokka asked. Song blushed slightly, but it was hard to notice in the room's weak lighting. "Yeah, we figured it was better to stay close by, in case you needed us," Song said. "We didn't get a lot of sleep either way." "And you haven't slept at all, have you?" Ruishi asked Sokka, point blank. The gladiator grimaced. "If I weren't exhausted as well, I'd demand you don't spend the night in vigil and I'd take your place watching over her, but you need to rest too, right?" Sokka said, with a small voice. Ruishi sighed, shaking his head. "You can try to sleep while she's asleep, though, can't you?" he said. "We've already told you, you're not going to be as much help if you're not in your best conditions. And not eating or sleeping isn't good for your health in the least," Song recited. Sokka huffed and shook his head. "I'll try, then, that's all I'll promise," Sokka pouted, stepping closer to the bed, his eyes on the princess's features. She was sleeping more placidly this time, it seemed. Sokka's eyes narrowed as he gazed at her, finding one noticeable difference from the previous night: her chest would rise a little higher with each breath than it used to. He bit his lip and whipped his head towards Song, who had only just pushed herself up to her feet. "She's breathing better. It's not just my imagination, is it?" he said. Song smiled and nodded. "Pharaoh dropped by a short while ago and said the same thing," Ruishi said. "He says it's progress, faster than he expected it, too." Sokka released another breath and nearly crumbled as he sat on the chair Ruishi had vacated. Progress, yes, she had definitely improved over the course of that day, but hearing she was recovering faster than anticipated, ever proving herself above all expectations, was the perfect balm for his aching, desperate heart. "See, now that you know this, you can take a nap while she rests too. No need to panic too much anymore," Song said, smiling and squeezing his shoulder. "I'll still ask the first servant I see to bring him a meal. If he keeps this up, he'll end up needing the bed more than she does," Ruishi taunted Sokka. The gladiator smiled, resting his head against the mattress, against Azula's waist. "Can't say I'd mind sharing it with her, but I doubt you'd approve of that, he said. Ruishi huffed. Like it ever mattered to you whether I'd approve or not, Ruishi huffed, prompting both Sokka and Song to laugh. Get some rest anyways. We'll likely drop by again tomorrow. Alright, thanks for everything, guys, Sokka said, rising again and turning to them with a heartfelt smile. Song offered him a quick hug, while Ruishi only nodded curtly in his direction. They closed the door again on their way out, and Sokka released a sigh before sinking in his seat once more, eyes upon his slumbering secret wife yet again. Her right hand rested lightly on her abdomen, and he reached for it instinctively, gently, even though he could see for himself that she was still breathing. A sudden surge of exhaustion clung to him, and he wasn't sure he'd be able to stay awake long enough to eat the dinner Ruishi said he'd send for him. When had he last slept at all? On the day before they started working on plans to counter Roan's invasion, wasn't it? It felt like 1,000 years ago. Azula had been so troubled, even though he had done his very best to soothe her by goofing around with her in training, by sneaking into her room at night, by giving her all sorts of distracting, enjoyable thoughts to keep her mind off Roan's threat. He had spent that night with her too, and as she fell asleep in his arms after their passionate tryst, he had told himself he'd do better on the next day. He had expected that there'd be a next day, one more chance to do right by the love of his life. He had never thought that, 2 nights later, he'd be sitting by her bedside, panicking so much he couldn't even register his body's needs, fearing she was in excruciating pain, dreading she might never awaken again. She had woken, though, and by now, the word was she was making progress towards recovery. She wouldn't be unchanged after this. He knew that. It would take a long time for Azula to regain her full faculties and control of her body, for her wounds to stop paining her, but they would adapt to the changes, no matter what they entailed. She had even joked sometimes that she had acquired some of his water tribe adaptability. He hoped so, if it meant she would have peace of mind through the long, dreary recovery that loomed ahead of her. The food arrived about 10 minutes later, and the servant knocked on the door before entering the room, offering Sokka a surprisingly large assortment of food. He thanked the servant, knowing Ruishi had likely requested for the usual wild amounts of food Sokka often ate, but the meal brought back the memory of the dinners he had shared with Azula on the first 2 nights of her tenure as interim Fire Lord. Everything, it seemed, was permeated with unexpected nostalgia. He wasn't sure he should be feeling so powerfully yet. She was going to be fine, he told himself as much constantly as he ate without much appetite. She was getting better, she was, and that was all that mattered. But when would he be able to share a meal with her in that way again? How long before they could train together, before he could lie defeated on the ground, playfully pretending his pride was wounded by her superiority in combat just to bask in her beautiful, mischievous smirks? How long before they could partake in their usual, silly, endless banter, before he could make her laugh until she cried, before he could share her bed clandestinely, before he could hold her properly once more? How long before he could walk by her side, or ride Xin long with her, seeing the world while remaining faithfully together? He didn't know. He couldn't know. He gritted his teeth, setting down the dumplings he had been consuming before covering his face with his hands. It wasn't the right moment to think about any of that, he knew. His already uncontrollable anguish was ever increasing, and he'd only make it worse, at this rate. He had to take one breath. Then another. And then one more. "What's wrong?" Her voice startled him immediately. His head shot upwards so fast his neck hurt, but he paid it no mind as his tearful azure eyes found her concerned, confused golden ones. "You're awake, damn, I'm an idiot, I didn't notice," Sokka smiled, wiping his face with his hands quickly before setting the food aside and taking his seat on the bed's edge, rather than on the chair he'd been on. "Hi. I'm back now." "I can see that," she said, with a small grin of her own. "Well, I barely can. It's really dark in here." "It's nighttime, so yeah, it should be." Sokka smiled awkwardly, cupping her face gently. "You're getting a little warmer, huh? That's good. My fire's back, so, yeah," Azula whispered. Did everything go well? What you left to do?" "Yeah. Everything's done now," Sokka assured her, nodding. "And now no one's going to tear me away from your bedside anymore. I promise." Azula smiled, closing her eyes. "Then you really won't leave even for a potty break?" You know that's not what I meant, silly. She laughed lightly, the sound as soft as small, gentle bells. Her laughter usually was more spirited than that, and yet this was so earnest, such an Agila-typical reaction. Sokka's tears had receded, but they returned again as he laughed along with her, letting one of his hands find hers yet again. How do you manage to be so beautiful under any circumstances, princess? Sokka smiled, stroking her hair gently. Look at that smile, that's enough to fix anything and everything wrong with the world, all on its own. Pretty sure that's not how it works. Agila whispered, opening her eyes again. Though, it's so dark in here, maybe I don't look that beautiful, and you just can't tell. Oh, it's not that dark when you're lighting the room all on your own, Sokka smiled. Agila scoffed lightly, closing her eyes again as she smiled. You're always so corny, she said, though the words slipped out of her lips with undeniable fondness. Sokka chuckled, his knuckles trailing gently over her cheek now. Do you want me to stop? He asked. Agila sighed, biting her lip lightly afterwards. Nah, it's nice, even if it's embarrassing, she admitted, and it's a great way to make fun of you, too. Heh. I knew that was your real reason not to want me to stop, Sokka snickered playfully, leaning close to prod her nose lightly with his. Agila laughed again, and again, his heart ached powerfully for it. My wonderful, beautiful princess wife. Your wife, for sure, Agila smiled, though upon opening her eyes again, and finding Sokka so close by, even her unfocused eyesight was potent enough to notice something she hadn't expected on her lover's eyes. Are you crying? Sokka gasped, nearly recoiling upon her question. Humor had fled from her face, as she gazed at him with concern. Oh, what a fool he was, making her worry instead of helping reassure her. Yet the situation offered a rare sense of déjà vu Sokka hadn't expected to experience. Hadn't he towered over her similarly once before, with tearful eyes, as she lay indisposed in bed, right after the White Lotus had attacked? He had denied his tears that day, both to ensure she wouldn't worry too much and to disguise his obvious, overpowering concern for her well-being. He had only truly understood, on that very night, that his feelings for Agila were genuine and undeniable. He hadn't dared act on them, but he had accepted them at last. By now, so many years after that momentous occasion, he no longer had to hide his true feelings behind any fronts. He no longer had to conceal he loved her enough to kill and die for her. He no longer had to deny the tears he shed for her sake, for he was proud to love her as deeply as he did. She deserved nothing but the best, nothing but the truth. Yeah, he said, and the tears finally broke free, tumbling down his cheeks. Don't worry too much, I'm just overwhelmed, but I'll be fine. Overwhelmed? Agila repeated. Because I love you far more than my body can handle, I'm afraid. Sokka chuckled softly. Every moment I spend with you, every conversation we have, every second we're together, I just love you more and more. I was crying that day too, you know? Or, well, I was about to, when you were sick and I took you to your room. Back then. I see. You said you weren't, Agila said, smiling weakly. I knew it. Always such a bad liar. See why I needed lessons from you. Sokka chuckled, and even then, I'm sure I'm dreadful at it. You're not that bad, not anymore. Anyhow, Agila sighed. You're really crying because you love me too much? It's not because of anything else, like that they've decided I have to lose my arm after all, or what? No. None of that, Sokka said, smiling sadly and cupping her face. Agila sighed in relief. You're going to be okay, love. Pharaoh says you're making progress already, even. See? You're extraordinary even when you're unconscious. Can you believe how amazing you are? Not really, no, Agila smiled again, but I do feel a little better. Especially after. Sokka asked, as Agila failed to bite back her grin. After you kissed me, earlier, she said. Sokka snorted, laughing under his breath. That's so. He said, letting his fingers slip through her dark hair. You want another kiss, then? Just one? Agila asked, closing her eyes as she smiled teasingly. You cheapskate. Sokka couldn't restrain his laughter even as he leaned in, pressing his lips to hers again, repeatedly, smiling against her as she did the same. His body soared with burning bliss, as he regained the strength that had eluded him through each kiss they shared. Yes, it would be difficult to chase away the anxiety altogether. The overwhelming fear of losing her was but a new scar etched across his heart. He knew his life would be as good as empty without the woman who had become his partner in every possible sense of the word, but he wouldn't experience that emptiness. He would stay by her side and ensure she healed. He would protect her, offer her his shoulder to lean on, carry her if he needed her to. He had devoted his whole life to her, and as hard as the road ahead may be, he would ensure she wouldn't have to walk it alone when she needed him most. He had checked on the factory. It was unusable, its foundations rendered unstable by the mix of the earthbending's effects as well as the water that fell underground. Where it hadn't instantly vaporized, it had dug into the depths of the land. He had given orders to the workers not to return to it yet, and the director had immediately despaired over the sudden setback in production. Then, he had ordered the gates of Ajalon reopened. He had given orders to the Naval Coordination and Communication Office to send word to all vessels that their setbacks and protests against the sudden closing of the gates would be heeded and dealt with in the next weeks. He had inspected the city too. Everything was fine. He had visited the injured. Most of them were already stable, several on their way to recovery, yet those bearing the worst wounds had passed away over the 2 days since the battle had unfolded. Lastly, he had questioned the surviving enemies. After the incident that took place in the palace's holding cells, where they had been taken to temporarily, they had been relocated to the prison tower. They claimed they didn't know what had happened, or why their allies had died right before their eyes as they had. One of them accused the Fire Nation soldiers of using underhanded tactics to poison half the survivors, albeit to torture and terrorize the rest. While an untrue accusation, it was proven to be a surprisingly effective method of pressure when one man finally relented and admitted what Zhao had suspected. They were White Lotus, he said, swallowing hard while the others glared at him in outrage. Shut the fuck up. One of his fellow rebels shouted. What's the point? They hated the White Lotus anyway. Big fucking deal if I tell him, said the first guy, snarling at his allies before turning to Zhao once more. We don't know jack shit about the White Lotus, if you thought we did. They didn't tell us anything but that they're a gang of useless, bland, and weak old men who say they want to stop the Fire Lord but won't even move a fucking finger to do it. The Stingray, he was like us, we picked him up along the way, just as Roan recruited us, but the guys who were killed in prison, they were all White Lotus deserters, all right? That's what you wanna know, now you know it. At least kill us quickly and be done with this shit, okay? Zhao scowled, withholding his judgment for now. The man had given him what he needed, but he feared it wasn't up to him to decide what fate they deserved. The one to make such a decision would be Admiral. Admiral, sir, airships are within sight of the mainland. Zhao's eyes narrowed, a fist clenching by his waist. Well, then. It seemed judgment would arrive sooner than he had expected. You won't die yet. The Fire Lord will determine your fate, Zhao said, simply, before turning his back on the complaints and protests of the rebels as they watched him step away from the communal prison cell they had been tossed in. He had to make haste back to the city. There was no time to waste if he hoped to intercept Oze before he could reach the princess. He spurred his carriage driver to go as fast as possible, struggling to stay level-headed. At this point he had been awake for the better part of 4 days, scrambling across the city constantly, struggling with mounting stress that begged him to take a vacation not unlike the one Oze was returning from. He really could use a break, even if he was, technically, off-duty until he was sent back to the North Pole. He reached the palace merely a half-hour before the main airship descended on its grounds. Zhao hoped his exhaustion wouldn't be too obvious, but he knew it wouldn't be easy to face Oze, whether he was better rested or not. He hadn't been too extensive in the contents of his letter, but it would frankly surprise Zhao if his friend had read the full letter instead of ignoring most of it and flying into a wrathful panic over his daughter's current state. The prediction wasn't so far off. Naturally, when the airship's ramp opened, offering the passengers the chance to climb off the vehicle, a group of crimson-robed Imperial Guards flanked a Fire Lord who stormed towards Zhao and the Imperial Guards who stood with him, waiting to welcome the Fire Lord while knowing their courtesy would go unnoticed and dismissed. Oze's handsome features, usually schooled into clever, proud satisfaction, had been completely distorted by furious anxiety. He frowned so heavily his eyes were nearly imperceptible under his brow. his nostrils even flared with each breath intake, and his fists even trembled. This obviously wouldn't be an easy conversation, but it already appeared far worse than Zhao had anticipated, and it hadn't even begun. "Where is she?" he shouted immediately. Zhao breathed deeply, arms behind his back as the Imperial guards with him fell into a reverence before the Fire Lord. "Where is my daughter?" "The interim Fire Lord is safe, and healing," Zhao retorted, holding Ozay's glare with his own. "Welcome home, Fire Lord. Lead me to her, Zhao. At once." Ozay growled. Somehow, he didn't seem to notice the disapproving frown on Zhao's face until the man spoke words the Fire Lord wasn't used to hearing. "I can't. Not yet." Ozay's eyes widened at first, then they narrowed. The fists by his hips trembled all the more violently, his golden eyes gleaming as fiercely as the sun above. "I'm in no mood for games, Admiral. I gave you an order," he growled. "And I've said I won't let you see her. Not until you truly understand what your daughter has been through over the last week," Zhao snapped, bluntly. Ozay huffed, shaking his head. "Are you attempting to defend her from me, by any chance? What could ever make you think you had to defend her at all? He said she is my daughter, and you've said, in your thrice accursed letter, that she's wounded. Whatever happened is irrelevant. It's very much relevant, considering you may just assume the princess's condition is but a consequence of mismanagement, or wrong decision-making, while she handled the pressures of your role," Zhao said, breathing deeply again and meeting Ozay's eyes with unexpected clarity. "The princess's leadership is the entire reason you didn't come home to a ghost city, my lord, with nothing but carcasses instead of a bustling nation. And I would sooner ensure you understand that before letting you speak to her directly." "A ghost city?" Ozay repeated, scoffing. "The invasion you mentioned in your letter couldn't possibly have warranted such a catastrophic outcome. Our armies would have fallen immediately against an enemy as dangerous as the bloodlust spear." Ozay stopped on his tracks. Zhao raised his head, daring Ozay to question his words. Yet the two of them had learned of the weapon together. Many years ago, they had debated the veracity of the tale as young men, questioning such a weapon could ever exist. That Zhao would speak of it so earnestly either meant this was a rather tasteless prank, or, "You're not saying it's real, are you?" Ozay said, the fury in his countenance shifting into genuine confusion. Zhao nodded, letting his guard down just slightly. That Ozay took that specific threat seriously, that he didn't dismiss it as nonsense right away, would suffice for now. His curiosity had been piqued, he would want to know more, and that meant he would put off visiting his daughter at least until he understood, for certain, what her challenges had truly entailed. First, Zhao had taken him out of the palace and to the bay's closest navy headquarters, where he would see the corpses of the spear's casualties. It wasn't only the captain whose death they had witnessed directly, whose corpse they had collected only after both Roan and the spear were finished. The ship the Waterbenders group had commandeered was found crashed by the shore, as close to the airship factory as possible. The entire, slaughtered crew had been kept in the ship's lowest compartments, all of them bearing even worse wounds than the captain had sustained. Yet they all looked more or less the same, dry skin clung to bones, every hint of life completely drained from their bodies. "You can tell, can't you?" Zhao asked. "This wasn't any ordinary foe. This is not what death usually looks like. That spear was truly the bloodlust spear," Ozay finished, snarling. "How? Why? It was supposed to be a legend, we found no sign of it." "I know we didn't. But that Roan, the kinslayer, tracked it down somehow," Zhao said, clasping Ozay's forearm to guide him out of the room. An unpleasant smell emanated from the corpses, one Zhao would rather not endure longer than necessary. To his relief, Ozay complied without much trouble, leaving the unpleasant deposit room and following him to the next location, still within the Navy's headquarters. Whatever he did to discover its location, or to perhaps create a new bloodlust spear of his own, it eludes me. But I saw it flying of its own accord with my own eyes, Ozay. 3 doors down awaited yet another room that hosted the now empty carcass of a split spear. It appeared inoffensive by now, shattered as it was, but Ozay's gut twisted at the sight of the weapon. He would have claimed this was but a joke in poor taste if it weren't for those corpses. "If you need more than my word, there are many witnesses who would surely share their experience of fighting against this wretched thing," Zhao said, glaring spitefully at the broken spear. If the death he had directly witnessed weren't so vivid in his mind still, he would be the first to assume that weapon was completely inoffensive, but he had seen it in action. And even if he hadn't, he had believed in spirits and the otherworldly for years, and for good reason. He couldn't pretend one thing was irrational and the other wasn't, could he? 2 full squads of the domestic forces, as well as the 3rd squad of the Imperial Guards. Jose released a breath, glaring at the spear, propped on the long table where it had been placed. The blade was shattered, as was the handle, and according to Zhao's explanations, it seemed Angela herself had been the one to do it. As capable as he knew his daughter to be, it was difficult to believe she had truly faced this otherworldly weapon, though that wasn't the most unbelievable fact he still had to digest. Why did this happen? Did the scum responsible for this attack know I wouldn't be in the capital, and chose to strike then? Jose asked, frowning. Zhao shook his head. Nothing indicates he even knew you weren't in the city. It seems they merely managed to execute their plan, coincidentally, on the week you left. How very fortunate. Jose scowled, though he held his tongue. What on earth could he have done against a spear of legends, anyway? Sending Cephas to handle the threat wouldn't have been all that useful if the threat was as otherworldly as Cephas himself. If anything, it was possible his assassin could have fallen to the spear, or proven utterly useless in a battle against something with powers so similar to his own, and then what? I know you hoped the princess would be able to handle the nation without any hitches for a single week. Zhao said, breathing deeply. Frankly, I have no doubts she would have, if only. If only some madman and his cohorts hadn't decided to destroy our nation exactly when she was substituting me. Jose finished. Then I presume you're attempting to convince me that she didn't make any mistakes in how she handled this crisis? Even up to the point where she took a wound that could have jeopardized her life. Zhao gritted his teeth, lowering his gaze from Jose's own, challenging eyes. I know it's hard to believe, Jose, but truly. Zhao said, swallowing hard. When I received her summons I was confused and astonished. I knew you had instructed her to contact me in case anything went awry, but I thought even if something did, she'd endeavor to resolve everything on her own. She didn't. She asked for my assistance, handled the matter at a distance for as long as possible, and even after she understood the threat we were facing, summoned me as well as other advisors she considered trustworthy enough to help her handle this crisis. Is that truly the behavior of an irresponsible child, unprepared for her role? Jose's eyes narrowed and dropped to the spear again. Zhao breathed deeply before continuing, understanding Jose's silence meant he found no faults in what Zhao had spoken of so far. I told her not to take risks, Zhao said. Her gladiator even insisted on going with her, despite she believed he shouldn't, and he kept telling her she couldn't put her life in danger carelessly. But she refused to listen to reason. Jose said, lips pursed. And seeing what the outcome of this conflict shaped into, I can't say the nation would be better off if she had listened, Zhao finished. Jose scowled, glaring at Zhao. The spear, it could only be taken down with her power. I watched her, myself, purging the corruption of the spear out of a soldier's arm with her gold fire. He's not recovered yet, but it seems he may eventually be able to use his arm again. If the gladiator's explanations are true, it wasn't until the princess and her dragon joined forces, merging their fire, that the spear could be stopped, the corruption done away with for a small window where the princess managed to cut through the weapon and destroy it altogether. I can't say for certain that nothing else would have worked, Jose, but, if she hadn't fought the damn thing herself, you might not even be speaking with me right now. And she might be dead, rather than wounded, if she had merely hidden away, expecting the armed forces to defeat a threat they were ill-equipped against, until the enemy had found her after finishing off all lines of defense between them and her. Jose snarled and shook his head, storming out of the room. Zhao sighed. Maybe it was too much to ask for. Ensuring Jose would see reason when it came to personal matters was easier said than done. Within less than half an hour, they were on their way to the palace once more, with Jose spurring his palanquin bearers to move as fast as possible. Zhao followed in his own carriage, rubbing his temples with his fingertips, fearing he'd collapse before long. At this rate, Jose arrived first, and he didn't wait for Zhao to catch up to him. Instead, he powered through the hallways of the palace, commanding fear, respect, and reverence from each subject he walked past without even acknowledging them. The footsteps of his guards, as well as Zhao's, eventually followed him, but Ose's scowl was focused ahead, striding purposefully towards the physician's wing of the palace. It was far busier than it ever was, a fact he couldn't ignore as soon as he turned around a corner and spotted the palace area he had been headed towards. The door was open, and many occupied stretchers were in plain sight because of that. Physicians seemed to be rushing back and forth, working hard to help the wounded. All collateral damage of the defense against the newest threat the Fire Nation had faced. The medics gasped at the sight of him, freezing cold even in the middle of procedures. No one had expected him back yet. He was one whole day early, and they had received no warning that he'd come to the physician's wing so quickly. Ose's vertiginous walk ended at last as he stood at the entrance of the physician's wing, scanning the area quickly for any sign of his daughter. "My lord," a familiar voice drew him to glance in its direction. The head physician, Pharaoh, appeared as astonished as everyone else about his sudden presence. "Where is she?" he asked, curtly. Pharaoh swallowed hard but nodded. "The head sage is seeing her at the moment. She is awake, stable, and presumably improving, though I don't know for certain, but—" "Where, Pharaoh?" Ose snapped. The physician bowed his head and started on his way to the princess's temporary room, leading the Fire Lord as commanded. The guards lingered outside, serving as a rather unintentional blockade that kept Zhao from entering the physician's wing before Ose could reach Angela's bedroom. His stomach clenched. Would he truly disregard all of Zhao's words and scold the princess undeservedly for her behavior? Pharaoh's hand reached for the doorknob. Zhao's question would be answered before he could even attempt to pose it to the Fire Lord. Ose's narrow eyes scanned the room immediately, intensely, so much most the details within it escaped him, yet the occupants of the room were in full focus. At the right side of the bed stood the head sage in all his splendor, hands outstretched, small plums of fire dancing on his fingers. At the left side, the gladiator whose presence was unsurprising, and whose instinctive protective behavior around the princess was most unwelcome right now. They were, however, only a secondary, ignorable matter. For the one that did matter was lying on that mattress, her long hair loose, tumbling down the pillows she was resting on, with a bulging cluster of bandages and pads on her left shoulder, as well as a sling wrapped around an arm that had certainly seen better days. She was paler than he remembered seeing her, and her eyes appeared unfocused, as though she could barely see anything that wasn't within her proximity. She didn't react visibly to the sound of the door opening. Would she react upon knowing who had visited her? Perhaps she would react even before Pharaoh could announce him, for the gladiator had leapt to his feet immediately, and the head sage had stopped working with his energy reading abruptly. She seemed to respond to that change, at least. "Fire Lord Ose," the head sage said, softly, "I only expected you to arrive tomorrow." "There was a change of plans," Ose growled curtly, crossing the threshold while pointedly ignoring both the cautious and furious glares he had elicited so far. Angela was no longer quite so impassive. She fidgeted in the bed most awkwardly, as though she couldn't even move anymore. Her face was marred with anxious pain as she attempted to push herself up on the bed with her right hand. She could barely flex it, let alone exert strength in it to present herself with more dignity than she could afford. If her reaction hadn't been so sudden and frantic, there was no doubt the gladiator would have merely focused on glaring at Ose for the intrusion. Instead, he now leaned closer to the princess, shaking off his previous fury if only to speak with her. Hey, no need to panic, Angela. Calm down. Father. She blurted out, even her voice sounded wounded, faded, without the strength it ever had carried in the past. Yeah, it's him all right, but you shouldn't move around, okay? Sokka told her, though his words weren't helping yet, it seemed. Angela, please. Gladiator Ose called, and this time Sokka couldn't disguise his discomfort and anger from Angela. He turned slowly towards the Fire Lord, making no attempt to mask his emotions. Leave us now. She's in no shape for some sort of reckoning, if that's what you had in mind, Sokka growled. I have no obligation to share my innermost thoughts and intentions with you, Ose retorted, unwilling to back down just as Sokka was. I will speak to my daughter alone. All of you, leave us, now. Sokka's fists tightened. If he was to experience the impulse he'd felt the first time he saw Ose, the impulse to cut the man down and rid the world of his cruelty, it was now. Yet, just as that time, Sokka restrained himself, despite finding it far more difficult this time. The head sage eyed him pleadingly as he walked towards the door, and Sokka released a breath slowly before turning towards Azula. Her anxiety and fear only seemed to skyrocket. She didn't want to face her father's disappointment, never had, never would. This vulnerable side of herself wasn't one she ever meant to show Ozai, and perhaps she merely didn't want to face him alone. Sokka's heart tightened for that. He shouldn't leave, not even for a second, and yet if he didn't he'd merely cause Azula further anguish once Ozai retaliated more violently than with sharp words. I'll be back in a sec, okay? Sokka promised to Azula, offering her a half-hearted smile. I'll be right outside, in case you need me. Azula didn't even dare move, all she did was glance at Sokka, as though begging him to help her, to save her, and it tore his very soul to pieces to know he wouldn't be able to do it, for the umpteenth time. He rose back to his full height and started on his way to the door, though he stopped beside Ozai all the same. Please, be kind to her. The gladiator's petition was unexpected and unwelcome. Ozai shot him a quick glare, of the sort Sokka would have expected from him far more often than he'd received them, a glare that accused him of insolence, of not knowing his place. And just so, it wasn't a glare he'd be daunted by. He only returned Ozai's stare with his own for a moment that felt far longer than it was, before stepping out of the room most unwillingly. Pharaoh closed the door behind the gladiator, leaving the two royals inside the most lavish room in the physician's wing. Ozai stepped closer, his shape became clearer for Azula, and her anxiety wasn't eased for it in the least. She swallowed dryly, trembling as she struggled to find words, to say anything, whether to admit her faults and mistakes and beg forgiveness, or give him excuses in hopes they might mitigate whatever sentence he was about to pronounce against her. How are you feeling? Ozai asked, curtly. He seemed to hesitate upon speaking the last word, as though he knew it was a foolish thing to ask. It had to be, when asked to someone who had as good as knocked on death's doors before returning to the living at the very last moment. Not that bad, Azula mumbled, unwilling to meet his gaze. Pharaoh gives me some substance that, keeps the pain in check. So, you don't have to worry. Don't I? Ozai repeated. Azula closed her eyes now, as good as flinching at his words. I didn't know what to think when I received Admiral Zhao's letter about dangerous happenings in the city. Perhaps I would have calmed down sooner, but once I read you had been wounded, I couldn't even bring myself to finish the rest of the letter's content. I've arrived a day earlier than intended, though, if you're in as delicate a state as you seem to be, surely you wouldn't even know what day it is anymore. I'm afraid so, Azula admitted. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut your vacation short. I wanted to make sure you could spend your week free of worries. Of all this. I should have done better. Her words tumbled out of her in a clumsy, interrupted yet interconnected mess, and then they stopped once she felt the weight on the bed shifting, once her father took his seat by the side of her mattress. Azula swallowed dryly again, venturing a wary glance at his face. His brow was drawn together, but not in wrath. Not in disappointment, or displeasure. Was that compassion? If what Zhao explained is true, then I'm not certain anyone could have done better, Ozai said, whether you or anyone else. It may not sound encouraging of me to say so, but the threat you faced seems to have been one of the very worst the Fire Nation has handled so far. And to think it happened to rear its head exactly when you were substituting for me. Do you truly believe that? Azula asked, her chest heaving as she breathed far more frantically. Why, you're not disappointed? Stray dogs often flinched out of habit when anyone raised a hand in their direction, assuming the world was out to get them, regardless of whether there was ill intent in the gesture or not. It was unexpected that a princess would ever react the way such humble creatures would, and yet she gasped, recoiling when Ozai's hand appeared within her field of vision. Only to cup her face delicately. His eyes were golden, clear, and emotional. Far more emotional than Azula remembered seeing them. Was she imagining things? Was all this a dream, a rather strange one? Or was her father truly offering her a gesture of kindness, one she wasn't entirely sure she deserved? His fingers trailed over her face delicately, brushing a few stray hairs off her face, before saying, "What sort of father could ever be disappointed in a daughter like you?" Her lips parted, though no words came from them. Her eyes gazed at her father, struggling to unravel this unexpected, unbelievable glimpse of the single kernel of kindness that still nestled in Jose's dark soul. Her mind, muddled by the effect of her Kai's corruption, couldn't process his words immediately. As far as I understand, you saved the Fire Nation with your actions, however reckless as they may have been. Jose said if the truth is as Zhao spoke it, then you were vital to ending this threat. As your Fire Lord, your loyalty to your nation fills me with pride. As your father, however. As my father. Angela repeated, once Jose fell silent for a moment. He swallowed hard, his teeth gritted. I'd rather appreciate it, if you wouldn't give me such reasons to fear for your health and well-being anymore, is all. He determined. I'm proud of you, but I am quite distressed by how readily you've jumped into danger, not only in this situation but in countless others. I want to believe, Zhao, truly, that you did it because no one else could. But if you do anything like this again, and I discover someone other than you could have handled the problem without you jumping headfirst into danger, you'll scold me? Angela asked, her question more childish than she expected it to be. To her surprise, Jose laughed softly. Perhaps, he said, it sounds so very daunting when you put it that way, doesn't it? It does. Angela smiled too, weakly. Then I suggest you give me no reasons to do so, Jose said, lowering his hand. Angela grew keenly aware of its warmth only once it wasn't touching her skin anymore. You're recovering slowly, from what I've heard. I guess. I'm not too aware of my improvements yet, Angela mumbled. I was unconscious until yesterday in the morning, I think. I don't really know. I can't remember much, not from yesterday, or from the previous day. You can't remember how you wound up in this shape, then? Jose asked. Angela bit her lip. Barely. I was hoping to help my dragon, and then I was wounded, she whispered. My guards kept the spear in check, I think. Then I was on my dragon, and then Sokka helped me. The Gladiator? Jose asked. Angela tensed up, as though she had forgotten who she was talking to. Why, yeah. He did something. I don't really remember what, Angela whispered. It wasn't a lie. At this point she only knew something had exploded before Sokka found her, and she didn't even dare ask what it was. He tried to help. Then I fought the spear with my fire and his sword, and I can't remember what happened to me after that. Just woke up here. I see, Jose whispered. Again, he startled her by reaching to brush her hair out of her face. It seems the world constantly wants to put you to the test, does it not? The challenges you've faced, it's uncanny that someone has been able to overcome them as often as you have. Maybe I'm just a lot less lucky than I thought I was, Angela said, with a weak grin. Jose smiled and shrugged. I suppose. Though that you've survived, and recovered, from all your ordeals so far indicates that maybe fortune still favors you, to a fault. Perhaps it will favor you this time as well. I hope so, Angela said, closing her eyes as Jose withdrew his hand again. The weight on the bed had been comforting, to a fault. It vanished once Jose rose to his feet again. Despite knowing she was but a fool for thinking it, Angela somehow wished he wouldn't quite leave so fast, if just because she selfishly wanted to see more of her father's kindest facade for a little longer. You will focus on recovering, nothing more, for the next weeks, or months, until there's a sizable improvement in your condition, Jose announced. I will take care of everything that needs to be tended to. The consequences of your decisions, be them what they may, will be mine to face. The enforcers will have to address me directly, and the slave master trials will have to be on hold for a time until I have dealt with everything else. I'm sorry, Angela said, shutting her eyes tightly. Curses, I'd barely started narrowing down candidates for holding trials. You can do it once you've improved, not a moment sooner, Jose said, curtly. Angela gritted her teeth but fell silent. I will visit you whenever I can spare it, if that's agreeable with you, and with your hound. My. Angela repeated, as Jose rolled his eyes. Not that I don't appreciate his loyalty towards you, but if the situation were any less severe, I wouldn't have pardoned that sort of insolence, Jose declared. Angela's lips tightened into an awkward grimace. Frankly, if he weren't your gladiator, I would have him face a dire punishment for that behavior. He meant no harm. Angela mumbled, softly, he's just worried. As am I, Jose said, gazing at his daughter questioningly. I know, and I'm sorry for worrying you, Angela said, raising her gaze towards her father remorsefully. That's not, you needn't apologize for that, Jose said, narrowing his eyes. Did you enjoy your trip, at least? Angela asked, softly, until the news arrived, that is. I did, Jose answered with a quick nod, though my mind drifted towards the Fire Nation far more often than it should have. I guess you could have used a longer break, Angela suggested. Jose chuckled and shook his head. I would have gone mad with boredom, he said, perhaps I'm far too accustomed to being Fire Lord to break off from the role as freely as I expected to. The Fire Nation will be pleased to have you back, I'm sure. Angela whispered, offering her father a fragile grin. I wished to say the words in better shape than this, but, welcome home, father. Jose swallowed and nodded graciously. He offered Angela one more reassuring grin before turning towards the door. Recover as best you can, Princess Angela, he said, consider it an order. I understand. I'll heed it, Angela grinned. That her father would be so affected, so unusually gentle with her when she was at her weakest, never ceased to be a cause for surprise. After all their clashes and conflicts, Angela had only expected him to barge into her room to shout she was utterly unworthy of her role and titles, and far more incompetent than he had realized. The secondary voice inside her mind spoke to her then, bringing a smile to her face. Xin Long would have barged into the palace and bitten Jose's head clean off if he had dared say anything cruel against his rider. It was a rather impulsive reaction, and Angela knew it came from the right place, but she still asked Xin Long, through their bond, not to attempt to kill her father, let alone at times when Jose was uncharacteristically kind to her. Xin Long was in better shape than Angela, though truthfully not a lot of people could be in worse shape than the princess, as things stood. He was bruised, mildly hurt by all the blows he had taken during the fight. He was rather displeased, though, because several of his armor's plates had been dented and damaged to such extent he couldn't wear it anymore, not before it was repaired, and who knew when that would happen, at this rate. He had replenished his strength faster than his rider had, but he still languished in his refuge, waiting for the last of the soreness to recede, and sending occasional thoughts to Angela's mind, even offering her glimpses of what had happened 2 days ago whenever she reclaimed only partial, disconnected memories from her still fuzzy mind. He was good company, even at a distance. He comforted her as she processed Jose's visit, as she let herself smile upon realizing maybe her father had failed his own teachings too. For if he hadn't cared, he would have been so much harsher, he would have never shown her the compassion she had glimpsed in his eyes. Maybe Jose truly was the worst man on the planet, as Sokka often used to claim, but he was still her father. Sometimes it was easier to forget that he was, and then he'd offer her opportunities, positions, and kindness she knew he offered no one else. Perhaps he didn't do it out of love, she'd do better not to delude herself expecting otherwise, but as damaged as her mind might be, after everything she'd experienced over the past days, she couldn't help but think it was as close to love as she would ever get from him. She wondered if anyone else had ever seen this side of him before, or was it only her? Was she the only one privileged with knowing an unusually vulnerable side of her strong-minded father? Whatever the answer to her silent questions might be, the truth was that Angela certainly was the only one who would see it up close that day. Jose opened the door and stepped out into the hallway to find Angela's visitors were still close by, now joined by an exhausted Zhao. Pharaoh, the Admiral, and the Gladiator had been giving the head sage their full attention, until the sound of the creaking door caused the Blue Wolf to glance back at the room immediately. It's not a massive improvement, but I assure you, she's regained some chi already, the head sage was finishing, as Jose held Sokka's concerned gaze with dismissive defiance. Then, there's a good chance she'll recover. Pharaoh asked, frowning, better than we thought. That I cannot say, the head sage continued, it hinges on whether she continues to improve at this rate or not, but... And if she does? Jose broke through the conversation, startling the men who hadn't noticed him yet. What's your best prognosis for my daughter so far? Why, if she continues at this rate, she may be back to her usual self within a year or less, give or take, the head sage said, tightening his lips, though I cannot say for certain that I understand the pattern of chi replication yet. If that's what it was, it could be that, the more chi she regenerates, the faster the process will be. Then she'd recover far more quickly. Yet, it's all rather vague so far, Zhao concluded, sighing. The head sage shrugged but nodded. At least she's better than yesterday, and the day before. That much I can assure you. Jose nodded, though again his eyes fell upon the gladiator, who had already walked towards the bedroom's door, casting a quick glance as though to ensure his sponsor was fine and safe. What exactly are you afraid of, gladiator? Jose snapped. Sokka tightened his grip on the doorframe before glancing at Jose. I had hoped she'd be in better shape before you saw her again, is all, he said. She wouldn't have wanted you to see her like this. Well, I certainly wouldn't have wanted to see her like this either, but such is the situation, Jose growled. From my understanding, by what she disclosed, you helped her defeat the spear. Well, yeah. Though she did most of it herself, even though she shouldn't have, Sokka answered, gritting his teeth. Frankly, I don't understand everything myself yet. By the time I caught up with her she was badly wounded, her armor was broken by the force of a blow by the enemy's Daidao, so, you stepped in to help, to a fault. Jose finished. Sokka nodded. Were you the one who killed the man responsible for this atrocity against the Fire Nation? Yes, Sokka admitted, though he showed no joy upon letting his mind relieve the reality of having killed a man again, a man he had known, and who had been his friend when they were children. Just so, a man who deserved a fate far worse than death, as far as he was concerned. Azula fell unconscious shortly after she destroyed the spear. I dealt with Roan myself. What was his intent? Does anyone know? Jose asked, glancing at Zhao questioningly, though it was Sokka who answered again. To damage the Fire Nation well beyond repair. Sokka said he hoped to slaughter your people, your armies, to destroy the advancements that might have helped you gain an upper hand in the war, if you ever resorted to them for that purpose. And of course, he wanted to kill as many royals as he could get away with. He didn't know you weren't in the city, I guess, but he wanted to kill Azula for sure. And you killed your fellow Southern Water tribesman rather than allowing him to reach my daughter. It wasn't a question, Jose stated the fact bluntly, assessing Sokka and weighing him as he waited for the gladiator's excuses, and they never came. Instead, Sokka nodded. And I'd do it again if I had to. The head sage tensed up at Sokka's words. Pharaoh appeared utterly unconcerned with whether Sokka meant to kill or die for Azula, while Zhao watched Jose, worriedly, uncertain of whether his friend would interpret those words correctly or not. The gladiator was certainly doing a sorry job of concealing his feelings and attachment for the princess, as of late. Is that so? Jose said. Sokka held his gaze without flinching, without betraying the slightest sign of fear, despite Jose's voice was coated with an attempt at intimidation, yet it wouldn't work. It couldn't. Not on a man as fiercely devoted, as stubbornly rebellious, as Sokka was. Should I interpret that to mean you're doing it out of your own volition rather than to earn goodwill or boons from the Fire Lord, unlike the last time you saved my daughter's life from dangerous enemies invading our land? Well, yeah. Though I do think I've earned myself a request, haven't I? Sokka said. Jose scoffed. You're utterly unacquainted with the concept of shame, aren't you? I'm afraid so. Sokka smiled slightly though. I don't think this request should be too difficult to fulfill. All I'd ask, is that you don't blame Azula for any of what happened. She was a brilliant leader, and I'm damn sure everyone who worked with her over this week would agree with me. She did her best for her nation, sacrificing far more for it than a lot of Fire Lords have in the past, I'm sure. So, please, don't be hard on her. Don't punish her for not handling this threat any more effectively than she did, no matter if you think that's what she deserves. Please. Jose was taken aback by the gladiator's words and behavior. Not for the first time. Instead of insolence, there was humility. Instead of aggressively demanding for whatever he wished for, he was pleading for Azula's sake. He hadn't stopped to think maybe his pleas would be unnecessary, that maybe Jose wouldn't feel like punishing his daughter, in the first place. Her well-being, her recovery, should be the priorities now. It seemed the gladiator understood that just as well as Jose himself did. An unexpected, unwanted prickling surged inside Jose's gut. One that told him he shouldn't take the gladiator's request for granted, that he should see beyond the superficial reasons for why he'd make such a request. Yet he elected to ignore it for the time being, releasing his suspicions in a long sigh before raising his head proudly. If that's all you ask, consider it granted. And don't even think of expecting I'll grant you any further petitions, Gladiator. Sokka smiled a little but shook his head. I have nothing else to ask, he decided, unaffected by Oze's obvious displeasure. Report to me any changes in her state, whether for good or ill, Oze said, turning to Pharaoh now. I have much to handle in the meantime, but if anything changes, I will let you know, of course, Pharaoh declared. Oze released a deep breath before meeting Zhao's eyes. Come along, Admiral. I'll need you to explain every stage of the investigation that led to this catastrophe, he said. Sokka swallowed hard as he watched them leave, merely managing a quick nod in Zhao's direction before the man was ferried away from the physician's wing, by Oze's doing. He already knew most of the details, but Oze wasn't about to cut corners with such a serious, daunting event that had plagued his nation so darkly over the past few days. He wanted to know everything thoroughly, to know which mistakes had been made, and how to amend them. It was unlikely that any other enemies of the Fire Nation would be capable of as much harm as the Bloodlust Spear could inflict, yet with a close call like this one, no amount of caution could be enough. He wouldn't let his people be caught off guard one more time, absolutely not. If the princess did summon you early on, it means you must know all the details, so. Oze started. Once they had reached his office, Zhao gazed at the chairs most wistfully, wanting nothing but to curl up in one of them and sleep for at least 5 hours, no matter how uncomfortable they might be. Busy daydreaming about genuinely dreaming, Zhao paid no mind to Oze's silence until he heard him flipping through pages quietly. He focused his eyes on what Oze seemed to be reading. The Fire Lord hadn't taken his seat yet, scanning the text before him in a quick, disbelieving rush. What is it? What's that? Zhao asked. Did Azula do anything she shouldn't have, or? In a manner of speaking, Oze spoke unusually softly, as he gazed upon his daughter's handwriting. He was browsing a near-finished document, with a full-blown plan of economic compensation to the ships affected by the hasty closing of the Great Gates of Azula. How had she had enough time to write such a proposal? When had she even started it? Oze gritted his teeth as he gazed at further proof of his daughter's resilience, of how she constantly overcame every expectation, no matter if he wasn't asking her to. It was as though she wanted to help him even when she couldn't do it directly. He closed his eyes and shook his head, to Zhao's utter confusion. Something wrong? He asked. Oze released a deep sigh. That my daughter is wounded is wrong, yes, Oze whispered. That she managed to write this beforehand, is anything but. She was extraordinary, always had been. The next time he stopped by to visit her, he'd ensure she knew just how helpful her document had been. Once he offered the official, Fire Lord-sanctioned explanation of the events of this week, he would ensure the entire nation understood the princess was setting a brilliant example, growing into a leader devoted to protecting her people, regardless of the cost to herself. Could he abide by the example she had set, if it came to it? If he were in the same situation she had been in, would he react the same way? Would he prove as noble as she had been? He wanted to think he would, yet deep down, he suspected otherwise. Perhaps in time he'd come to regret having raised a daughter so competent and capable she outshined him in every regard, but as he was, he could only take pride on having fathered the child who, in all likelihood, would become the greatest leader their nation ever had the privilege to follow. Oze's visit had caused the expected ruckus in the physician's wing. Pharaoh, for all his cold-blooded pragmatism, was still shaking off his nervousness, and the head sage had taken to reassuring him. Other physicians had peered into the hallway, curious over the Fire Lord's return, yet most unwilling to face his likely wrath if they crossed his path even if by chance. Still, Sokka didn't linger outside for another moment. He smiled reassuringly as he returned to Azula's bedside, finding her still awake, and perhaps a little tense. Are you feeling all right? Sokka asked, taking his seat by the edge of the mattress. Azula released a subtle sigh before nodding almost imperceptibly. That particular movement, anything that involved her neck, was not only difficult to make but painful enough to overcome the numbing of her body through the medicine Pharaoh had given her so far. I guess. I was expecting worse, Azula admitted. Sokka sighed and nodded, closing his eyes. So was I. I was so ready to give him a piece of my mind, if worst came to worst. Yeah, he didn't seem to appreciate that much. Angela smiled. Sokka bit his lip cheekily but shrugged. Can't say it's the wildest thing I've ever done, huh? He said, with all that's happened lately, I seriously wasn't sure he'd be understanding. Well, that is, if that's what he was. You could say that, Angela whispered. He was nicer than I thought he'd be. I thought he'd scold me for not keeping peace in the Fire Nation for just 1 week. I mean, it was only a week, and I ended up like this. Not the best argument in my favor, as far as my candidacy as his heir goes. No way, Sokka huffed, shaking his head. You have to know what happened this week was just really bad luck. Well, bad luck for us. I'm sure the Fire Nation was damn lucky this happened when you were in office instead of your father, since you'd do anything to save their lives, and you did. So, if anything, you're the best leader this nation could have asked for. Probably better than it deserves, if anything. Huh. Angela smiled, her eyes softening as Sokka bit his lip again. I'm too good for my people now, according to you. Well, if they do appreciate how much you worked and sacrificed to ensure they'd be safe and sound, maybe they'll be worthy of you. Sokka pouted. I do hope they understand it. Just as I hope your father does, too. I think he does, to a fault. Angela said. Otherwise, he would have been angry with me. But he just seemed worried. And ordered me to just rest and recover. Heh. I don't love agreeing with Jose on anything, but when it comes to your health, we're usually standing on the same side, huh? Sokka grinned, stroking Angela's hair. I'm glad to hear that, though. Really glad. You do look quite cheery, Angela said, for someone who just saw the father-in-law he hates. Well, since he didn't do anything bad, I've calmed down a little. Sokka grinned. But there's also what the head sage said, which I should have told you right away. Angela, he says you're recovering your chi. I am. Angela asked. Sokka's childish enthusiasm, as ever, warmed her heart. Song theorized it was possible, but no one really knew if it'd work that way. Sokka grinned. You're regaining chi, somehow. The head sage says he has no idea how you've done it, but that's just typical from you, isn't it? You always do the unexpected and break every boundary, so you've done it with chi too, looks like to me. Lucky me. Angela said, smiling awkwardly. I guess that's why I've been able to stay conscious longer. And move a little, too. Sokka nodded, reaching to caress her hand. I thought I might have to ask Song to look into chi regeneration somehow, since she'd probably understand books about that easier than I would. I'd make sure to take care of you until we found a solution. But hey, seems the solution came on its own, huh? And I didn't even have to give you my chi. Give me your chi? Angela said, raising her eyebrows. What do you mean? Oh, just a crazy idea I had. Sokka grinned. When the head sage told us what had happened with your chi, I may have panicked a bit, and I asked if he could transfer some of my chi to you. He even said he'd have taken me up on that offer. Don't be crazy. Angela said, gazing at him with concern. Sokka chuckled and shook his head. I can't be. I wish I could, but I can't. He doesn't know how to give someone another person's chi that way, so the possibility died pretty quickly. Sokka sighed though. If Song discovers there's a way to do it. What, you'll do it anyway? Even though I'm getting better? Angela asked. Sokka shrugged. Not happening. Why the heck not? Sokka pouted. You deserve it more than I do. See, you gave me reasons to live, hence, you gave me life, it's only right I return it somehow. You're returning it in every way that counts, you goof, Angela said, tightening her grip on his hand. I don't need you to do anything so crazy. I just need you right here, and I'll get better for it. I know it. Well. I just wish you could get better even faster, is all, Sokka whispered, reaching up to stroke her dark hair. That you wouldn't have to be in any pain. I'm barely in any, Angela smiled. I guess whatever Pharaoh's given me has numbed my whole body so much I barely feel pain, though I know I should. Then I hope you recover so fast the pain won't come back at all once you're done with those meds. Sokka smiled, leaning in to kiss her brow. Still, I'd think with my attuned chi, just a little of it, you might get better faster. I know it's pretty useful to have indirect bending and whatnot, but I'd think our attuned chi could serve a better purpose than that, right? Angela said, frowning. Sokka raised his eyebrows as an unexpected expression crossed her face. Shred, then you asked the head sage to give me your chi because we're attuned, is it? Yeah. Sokka said. Azula swallowed dryly. Is something wrong? It's just, I think the head sage knows about us, Azula mumbled. Sokka's easygoing behavior was replaced by quick, wide-eyed panic. Say what? He said, with an uncharacteristically small, fearful voice. I forgot, for the longest time, Azula sighed, should've told you from the very moment I realized it, but we were in the library, so it slipped my mind because so much was going on. You realized it in the library? Sokka said, perplexed. Remember what Wan Shi Tong said? When we showed him we could bend together. Azula mumbled. He talked about some book, right? Where a fire-bending man bent through his lover while they were intimate. Sokka said, blinking blankly. The sage, when I asked him about our indirect bending, he gave us a funny look. Azula mumbled. He tried to cover it up, saying, it could happen with people who were close, in general. That he'd studied it, whatever, but he kept saying it was mainly something said to happen between people who were intimate. Remember? So, wait a second, you think? You think he read that book? Sokka asked, grimacing. The one Wan Shi Tong mentioned, the erotic one. I thought so at the time, but then it slipped my mind, Azula said, biting her lip. Could be I'm thinking too much of it, but even Iroh didn't react as much to our indirect bending as he did. So, maybe not a lot of people have read that book. Sokka's eyes darted to the floor as he revisited the events of the previous day. Under this new light Azula had shed upon the head sage, his stomach sank as each exchange with the man became surprisingly logical and understandable. This way, oh, hell. When he came to check on you, when Ruishi brought him, he reassured me. He told me he'd help you, but you know, there was a lot of us there, and yet he looked at me alone, and said that, and then, later, after he explained what was wrong with you, he was talking mostly to me again, and then he even said he'd do anything for our Fire Lord. As in, well, you, of course. That's pretty controversial of him. Unsurprisingly, Azula said, with a weak grin. I thought he was acting strange, but now, shit, Azula, Sokka said, eyes wide. He knows about us. He's known for ages and we didn't even notice. He's better at keeping our secret than we are. Azula laughed softly. Sokka smiled too, shaking his head. We're damn lucky he likes you and doesn't like your dad. Then, he said, I guess he might not approve of me that much, but maybe he just trusts your judgment anyway. Maybe he does like you, and knows I have great taste in men, Azula declared, closing her eyes as Sokka chuckled, shaking his head again beside her. Right. As if I were the amazing one here, Azula. He said. She kept her eyes closed, though her smile widened. Who says the two of us can't be amazing, huh? She whispered. Sokka laughed, surrendering to the urge to lean close and press a gentle kiss to her lips. Whatever he knows, whatever he figured out, what matters is you're improving, Sokka said, stroking her hair again. That counts for everything. I guess it does. Azula bit her lip as Sokka pulled away gradually, and just on time too. As it turned out, footsteps were headed towards the room once more. Pharaoh and the head sage were back. It was inevitable for Sokka to act awkwardly around the sage, prompting Azula to laugh quietly under her breath as the man resumed the energy reading session. Pharaoh appeared anxious still, surely unsettled by Oze's visit, even if nothing too awful had come of it, and he had remained present while the head sage waved his hands over Azula's body, despite the physician couldn't read the princess's energy any more than Sokka could. Still, the head sage smiled and nodded positively once he withdrew his hands once more. It's remarkable, but it continues to happen. Your chi amounts are increasing. Not massively, it's true, but it's still important progress. Apprehensive as he was, Sokka didn't contain his grin as he turned to Azula, who sighed in relief and smiled as well. Pharaoh was relieved too, though most of all for the implication that, if the princess recovered faster than expected, the Fire Lord would be slightly less threatening in the future. After Oze's visit, the day was slower, calmer. Sokka helped Azula eat a thicker meal, a bowl of porridge with further constitution than all the broths she'd been drinking so far. The princess, naturally, complained about how flavorless it was, only for Sokka to laugh and assure her he'd find spicier foods for her once she was better. He helped out whenever Pharaoh needed someone to prop up the princess, giving him a chance to change her bandages anew. She was clearly uncomfortable by it, though she didn't say a word, clearly unwilling to expose any parts of her body to anyone but Sokka. Her gladiator and lover reassured her through the process, though, and she fell asleep shortly after her left shoulder had received another round of soothing medicine to chase away the pain. Night had fallen by the time she woke up again, to find her stalwart guardian, ever sitting by her bedside, was dozing off on his chair. She allowed herself a small grin, watching his body rising and falling with each breath. His hair was somewhat disheveled, giving him a rugged appearance Azula was instinctively allured by, even in her current state. She wanted to reach up to him, embrace him warmly, to promise she would be fine, but she wasn't all that fine, seeing how she couldn't even rise from her bed by her own volition. How long would it be before she could do that? She wanted to be patient, but the sooner she recovered, the sooner Sokka would sleep soundly once more. A sudden shudder rushed through Sokka's body. He jolted awake with a start, his unfocused eyes struggling to make out his bearings. Azula watched him remorsefully, silently wondering if her insistent staring had woken him. "Oh, you're awake," Sokka said, smiling awkwardly at Azula as he rubbed his eyes. "Curses, I just dozed off, didn't mean to. Sorry about that. You should have slept longer, if anything." "You have nothing to be sorry for," Azula spoke gently, gazing at him compassionately. Sokka swallowed hard and shook his head. "I'm supposed to be awake in case you need anything, Azula, and yeah, speaking of which, do you need something right now, or? I need you to get proper rest, otherwise I'll end up taking care of you," Azula said, with a small smile. "You did that to me once before, remember? Back in the forest." Yeah. True." Sokka grinned awkwardly, scratching the back of his neck. "When did you last sleep properly?" Azula asked. "If you say it was with me, in my room. If I said that, would you be mad at me?" Sokka's awkward grin was all the more uncomfortable as it widened, and Azula scoffed. "You're impossible. You need to take care of yourself too, silly," she whispered. "I know I do, but it's hard," Sokka mumbled. "Still, I do feel a little better now. I rested a bit, right? It was still daytime when I was awake. Say, do you want food? Or maybe you'd like to change your clothes? Some water. I'd like to talk, so maybe water will be a good idea," Azula admitted. Sokka gritted his teeth but nodded. Why did those words sound so ominous, despite he knew she wouldn't say anything all that awful? Yet he wasn't sure he was ready to be scolded by her, if that was what would happen. He poured water in her cup, helping her drink it carefully. Azula closed her eyes as she swallowed, relaxing against the pillow while Sokka set aside the drained cup, smiling encouragingly at her, regardless of his apprehension. "Feeling better?" he asked. She hummed. "A little," she replied, before seeking his eyes with hers. "Can you tell me what happened?" "Xian has given me a few glimpses, but he didn't really understand the full fight anyways. I know you probably wanted me not to know about this yet, but I think I should. It's not like it'll do me any more harm than it already did, right? It could, if your mind's troubled by it," Sokka sighed. "That's what you wanted to talk about, though." "Yeah, my mind's blurry. I don't remember enough," Azula admitted, lowering her gaze. "I know I got hurt, but I barely even know how. Apparently Roan attacked you from behind, from what I heard." Sokka gritted his teeth. "He hid someplace and jumped on you, he broke your armor, and then your guards tried their best to protect you until you climbed onto Xian Long and flew off. Roan followed you. No one really knows where you found the strength to do that. You weren't in good shape by then. Your shoulder was bleeding all over the place by the time I found you. Why you threw a hot air balloon on Roan?" Azula asked, raising her eyebrows. "That's what Xian says." "Yeah, well, the other group went to the airship factory," Sokka explained, nodding. "We took down most of them, but the stingray was using water from plants and stuff like that. I decided to stay behind and help with the wounded soldiers while half the Imperial Guards, Toph, and Iroh chased the stingray. I needed to get help for the wounded, so I climbed onto a hot air balloon and flew it to the scouting airship. By then, Captain Zhen told me he'd seen you flying, and you appeared wounded, and I just saw red. He still went to the factory to help the wounded, but I just rushed towards you as fast as I could, all caution be damned. When I got there, Roan was walking towards you, and I went at full speed so he wouldn't reach you. But the dem spear got him out of the way. At least I managed to get him away from you by doing that, though. I kind of remember that, just a little. Angela mumbled. I think I was pretty hopeless by the time you got there, but, once I heard you, and saw you again, I thought I could do anything, no matter how wounded I was. You did something pretty amazing by slaying the spear, but... Sokka sighed, shaking his head. After you used gold fire to stop it, and Xin used his blue to help you neutralize the corruption, I tossed space sword at you while I was fighting Roan, and then you cut the damn thing. But the corruption just exploded. It entered your body through your wound, and that's how you ended up like this. Figures, Azula whispered, sighing. You were too hurt to remember what happened, which is probably for the better, Sokka said, caressing her hair gently. You have it rough enough as it is, no need for horrible images flashing inside your head. That's what's happening to you? Azula asked. Sokka flinched. Is that why you don't want to sleep? And no, that's not. I went through it too, you know? What you're going through right now? It's just like what happened with Zhang, Azula whispered, closing her eyes. You remember just how long it took me to get over it? Hell, I'm not sure I even am, not for real. Sometimes I think about it again and, it's like all my strength fades just upon remembering it. I had nightmares. I know, and I guess maybe I'd have them too, but truthfully I haven't slept enough to even have them, Sokka sighed, shaking his head. Unbelievable, Azula said, though she smiled a little. You're even worse than I am, then. Well, you are better at anything than everyone in this world, so, surely I am worse, Sokka grinned. I didn't really want you to know so your mind's not troubled, but, as you might freak out for days if I hid whatever happened, it's probably better if I tell you instead, right? Right, Azula agreed. Outright, though, my mind's troubled enough anyway. I guess it is. For reasons you don't know about yet. Sokka frowned and raised his head. Had Ozai said something to her after all? Or was it something he couldn't possibly imagine yet? What do you mean? He asked, nervous. Azula breathed deeply and sighed. I cut the thing, right? The spear, she said. A lot of things are a blur, but what I saw when I did that is still really vivid in my mind. You saw something? Sokka asked, eyes wide. What do you mean, exactly? I don't even know, myself. Azula admitted. I guess when the corruption spread towards me, it allowed me to see the spear's memories, if that's what they were. The spear's memories. Sokka repeated, mystified. How does that even work? It was very confusing, Azula said, but the first flash I saw was of a man being betrayed by his comrades in a battlefield. He was so outraged at their betrayal that his soul was corrupted by vengeance, and that corrupt soul, or spirit, took hold of the physical weapon. It slaughtered people, so many of them, in that battle and many others, but the most important part is that, at some point, a group of air nomads took it into their custody, after the spear was last used in a battle near Ba Sing Se. I don't know how many centuries have passed since then, but the spear was sealed by those air nomads, in the Northern Air Temple. Sealed? Sokka said, frowning then. Is that how Roan found it? But he kept searching the mountains, didn't he? That's the thing, by the time he was searching for it, the spear had broken its seal. Azula said when Sozin's comet arrived, the air nomads hid away safely in the basement of their temple. Theirs was the only hidden temple, the only one whose location wasn't known to outsiders. They were supposed to survive, in case no one else in their culture did, but one of the children found the spear by accident. His life force awakened it, after all those years, and it killed most of them. Most. Sokka repeated, wary. I'm not quite sure how its murder process worked. Azula said from my understanding, it needed a certain amount of blood, of chi, to be quenched. It didn't necessarily steal away a person's entire chi supply, but enough of it to corrupt the rest of the body, leaving the person for dead. Some air nomads escaped, the rest became corpses, at the bottom of the temple. Which means, my guess was right, after all. The gas, that's where it came from. Angela. Sokka's eyes widened in horror as she closed her own, resting on her pillow. The spear gave chase to the nomads who got away. It followed one group, the others did manage to escape somehow. So, perhaps there are survivors after all, if they lived through the war. But the others, the spear did catch them, on that very valley Xin Long was appalled by. The one that felt like death, Sokka said, shaking his head. Curses, everything lined up, didn't it? Though, why the hell did Roan know how to find the spear? He knew it was in the north, but wasn't it meant to be sealed in the temple? Teo and the Mechanist didn't say he'd ransacked it or anything of the sort. It was a spiritual being, if it was even that. Angela mused, it might have connected to him somehow. I don't know, maybe with something like the swamp. It showed you what might happen, didn't it? A possible future. It may have also showed Roan the spear's past, if he were anywhere near it. Cursed swamp, if so, Sokka growled, if it hadn't told him about the spear, we wouldn't have had to face that kind of danger in the first place. We couldn't have prepared ourselves for that danger if it weren't for the swamp, though, Angela mused, it's why we knew he might have the spear, isn't it? Well, sure, but still. Sokka pouted, it caused a problem and resolved it. I shouldn't begrudge it for that. Well, you can begrudge it all you like, Angela smiled, I won't mind. Sokka released another deep sigh before reaching for Angela's right hand, resting on her abdomen as it ever was. The princess clutched his fingers gently, soothed by the motions of his thumb upon her skin. I guess that's all one less mystery, then, Sokka said, that's what you wanted to share. Mostly, yeah, Angela mumbled, and I guess, while I was halfway through that delirium, you were fighting Roan. I was, Sokka nodded. Did you? Angela asked, tightening her grip over Sokka's hand. He lowered his gaze but nodded once. A sad sigh left her lips. I guessed so, but I hoped. I'm no idiot, princess. I know one big reason you didn't want me on your team was so you could handle Roan yourself, or with your guards, Sokka said, with a sad grin. I know you wanted to spare me having to kill again, but I think it's the first time I truly wanted to do it. I don't care if it means my soul is more rotten now than it was, as long as you're healing and recovering, and that bastard can no longer try to hurt you. That he even dared touch you is, hell, I'd sworn I would kill him if he tried, and you did, Angela whispered, closing her eyes. I know you wanted to get to him before he could get to me, but you still kept your promise. You saved me. I should have been faster. I should have protected you, Sokka said, shaking his head. You did, Angela repeated, smiling a little. I'm the one who's sorry, that I couldn't protect you just as well. You saved a whole nation with your actions, love. You protected me and everyone else, too, Sokka smiled reassuringly, leaning in to kiss her brow. You shouldn't be apologizing to anyone. If anything, everyone ought to be on their knees, revering you for as long as they live, because they truly do owe those lives to you. You're just that amazing. It'll go to my head if you keep saying that kind of thing, Angela teased him. I can't say I feel all that heroic when I'm so weak, but I'm glad I helped, however I did. I just wish you hadn't taken those wounds, Sokka sighed, reaching up with his free hand to caress her hair again. I hope those scars won't be too unsightly, Angela mumbled. Sokka scoffed, I'm sorry if they are, but Angela, please, he said, smiling and shaking his head. You've always grown more beautiful every day, and scars won't ever change that. The only thing I'll hate about those scars is that they'll remind me that you got hurt, that I couldn't help you on time. But don't think for a second that I'll love you any less because of them. That's good to know, Angela smiled. I guessed I might be self-aware, the next time we, you know. I do, Sokka chuckled, caressing her cheek. But if you say you won't mind them then, good, Angela said, relaxing on the mattress. That seriously ought to be the least of your concerns, you know. Sokka raised his eyebrows. You sacrificed yourself to help so many people and you think I'd be such a shallow idiot I'd be put off by your scars. Well, I guess when you put it that way, I'm not giving you enough credit, Angela admitted, with a sad smile. Sokka stroked her hand gently, gazing at her wistfully. Angela met his gaze, her mind inevitably wandering through memories and territories it hadn't traversed often as of late. She hadn't needed to think of those things for a long time, after all. Strange, isn't it? For our roles to be reversed this way. Angela smiled sadly. Not that it's the first time you sit by my bedside, but I'm used to being the one panicking over your life, rather than the other way around. It's how it should be. Sokka sighed. I mean, it's obvious I'd rather neither of us had to get hurt, but if anyone does, it ought to be me. It's not fair. I'd think it's perfectly fair, if anything. Angela laughed, closing her eyes once. The sponsor carried the Gladiator, now, the Gladiator carries the sponsor. I guess it says something about how well I've handled my duties to you if you're so unwilling to see me hurt, or maybe I shouldn't take that much pride on that, and accept it's just because you love me. Maybe it's both. Sokka smiled sadly. Angela laughed again. I could be freaking out, you know, panicking, because someone has to handle my duties, and if I can't do it, maybe everything we've worked for will go to hell. Angela said truthfully, by now I'm sure, all our dreams about relocating to the Earth Kingdom are as good as vanquished. But while I know this, I don't feel that bad. I did my duty. I did what I had to do. I protected those who needed to be protected, even if I paid a price. It's very noble of you, though I wish you hadn't had to pay any price at all. Sokka sighed, shaking his head. I'm glad you're level-headed, in spite of everything. I guess maybe you won't be so calm in a few more days. It's easy to go stir-crazy after being cooped up in recovery for too long, but I think I'll be okay this time. Angela smiled, squeezing his hand. I have you by my side. That's enough. Is it? Sokka asked, his voice unusually faint. I thought, for a moment, that my fire wouldn't come back. Angela said. Sokka tensed up beside her, but I was at peace with the idea, somehow. I thought, if that was the cost, so be it. If that was what would allow me to save everyone, I'd accept it. I trusted you'd love me, and cherish me, even if the consequences of my actions left me, well, like this. I knew you'd be by my side, without needing to even ask. Sokka's heart clenched, but he offered her a heartfelt smile, as well as a soft kiss to her brow. Angela groaned weakly, hinting that she wanted his lips on hers, and he complied gladly, eyes tightly shut as he offered her his fragile emotions through that gentle joining of a heartfelt kiss. Of course I'll be by your side, Sokka said, his brow against hers, no matter what comes next. It was in our vows, remember? Ah, in which wedding? Angela asked, teasingly. Sokka chuckled. Both of them, he replied, kissing her lips again before pulling away, though he continued to lean close to his secret wife. All the same, I'm yours for good. For the rest of my life, however long that might be. Doesn't matter how hard it may be, or if your road to recovery extends more than expected. I will be beside you every step of the way. I swear it. Even if I never do get back to what I used to be. Angela asked. Sokka smiled and shook his head. You don't even have to ask, he said. I'd rather you did, that this mess left no lasting consequences on you, but if it does, I'll be your sword and your shield whenever you need me to be. I've already represented you in 1,000 ways so far, and I'll do it in every way you need me to, going forward. Right? Angela smiled, closing her eyes. With you saying that kind of stuff, I feel like there's nothing to worry about anymore. I have such a reliable husband. Only because you've brought out the best I had in me. Sokka grinned, touching her brow gently with his lips. I know I wasn't always much help, but you've changed me in all the ways I never knew I wanted someone to change me. You gave me purpose, and with that purpose I found strength. If I'm a worthwhile man now, I'd credit you for that change. Nonsense, Angela said. Sokka sighed and shook his head, smiling warmly. You were more than worthwhile from the very start. The very start? Sokka repeated. Angela nodded lightly, though she flinched at the burst of pain in the joining of her neck and shoulder. Oh, Angela, don't move that much, if you can help it. Sorry, it's just, yeah, I meant since the first time we met, for real. She declared. You've always left a huge impression on me, even if I didn't realize it right away. Might be you'll hate yourself for setting an example for me as you did, but by sacrificing yourself for your people, you proved to be more noble than any men I'd known until then. You didn't know a lot of good men yet, I suppose. Sokka smiled playfully. Angela scoffed. There are no better men than you, she said, stubbornly, that's a known fact. Is it, now? Sokka asked. It is. I knew it that day, too. Didn't you just say you didn't realize it right away? Sokka asked. Azula smiled. I did, though. Just, not in all senses, yet. Say, I never did tell you why I spared you, did I? Sokka frowned as he pondered her words. He backtracked through the past years in his mind, rushing through each moment at vertiginous speed, only to realize she was right. He had assumed she had merely meant to punish his insolence through slavery back then, but if she had any other reason to do it, she hadn't shared it with him. I didn't think there was much of a reason, so, no, you didn't tell me, he whispered. It'll sound kind of stupid now, after all this time, Azula said, but the truth is, I was blown away when you treated me as an enemy to fight at your very best, no matter if I was a woman. Granted, when you fought the red-striped hornet I ended up questioning my understanding of you, but at the time, I thought you were the only man I'd ever known who had seen more to me than the trappings of my role as a woman in society. You were foolish, yes, talking about my blue fire as you did. True. Sokka smiled sadly, and Azula laughed softly. But as far as I was concerned, that you'd see me as a real threat, one you'd give your all against, was the first moment anyone saw my worth for what it was. At least, I thought so. So, you weren't only noble for helping your people escape, at whatever cost, but you offered me more respect in a single encounter than most men in my nation ever had until then. I did mean to use slavery as a punishment for your insolence, I won't pretend otherwise, but I even wondered if maybe you'd live long enough to trade blows with me another day. Well, we did trade a few, mostly in training, Sokka smiled sadly. By now, I'll trade blows with anyone who tries to hurt you, though. And I'd do it with anyone who tries to hurt you, but after I've recovered, I guess, Azula smiled. Sokka chuckled softly, letting his brow rest against hers. You should recover too, you know? We're not going to be like this forever. Stuck in this room, you mean? Sokka asked. Azula smiled. We have a lot of things to do, important things. Even if my father won't have me as High Governor anymore, we still have a lot to take care of. Like, the enforcers, right? I'll have to go check on them once I'm better, you'll go too, and you'll give them more lessons. I could watch, and encourage the recruits to defeat you. Surely with your support, they'll tear me to shreds, Sokka smiled, and Azula laughed softly. There's also Hien and her people. Could be, we can expand the rehabilitation center somewhat. To the colonies, too, we could send word about the center, and people who need help would come to us. And you'll give them all the strength and tools they need to rise up and achieve everything they set their minds to, Sokka whispered, as you did with me. We both will, Azula smiled, closing her eyes. We'll get the dragon laws done, too. Then we can take Toph and Haru on a trip, so they can help us set them free. And Xin will be much happier. Yeah. I bet he wants to fly across the whole world with his friends. Sokka grinned. And with you on his back too, of course. You're coming as well, whether you like it or not, Azula teased him. Sokka chuckled, shaking his head as he pulled away slightly, only for Azula's uninjured hand to find his cheek, cupping it gently. It was a much bigger movement than usual, and Sokka froze in place as that familiar hand caressed him. She still felt somewhat cold, colder than she usually had been, yet Sokka hoped, as he clasped her hand in his, that his own warmth would transfer to her body, further ensuring she'd heal faster. We also have a big deal ahead, don't we? What's that? Sokka asked, his nose prodding hers gently. Toph, she said she's almost done with her side of the challenge, didn't she? Azula whispered. Sokka blinked blankly. Heck, I forgot all about that, he admitted. Azula laughed, closing her eyes. The gladiator can't remember he's a gladiator. I think being my husband has become addictive for you, hasn't it? She asked. Forgot what your alleged primary function in my life was supposed to be. I guess being your gladiator has taken a different meaning by now. Sokka smiled. I'll gladly fight for you in the arena, but I'll fight for you anywhere, at this point. There's nowhere I wouldn't go for you, love, nothing I wouldn't do to keep you safe, to protect your smiles, your heart, your soul. That's not what you hired me for, I know, but that's what my true duty is to you, at this point. Angela's smile spread wider as he spoke, though her eyes remained closed. Even so, tears slipped past her eyelids, and her grip on his cheek strengthened. I never even dared dream of a partner like you. She whispered, you're all I ever wanted, all I ever needed, whether I knew it or not. I don't even care anymore, whether you win or lose in the fighting pit. I'm so proud you're my gladiator, the results don't mean a thing anymore. Points, rankings, they're irrelevant in the face of a bond like ours. So Toph, Combustion Man. I don't care if you lose against them. I know, even if you do, that there's no better gladiator in this world than you. No better man. And there's no better sponsor, no better woman than you. Sokka smiled warmly, tears rising in his eyes as well. I love you more than anything in this world, Angela. So do I, more than anything, Sokka, she whispered. Her fingers slipped past his ear, trailing over the hairs on the back of his head, traveling down the curve that led to the nape of his neck. The scar on her palm touched the scars she had left upon his skin the first time their paths had crossed. Whether it was fate that brought them together, or they had forged the entwinement of their destinies by their own hand, they were connected deeply, so much their very life forces had merged together. His water had clashed against her fire once until they had learned to flow together, and by now their souls were so similar, so close together that they appeared one and the same. She hadn't told him yet, but Angela already suspected that his comforting, loving presence was the reason her chi was resurging, why it had regenerated with surprising ease and speed, when no one even knew if it was possible. He would surely give her all the credit, she knew, but it wasn't merely her doing. It was their work, together, as the team they had grown into, over the passage of time. Sokka didn't doubt that she was right to focus on the future, to think about the many great things that still awaited them ahead, but he wasn't impatient about reaching for them anymore. He offered her gentle kisses, as many of them as he could get away with, comforting her, offering her all the support she could have needed. All the strength he hadn't known still dwelled inside him. Maybe it wasn't a matter of sacrificing himself for her sake, but rather, of helping her until she was her strong, untamable self once more, before she knew it. That was his true duty to her, a duty he had accepted from the moment he had decided he wanted to live with her, for her. Get up here, Angela whispered against his lips. Sokka raised his eyebrows, smiling awkwardly. Not sure I should, the door's not locked, he whispered. Then, lock it and climb with me, Angela grinned. Sokka chuckled and shook his head. You'll rest better on a bed, that's all there is to it. I'll rest better if I can hold you, rather, he whispered. It's still risky, but, if you're sure, I'll do it. I'm sure, Angela said, opening her eyes so her golden gaze would find his, even in the dimly lit room. Sokka sighed before kissing her heartily once more, with perhaps more strength than he should have. Angela responded weakly, though a soft moan left her throat, a longing one, quietly asking for more of those affections once he returned from closing the door. Sokka was still smiling as he rose to his feet. He frowned upon finding the door was ajar. Hadn't he closed it earlier? He was sure he had, after Pharaoh had checked on Angela in the afternoon. He dared glance outside, finding most lights were out. No one was around. Hopefully he was just worrying over nothing, too stressed, misremembering things because of that. With a sigh, Sokka closed the door and locked it. He'd likely wake up early and unlock it again, so that no one intending to visit the princess might catch them together in a compromising situation or find the door suspiciously locked when it shouldn't be. He climbed on the mattress on her right side, shrugging off his shoes carelessly as he stretched beside her. Angela was still smiling, though pain crossed her face when she tried to angle her head in his direction. Sokka eased her, kissing her temples as he wrapped an arm around her waist, protectively. Angela closed her eyes, and while she wished to gaze at him some more, she relented to common sense and relaxed as she was. Comfortable? Sokka asked. She hummed. With you beside me, yes. Far more than I was, she said, closing her eyes. I love you, Sokka. And I love you, Angela. More than anything. He embraced her intimately, and her very soul was reassured by the gentle gesture that carried a deeper meaning along it than it ever did. It didn't matter what her recovery might entail, how long and drawn out it might be, she found no shame in her actions, not when she had saved her people as she had. And what shame could there be in her progress so far, when she had earned the love of a man like Sokka? She had been lonely, afraid of letting anyone see her for who she was, but the man beside her knew her, deeply, and he loved every single thing about her. Maybe she wasn't yet worthy of that kind of devotion, maybe she still had much room left to grow, but tonight she felt she was closer to becoming worthy of it, more than she ever had been. She was more than her fire, more than her political position, more than her cleverness and abilities. She didn't need to prove herself any further, she hadn't needed to do so for years, not when she was with him. No other comfort quelled her once troubled soul as much as that knowledge did. She was loved, for everything that she was, by the exemplary man who held her tenderly in his arms. The pain wouldn't recede easily, and it wouldn't be likely for either of them to regain their strength over the course of one night, but it was only fitting to spend the final night of their week nestled together, dangerous, reckless and fate-defying as it might be for them to do so. It was finally a chance for respite, and they both needed it direly, succumbing to their exhaustion within mere moments of relaxing together on that mattress. The wheels of the carriage turned slowly. There was no real urgency to reach the estate at haste, though the sooner they arrived, the better. Zhao's head was throbbing by now. He had only dozed off for a couple of hours over the past few days. Rei would be horrified by his appearance if she saw him like this, he suspected. He'd spend as many days or weeks resting as possible. Frankly, he didn't want to do anything else at the moment, let alone return to the palace, whether Oze needed him around or not. But he had already given the Fire Lord all the pertinent, relevant information the man might have needed, well, that he'd known of, at the time. Curses, but he had seen it coming. He had sensed it from the first time that foreign stranger had approached him on that day of the ball, 3 years ago, asking if he knew where the princess was. He had suspected it by how fiercely defensive and stubborn the princess had presented herself for years, even when faced with the possibility that her gladiator might have reached the pinnacle of his potential, as was proven afterwards. His fight against the blind bandit hadn't even measured up to half of what he would be capable of in current times. It had come to mind again, upon hearing the man had damn near died in Zhang Jiang's hands for remaining staunchly loyal to the woman who had enslaved him. Later, on the next ball, when he had brought up his suspicions to the gladiator only for him to panic, to beg him not to act on what he'd discovered. He had wrongfully assumed the gladiator was merely troubled by hearing his beloved princess's affections belonged to someone else. By now, his reaction had taken a whole different meaning. For she had carried him over her shoulders twice, if the recollections he'd heard at the High Tiers reunions were accurate, and he had witnessed it with his own eyes on one of those occasions. He had entertained the notion briefly, expecting, perhaps, that theirs would be an unspoken, unrealized romance, if he was reading the princess's behavior for what it was. It seemed as though she had grown much with him by her side. Her overconfident airs from her youngest years had transitioned into furious bitterness once she was a teenager, and it was clear she wasn't satisfied by anything but accomplishing all her ambitions, an attitude Zhao understood fairly well. But with that man by her side she had stopped staring ahead so persistently, so obsessively, and instead, she had allowed her eyes to settle on him. Instead of clinging relentlessly to the road she was creating for herself, she had chosen to take in that road in the company of someone she treasured. And it was all ridiculously romantic. Too much, if anything. Youth, truly. Again, he would have been quite comfortable with the notion under most any other circumstances. He would have expected Angela to have understood better than to put the man she had grown to love at risk, but when he stopped by her room, hoping to offer her a few encouraging words before returning to his estate, as well as reassuring the gladiator that he had done well, and that the crisis was no longer his to concern himself with. The gladiator can't remember he's a gladiator. I think being my husband has become addictive for you, hasn't it? He hadn't thought to knock, a mistake he certainly shouldn't have made. Hearing such words upon turning the doorknob made him pause in his motions and freeze before the threshold. Stone cold as he was, he lingered there for a few moments, uncertain of what the meaning of those words would be. How could he be her husband? Was it some sort of playful game, perhaps? Even if it were, it merely confirmed his suspicions that their affection was mutual. And then, I love you more than anything in this world, Angela. So do I, more than anything, Sokka. Oh, they were fools. Too young for their own good, no doubt, and they had certainly forgotten all about the very obvious, tangible distance that ought to have existed between them. No doubt, the gladiator was far more leisurely than any slave should have been. Frankly, if they hadn't given him so much leeway, trusted him in ways they probably shouldn't have, in virtue of all his deeds for the Fire Nation, for the princess's sake, perhaps he wouldn't have forgotten his place. But he had, and so had she, clearly. Either the man was far more cunning and clever than Zhao ever suspected, or he was far more innocent and naive. No doubt, the princess was being fickle, longing for affection that had been denied to her for years. They both should have known better. For at this rate, if they continued acting out, the time would come when their poorly kept secret would be revealed. And if it was, everything they'd achieved would amount to nothing. Not even saving the Fire Nation 1,000 times would protect them from Jose's promised wrath. Which was exactly why Zhao groaned and sank in his seat, burying his face in his hands. He had wronged the princess often in the past, and the one time he had tried to help her in regards of her love life he had misread the situation entirely and, had things taken a worse turn, he genuinely might have gone unforgiven for as long as he lived for his meddling. It was clear that would be his fate this time, were he to speak out about this relationship, this apparent treason Angela had committed against her father, right under his very nose. She would never forgive Zhao if he dared talk, for she would lose the one man who had brought her true happiness throughout her life. The man with whom she had finally been able to craft her destiny as freely as she pleased. Ugh. No, he couldn't do that. What he could do, quite well, was play dumb. Play the fool, and pretend he knew nothing. For, in the end, what did he know? Perhaps the princess hadn't used the word husband. Perhaps she'd said the word husbandry, and she was merely talking about mounts. And when the gladiator had told her he loved her, she had merely said so do I, meaning, she loved herself, just as well. Good. That was all it amounted to. He had always been a skilled liar, but his skill would certainly be put to the test by the latest developments. Pretending to be ignorant of this secret wouldn't be easy, though, frankly, it was a wonder Jose hadn't suspected it yet. Perhaps he did, come to think of it. That he'd refrain from sharing this truth with Jose was a matter of survival, of common sense. He wouldn't betray the princess's worst secret to the only man powerful enough to destroy her. Otherwise, once the princess made a move of her own, whatever it was, she'd likely consider taking a rather bloody, unpleasant revenge on Zhao for whatever part he'd played in the revealing of the relationship. Yet how likely was she to keep the secret safely, in the first place? If he had already confirmed his suspicions through a mere moment of carelessness, how many others had discovered the truth as well? And how long would it be before the next one to do so was Jose himself? Oh, he'd need a drink or two to chase away the headache that only intensified further. He wanted to rest for months, if he could, not just weeks. Hopefully, those two would keep their truth hidden long enough to afford Zhao a chance to do as much. Yet a rather unpleasant gut feeling told him the golden days the princess had shared with her gladiator were numbered, and it wouldn't be long before they ran out completely. Chapter 230, The Ultimate Gladiator 1. The roaring crowd had never broken her focus. Their loud cheers, or even their attempts to discourage her with booing, were secondary matters. She had never cared for being acclaimed, she only cared about winning. She had thought, for a long time, that her eagerness to win was a matter of rebellion, of chasing after freedom desperately, of turning her back on her parents' expectations and making of herself whatever she wanted to be. She vividly recalled her fury upon hearing them plead with Master Yu so he'd take her as his pupil in her childhood, to teach her nothing but the basics of earthbending when she was already a far more advanced earthbender than the man himself could ever hope to be. It was the same fury she had felt upon demanding to be allowed to live her life, for she was finally of age and capable of making her own choices, only for her parents to shut her down again, assuring her she would be cared for, that they would eventually find a proper husband for her, that she would never want for anything in life. What they failed to understand was that she already wanted something, and she would stop at nothing to achieve it. But was it truly freedom? Or was it her true desire answered to another necessity she had yet to understand, at the time? Ruminating about her past and reflecting on her deepest thoughts was certainly not what Toph expected to do while facing the vengeful stone. It wasn't what anyone else would do. She knew, in her place, the man was a menace, capable of such potent bending that the entire ring was shaking. She could hear people in the stands screaming, some fearful, others delighted by the vibrations, while a certain, faithful group was outright chanting her gladiatorial name in a steady rhythm, trusting she would emerge victorious regardless of the prowess of her enemy. The man was collected and strong, not the sort to taunt or throw jabs at his opponents. He was methodical too, striking hard with his feet and fists, but commanding the earth with more ease than most earthbenders in the ranking could. Unfortunately for him, however, the constant quaking felt like home for Toph. Like the caverns of the badger moles, like the training she had undergone with them as she dug caves with them, tunnels that led across the land, deeper and deeper, and then the sounds of battle, a fearsome battle, and she was exhausted, but she had to keep going, so many wounded, so many dying, on either side, and then that wave of water, rushing down the valley, threatening to wipe them out, every last one of them, and she couldn't hesitate or else. Toph clenched her fists, her short nails digging into her palms. Her reaction put a drastic stop to the shaking ground directly underneath her, as she wrestled that area of the ring out of her opponent's control. She had tried to shake it off, she had won that day. She had been victorious. Her deed had saved many lives, though she hardly knew how many, but still, she had proven herself above that challenge, hadn't she? So why did it feel like she had failed? It wasn't true failure, Toph knew. That wasn't what plagued her, and that was what had brought her to reflect on her past, just as well, for maybe it wasn't about freedom, but rather, powerlessness, being told, all along, that she needed to be protected, that she was frail and weak, that she couldn't be left to her own devices, had filled her with the certainty that she had to prove otherwise, constantly. That she could fend for herself, better than most people could, and she didn't need anyone holding her back. Being blind had never felt like a failing to her. Why would she feel incomplete over lacking something she'd never needed, anyways? But she had been stubborn, she had been proud, and she had always been reckless. Never had she faced any odds she couldn't conquer. She had outright shattered and thrown a whole flight of stairs on the Daili and Ba Sing Se once, for crying out loud. Yet the Fire Nation, her friends, had relied on her on that dark day, and she hadn't been strong enough to help in the steadfast way she ever did. Any hesitation, any weaknesses, and she would be dead right now, along with hundreds of others, for sure. She hadn't been able to put aside those fears, those thoughts. The knowledge, too, that Azula, the unbeatable princess who ever seemed to walk off every hurdle, every challenge, without breaking a sweat, had suffered a near-fatal wound by the enemy, was but another factor in her growing fears. No one was infallible. No one could win every match. No one could hope for a victory streak to last forever. One day they would lower their guard, or they would be unprepared for a new conflict, and then it'd be over. Everything would be over. She gritted her teeth and roared before shooting her arms forward, her fingers commanding the earth between herself and the vengeful stone to rise and surge towards him. The man shielded himself, and stopped shaking the arena upon doing so. Toph lunged forth, pulling along the pillars of earth, the shifted sand and every broken rock from the typically destroyed well, and she had launched them in quick succession at the shielded man. There was no way he'd be able to defend himself against the barrage of projectiles. It was known that one of the blind bandit's greatest strengths was her skill to take advantage of the enemy earthbender's moves and feats for her own benefit. She wrestled earth out of their control quicker than the fastest cut purse could make off with a stolen coin pouch. Perhaps that was the truth behind her choice of name in the league. The sturdiest of shields the vengeful stone could erect would still falter, he knew, but he had to try. Multiple layers of defenses, quickly crafted, served to protect him from different dangers, but by the end of the barrage of attacks, his final shield was as good as a liability, crumbling and pierced by the enemy's assault. The vengeful stone brought the earth down, summoning it anew in a more composed manner, ready to make the whole arena shake again, his best technique to gather power and strike fear into the hearts of his enemies. Only to raise his gaze and find that the blind bandit was nowhere to be found. Was she underground? Or was she hiding behind the pillars he had left across the sand pit? The vengeful stone snarled but took to tearing down the pillars while continuing to shake the earth powerfully. She wasn't going to get away. He knew she meant to steal off with his hard-earned honor of being deemed the greatest earthbender in the ranking, and he refused to let her get away with it. With powerful strides, the vengeful stone took not only to shaking the earth but outright cracking it. The sand solidified, creating large rifts as he condensed the element. If she was underground, he'd find her eventually. If she was above ground, he'd still catch her, it was only a matter of time. Then, an explosion of earth, right behind him. The vengeful stone turned around at haste, whipping up an immediate defensive shield that stopped a rising spike of earth, aimed towards his head. The shield shattered, as did the spike, another stalemate, the vengeful stone assumed. Until a sudden, subtle, and efficient blow to the back of his neck saw him collapsing where he stood, falling face first into the sand as his body refused to answer his commands. Making a tunnel in the middle of a shaking arena was surely a fool's errand, as far as anyone else was concerned, not Toph. Not after what had happened that day, where so much had ridden on her ability to break and mold the earth as fast and effectively as possible. She had known to attack with a decoy, to distract the vengeful stone, and to strike at him from behind, while she surfaced on his other side, because no one could ever trust the enemy to show mercy, or to fight fair. It hadn't been fair that day at that factory, or by the bay. She gritted her teeth again, reaching down to clasp the immobile, chi-blocked vengeful stone by the back of his neck, a fast strike at the bridge of his nose and he was out like a light. Toph dropped him on the sand again and breathed slowly. It wasn't over until the countdown was finished, so she couldn't drop her guard. Maybe he was faking it, maybe her chi block hadn't been that effective, she would do best to be prepared to counter anything he might do if. 8. 9. 10. The winner is, the blind bandit. She tuned in the sounds again, almost snapping back to her senses upon hearing those words. Then, it was over. She had won. She had done it. It's a historic moment, ladies and gentlemen. The megaphone man announced, as the crowd grew wilder and wilder, though some spectators, naturally, would be aghast over her victory. The vengeful stone was, after all, the top-ranked earthbender in the ranking, with no shortage of faithful supporters, but he hadn't been strong enough. Today, Toph had prevailed against her foe, against every earthbender in the superior Gladiator League with only 99 fights, and of course, 99 victories in a row. There's nothing the blind bandit can't do. She has redefined the very meaning of earthbending. What an extraordinary fighter. The praise could barely be heard over the sound of the blind bandit's loudest Fang Club members, screaming her name to the top of their lungs. Toph, however, remained puzzled as reality dawned on her slowly. She had done it, then. She had proven herself the best earthbender for good. Her side of Iroha's challenge was finally finished. She didn't know why she couldn't be more enthusiastic. Deep down, she knew she should be, yet the league that she had been so passionate about, so determined to conquer for years, suddenly seemed a secondary, lesser concern. She couldn't find herself as delighted by her victory in such frivolous battles when her mind was still plagued, constantly, with thoughts of how close she had been to death's door merely a few weeks ago. But it wouldn't do to show her uncertainties and fears when all attention was on her. She clenched a fist and threw it up in the air, offering her crowd a tight-lipped smile, and the insincerity of the gesture was lost on all of them. They went wild all the same, failing to see their admired gladiator wasn't the same girl who had fought dead gaze with overflowing confidence earlier in the month. For she couldn't seem to shake off her feelings of powerlessness. She couldn't let go of the dread that had stolen into her thoughts every night as she woke up from nightmares, feeling that wave of water rushing towards her but being too weak, too slow to act, and then the torrent crashed through, meaning to destroy her whole world. One day, she feared, she wouldn't be strong enough. One day, she wouldn't be able to build that wall against the oncoming barrage. And what on earth would she do then? Excited staff members congratulated her as they offered to guide her to her medical check, which Toph knew she wouldn't need, but she followed them regardless. The whole building was bustling with noise and celebration, and Toph could only wish, bitterly, that she had achieved this milestone 3 weeks ago instead. Then she would gladly join in the revelry, gloating about her great triumph, even, but today she only wished to get away, despite she knew it wasn't reasonable or rational to want that. This should be her day, and she should be rejoicing. For Iroha was rejoicing quite openly. He crossed the threshold of the room Toph had been guided to, laughing in delight as the physicians confirmed Toph hadn't suffered even a minor scratch while in the battle. "You've done it. Oh, Toph, you are brilliant," he exclaimed, rushing in for a hug that Toph returned somewhat awkwardly. Despite her lingering misery and uncertainties, Toph allowed herself a small grin, far more genuine than the one she had sported while in the ring. If that's really the best the ranking had, there was no way I'd lose, she said, though her voice lacked the usual arrogance it carried in her every boast. I knew as much, but confirming it was no less thrilling. Iroh chuckled, pulling away and patting her shoulders in another congratulatory gesture. The best earthbender in the league. Not that there was ever any doubt, truly, at this point the ranking itself is a formality. Everyone knows your true worth. Did they? The words rang hollow, for Toph wasn't even sure what her true worth was anymore. Was it just a matter of physical strength and prowess? Was it determination and fierceness? Was it her unapologetic behavior? Most of those things hadn't been much use against that accursed waterbender. The lack of response from Toph wasn't the first alarming sign Iroh had noticed over the past few days. She had grown more withdrawn than ever while recovering her strength, and as many times as she might have assured him she was all right, he wasn't foolish enough to believe her. Still, Iroh had learned more than enough from his experiences with Zuko. If Toph was undergoing her own inner turmoil now, he wouldn't force her to share those burdens with him. He would support and encourage her as best he could, and, once Toph was ready to share, he would listen and offer to help however he could. For now, though, it was better to reassure her, to let her know he trusted her completely, so that one day she might trust him just as fully too. Well, then. That's been quite a lot of fights against earthbenders in a row. I suppose you'll be happy to move on to other kinds of fighters in the future, Iroh said, dropping his hands. Toph's eyebrows twitched, though. I would be, but, why, you don't mean I should fight them now, do you? I mean, she said, frowning, I haven't really checked on them so far, but I don't think she's in any condition to sponsor Sokka, so. I wasn't even thinking about that, Iroh lied, chuckling carelessly. I merely thought to offer you a chance to fight a few less important firebenders, or even non-benders if you wished to, though you've always said they're not that impressive. I know continuing with our challenge against them is, well, as good as impossible right now. She probably can't even accept a challenge yet, altogether. Not likely, no, Toph mumbled, swallowing hard. Iroh sighed, shaking his head. That being said, he whispered, and Toph's frown gained an edge of distrust he knew he had to smooth over quickly. You don't have to fight him quite so urgently, do you? All things considered, you've proven your superiority against him in the past. As far as your track record is concerned, you've defeated him on at least 3 different opportunities, right? Your first fight, then the scavenger hunt, then your second fight. And then we tied in the brawl. And he beat me in the race, Toph finished, bluntly. Iroh's eyes widened. You mean they beat us? He determined. It wasn't only Sokka, after all. Didn't have to be. I could tell he's changed, Toph whispered. I could tell since the brawl anyway. He's way stronger than he was back when I first fought him, Iroh. I don't even know if I could beat him, if we fought one-on-one. Perhaps you don't, but I do. Iroh smiled. You're the best gladiator there is, I have no doubts of it. You've been working harder than anyone else for the last years, and you've been training intensively for the past months, too. I sincerely doubt anyone can beat you, at this point. Anyone? Toph repeated, raising her eyebrows. What about that combustion dude? You think I can beat him? You weren't that far from doing it during the brawl, were you? Iroh grinned. Toph blinked blankly. You even said afterwards you had a few ideas on how to get him the next time you fought. What I'm saying is, you could simply fight him instead of waiting for Azula to recover. You don't need to prove anything to anyone else. I'm sure she'd understand. You are? Toph asked, breathing deeply. Well, I don't know. Doesn't really feel right, does it? You're the one who set up this whole thing, aren't you? If I was going to fight Combustion Man first, shouldn't we at least talk to them about it? Or, well, I guess I should. I don't know if it'd go over well if you do it. And here I thought you were proud of me for getting along better with Azula as of late. Iroh sighed, shaking his head. Toph smiled a little. I suppose you're not that proud, then. I am, but I'm not going to risk it, she said. The two of you are damn impossible when you want to be. I'll ask them about this when we go home, if you really want me to. If they don't think it's fair, you can just fight other gladiators while we wait for them to be ready to fight anyways. Iroh smiled, patting Toph's shoulder. So, cheer up. No need to fight your friends just yet, no matter what. Ah, well, yeah, Toph said, though her smile wasn't truly heartfelt yet. I know I should be screaming at the top of my lungs and all that, Iroh, it's just, too much weird stuff's happened lately. I'm still trying to digest it all. I know, Iroh said, guiding her towards the waiting room's exit with an arm around her shoulders, but you shouldn't deny yourself life's pleasures even so. So many of your supporters are waiting to acclaim their hero right now. I know you may not feel like indulging them, but they've believed in you for a long time, and they mean no harm. I doubt you can be your usual self yet, but maybe try to find some enjoyment in their attention, too? If you can. I guess I'll try. Toph smiled weakly. She could hear the ruckus by the vestibule, she could even sense it with her bending. She knew they were excited, far more than usual, and she truly wished she could indulge them as they deserved it. It was simply the worst possible timing for her greatest feat so far, she guessed. But she abided by Iroh's advice regardless, joining the revelry half-heartedly while her many fans cheered her on, offering her ink and paper for her to sign. They went wild with every nonsensical doodle she drew, and that did make her smile more honestly, as much as she knew it was a silly, small pleasure indeed. Iroh watched her from Shoji's counter, having left her with her many admirers so he could deal with the numbers himself, the side of the business Toph only used to care about in order to know by how many stages she had outdone Sokka and Azula. That specific drive of hers had been notoriously absent since the race had ended. With this victory, the Blind Bandit stands at 44,009 points. Shoji announced, delighted after setting down his abacus, and that's the 79th spot, actually. Not bad at all, especially for a gladiator with only 99 fights under her belt. So far, the only fighters with less than 100 fights within the top 100 are the Blind Bandit and the Blue Wolf. Isn't that amazing? Quite so, Iroh smiled, though he knew the Blue Wolf would be the exclusive member of that category soon. Whether Azula agreed to let Toph fight Combustion Man right away or not, Toph's next fight would be her 100th. And the Blind Bandit's lifelong victory streak is no simple matter either. Shoji grinned. She's truly the best earthbender in the league, altogether. And to think I learned earthbending from her, too. Did you, now? Iroh asked, puzzled. Shoji froze before blushing, scratching the back of his neck. Well, it was just, we were invited to Lady Tylee's wedding and she took to teaching me earthbending, but I was kind of drunk so I forgot what she taught me. Please don't tell her that, though. Iroh laughed loudly, and Shoji hoped the Blind Bandit's seismic sense wouldn't be so potent she'd overhear their conversation. One quick glance revealed she was still scribbling nonsensical autographs for her many fans, and, as the crowd around her only grew thicker still, it was likely it would take several hours before she was free from their attention. Anyways, feel free to choose your next fight. Shoji grinned at Iroh. The Blind Bandit always receives lots of challengers after all, but if you'd rather look at the ranking. I think I'll refrain from choosing yet, if just for now. Iroh smiled. Thank you for the offer, regardless. I'll drop by again once Toph and I decide on our next course of action. Oh, sure. Of course. Shoji smiled, failing to hide his perplexity. It wasn't common for the Blind Bandit to take pauses, ever jumping from one challenge to the next, but perhaps today's achievement was big enough to slow down her progress, for a change. The fight between the Blind Bandit and the Vengeful Stone had been scheduled for noon. The sun was halfway across the horizon, however, by the time Toph and Iroh finally had the chance to leave the dome's premises, and the Earthbender was most unwilling to sign another autograph ever again. It's not like it'll even matter, will it? She growled, as they walked together to the palace that loomed not far ahead. They could just doodle nonsense on paper themselves and claim I'm the one who did it, right? No one would know better. That, I suppose, makes the whole thing all the more ironic. Iroh chuckled. It's entirely likely they'll be accused of falsely claiming to have your autograph when there's never any proof that it was truly you who signed anything. See? Toph said, shaking her head. Makes no sense. I tell you, did you challenge anyone in the end, though? I heard you were having fun with Shoji somehow, but... Yes, he told me something interesting about you. Iroh grinned. You taught him earthbending, apparently. Yeah. I did, Toph said, lowering her head as Iroh chuckled. It was a random thing to do to pass the time, nothing else. It suits you, Whatever your intent was, he said either way, no, I haven't challenged anyone new yet. We'll decide on what to do next after you talk with your friends. For now, I think we can have a few days of uncertainty, right? Right, Toph nodded, grinning to herself. She wasn't one to run away from fights, nothing further from the truth, but the idea of taking a break, even if only for a few days, was appetizing. Surely Sokka would fly into a wild frenzy, demanding to fight Toph before she went against Combustion Man, so she would have time to train some more until Azula was in the right shape to sponsor Sokka anew. She had refrained from visiting her all this time, uncertain if she would help or hinder Azula's recovery. She had asked Iroh to check on her, and Toph had no doubts he didn't do so directly either, probably aware that he wouldn't be all that welcome in Azula's vicinity while she was at her weakest. Still, he had offered her the occasional kernel of information, perhaps obtained from the palace's servants or the physicians. Azula had woken up, and she was recovering slowly, but still far faster than most people had expected. And, of course, Sokka had been beside her for virtually every day and night during her recovery. If the situation had been any different, perhaps any less urgent, she would have offered to take Sokka's place on occasion, just to lower the obviously rising concerns and suspicions about their poorly hidden relationship. It was quite strange that Iroh wouldn't seem fazed by it anymore, especially when he had been so keen on discovering the truth behind their association only a few months ago. If he tried now, he'd be able to unravel their secret within 5 minutes, Toph suspected. Which only meant Sokka and Azula were rather lucky he hadn't tried at all lately. She thought to warn them of it. As she entered the physician's wing, a physician offered to help her find her way, but she didn't need any assistance to find the vibrations of the princess and her gladiator in the largest room within the physician's wing. She stopped right by the door, however, raising an eyebrow as she listened in on their conversation. "You sure you want to try now, then? You've gone far enough as it is, I think. If it's too much I'll stop. But I think I can go for it today. Just, don't pull away, okay? Wouldn't dream of it, princess." Toph nearly scoffed in disbelief. Oh, she knew they weren't doing what their words could imply, she could sense it with her own 2 feet, but that only made matters all the worse. Now even their more innocent actions were lined with obvious, suspicious behavior. She definitely needed to remind them of reality soon. Standing where she was, Toph could feel as Azula's feet came into contact with the marble floor. Sokka's hands were stretched out, perhaps placed on her own, or on her body. One held her right hand, the other at her waist. Then, she exerted her strength to push herself up, and her knees trembled violently, causing Sokka to wrap an arm around her waist protectively, ensuring she wouldn't fall, even though her footing was quite unstable. A soft laugh, and the sound of rustling fabric. She was pressing her face against his shirt. Bad start. But I think I can get used to it. Wobbly knees and all, Azula whispered, teasingly. You're sure? Sokka asked, his voice soft, coated with concern. I have enough experience with wobbly knees as it is, was the response, and that was enough for Toph. She snorted and shook her head, knocking on the bedroom's door gently, notoriously startling her friends, who hadn't expected any visitors at the moment. Sokka helped Azula sit by the edge of the mattress, approaching the door warily and gasping upon finding the short earthbender on the other side. You two sure like to trust walls are thick as hell, don't you? She said. Sokka flinched at her words at first before shaking his head and stepping out of the way, letting Toph inside the room. No reason to think they're not, is there? He said, grinning before closing the door once Toph entered the room with them. Not like there's anything to hide here. Sure, dog. The stuff you were saying sounded way dangerous from where I was standing. Toph smirked, hands on her hips. Is that what you came to do? Scold us? Sokka asked. You've dropped by for the first time since, well, you know since what, and you just tell us off for being careless. If you guys deserve it, yeah, she smirked, though she turned towards Azula, sitting on the mattress where she was. It was, undoubtedly, the princess, yet something felt strangely different about her. Perhaps it was simply because she was sitting, rather than standing, but Toph doubted it. She appeared thinner, and her heartbeats were nowhere near as strong as they usually were. Still, it's good to know you're sitting up and trying to stand, spicy. I'd heard you were put through the ringer, so it's good you're getting better now. Here I thought you'd make fun of me for being a wimp now. Angela grinned. There's no better chance for you to claim you're a better bender than me, you know? I'm definitely in no shape to prove otherwise. Heh, where'd be the fun in beating you when you're not at your best? That'd be stupid. Toph smirked as Angela laughed softly. It's good to see you, Toph, she said. Toph raised her eyebrows and shrugged. Well, I'd say the same. But you've never seen us. Both Angela and Sokka finished at unison, prompting Toph to laugh genuinely for the first time in weeks. Fine, fine, I need new jokes, Toph grinned, as Sokka patted her back gently. I'll come up with something, sure will. We'd never doubt you, Angela answered, though she raised her gaze towards Sokka, who had walked past Toph and returned to standing before her. Want to take a break for now? Sokka asked. Since Toph is here and all. I figured you might rather just kick back and chat instead of working out, right? It's a little embarrassing that merely standing up counts as working out, Angela sighed, lowering her gaze, but her golden eyes gleamed with determination once she raised them to meet Sokka's anew eye. I think I want to try again. And maybe even go for a little walk, if I can. You sure? Sokka asked, swallowing hard. It might not be easy. Ah, I know you'll catch me if I fall, turtle. I'm not worried, Angela grinned, raising her right hand towards Sokka's left. I thought fresh air might be nice, and I figure we can chat with Toph outside this room anyway. I feel like I've been here too long. It's been 2 weeks, but it must have felt longer than that for you, Sokka agreed, biting his lip. If it's too much, Angela. Yeah, I know. I won't push myself too far if I can't make enough progress, I promise, Angela said, stroking the back of his hand gently with her thumb. That's the kind of stuff you do, not me. Heh. You're so funny, Sokka smirked, shaking his head. If you get tired of walking I can just bend you nicely to wherever you want to go, too, Toph offered, mischievously, only for Angela to scowl in her direction. You're not messing up the palace's marble, you hear me? She said, and Toph snickered at her reaction. I'll check with Pharaoh first if it's okay for you to take a short walk, though, Sokka whispered, squeezing Angela's hand before leaning in to kiss her brow. Better to be safe than sorry if he thinks you can't risk it yet. He said I had to start moving around or I'll have muscular atrophy. Angela said, with an unusual pout. Sokka chuckled and pressed his lips to the top of her head next. You're too cute for me to bear it, Angela. Toph will give us an earful if we keep this up, remember. Oops, Angela grinned, glancing at Toph with uncertainty. The blind bandit only huffed derisively as Sokka finally pulled away from the princess. Forgot I was here. Of course you did, Toph smirked. Sokka offered her a guilty grin before stepping out of the room quickly, leaving the two benders to themselves. You two don't change, do you? Though you really ought to be more careful with this kind of thing. Granted, I hear better than most people can, but you know, no one ought to walk in on you two making out or something like that, should they? No, though it hasn't happened yet, Angela whispered. Toph raised an eyebrow. The making out part, or the walking in part? She asked. Angela's smirk, and the slight acceleration of her heart, answered Toph's question easily enough. Here I thought I'd find you snapping at everyone and everything because you're tired of being stuck in this bed, but apparently you're having enough fun with him, are you? It's not quite that much fun, no, Angela smiled, but it's helpful to have him around all day. I don't really know how I'm staying sane either, but I'd bet it's mostly thanks to him. I'd bet as much too. You're the only weirdo who finds him comforting and soothing and whatever it is you find him to be. Toph snickered. Still, it's good to know you're way more cheerful than I expected. You had it tough, from what I heard. Yeah, I've heard that too. I can't seem to remember everything that happened, though, Angela smiled sadly. I've mostly had my dragon's memories, and other people's retellings to go on. Other than a few flashes of memories I can't really make much sense of. Sokka keeps telling me not to worry anymore, that everyone else will take care of things now, and for once I guess I'm listening to his advice. It's weird that you are, Toph said, but it's probably better this way. I'd offer to fill you in on stuff, but I only know what happened on my end anyway. I've heard even less about what happened to you guys than what happened to me, Angela admitted. And if we're going to listen to the dog, you're not supposed to learn anything about either thing anyway, Toph grinned. Angela scoffed, rolling her eyes. So stingy. She mumbled, to Topha's amusement, just before Sokka and Pharaoh arrived. Exasperation clung to the physician's facade, his eyes were decorated with dark bags, proof of how difficult the past weeks had been for him. Sokka had already revealed what Azula had asked permission to do, and he seemed to be of half a mind to refuse already. If it were up to me, you wouldn't leave this room for the next 3 days, at least, Princess, he snapped. You've recovered far faster than anyone expected, but that doesn't mean you should be reckless. Fresh air is reckless for someone in my condition. Azula asked, raising her eyebrows, and here I thought it might even help my chi flow better. Pharaoh rolled his eyes and tightened a fist. Toph smirked. Whatever had happened to the princess, her wits and manipulation skills hadn't decreased in the least. Unsurprisingly, the physician shook his head and turned to Sokka, with a menacing glare. You're in charge. If she shows any sign of being unable to keep walking, you're to snatch her up and bring her back here immediately, he said. Sokka nodded immediately, agreeing to the man's terms without hesitation. You're also not going far, there's an exit to the gardens merely past this hallway. If she really wants fresh air so badly, you'll sit at those steps and move no further. Understood. Loud and clear, said Sokka, nodding reassuringly. Now, you, said Pharaoh, turning towards Toph and surprising her for it, will you assist too? Maybe, said Toph, shrugging, if I'm needed. Then clean up. At the very least dust off all that sand on your clothes and wash your hands. She is a high-risk patient, and I won't have her growing sick over whatever pest you could have been carrying out of an arena, if that's where you were. Well, I was, but why would the arena have a pest of any sort? Toph huffed, scowling. You're weird, dude. Weird as I may be, I'm the physician in charge of the princess's health. Do as I say, or you won't go with her, he declared. Toph rolled her eyes and shook her head but strode off to the nearest basin. Fine, whatever, sourpuss, she growled. Pharaoh breathed deeply and sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose with his fingertips. Don't make me regret this, he told Azula, who smiled with as much innocence as she could muster. Toph had scrubbed her hands and forearms several times when Pharaoh finally left. Sokka watched her with a raised eyebrow. He had only taken notice of the grains of sand that clung to her clothes and hair after Pharaoh had pointed them out. So, you had a fight today? He asked. I mean, with all the sand and stuff, I figure. I did, Toph answered, finally satisfied enough with her clean hands. She picked up a nearby towel and wiped herself as casually as possible, making nothing of their silence until she sensed they were waiting for her to say something else. What is it? Nothing, just. I figured you'd say more than just yeah, but okay, said Sokka, grinning weakly. She must have won, just like she's always won, said Azula, smiling too. I guess there's not much novelty to it after you've done it, 100 times? Technically? 99, said Toph, with a dry grin, but who's counting, other than the entire arena? Why does it sound like it bugs you? Sokka asked, amused. I'm not that close to 100 fights, shouldn't you be rubbing in that I'm half-assing it while you're tearing everyone to shreds because you're awesome and whatnot? Yeah, I could be doing that, said Toph, blankly. Guess it didn't come to mind, huh? I bet you're insanely high in the ranking by now, too, said Sokka, grinning a little. Breached the top 10 yet? What? No way, said Toph, shaking her head. I think 79 is what Iroh said. So yeah, no, I'm not that high yet. Is that what's bugging you? You want to rise higher and faster than you already have? Azula asked. As far as Shoji always tells us, both you guys and the two of us have risen far faster than anyone else ever has. I know, I'm not bothered by that, said Toph, smiling and shrugging. It's nothing, really. You sure? Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. Toph huffed, shaking her head. Weren't we trying to get Spicy out to the hallway or whatever? She said, what do I do, Need me to bend the floor like I suggested, or? That's a last resort, if anything, Sokka chuckled. Azula huffed. It's not a last resort, it's outright forbidden. No bending the palace's tiles, she growled. Sokka and Toph chuckled at her reaction, inevitably. Good to know you're as uptight about your fancy house as you always have been, eh? Toph said, as Sokka moved towards Angela's right side. After sitting beside the princess, the gladiator draped an arm around her waist and took her right hand in his own. She glanced at him from the corner of her eyes with difficulty. Any brusque neck movements would send unbearable jolts of pain and discomfort down her body, no matter how much she had healed so far, waiting for his next indications. Trusting him, completely, knowing he would be there to catch her if she were to fall, their wedding scars in contact, ever a reminder of their commitment to each other. "I'll hold you, no matter what," he said, smiling reassuringly. "I'll try not to grab you too tightly, don't want to hurt you or anything, but you can lean on me if you are not strong enough to walk on your own this way." "Okay. Sure," said Angela, grinning back. "Toph, you'll stand by her left," Sokka said, glancing at the earthbender, "but you won't help directly unless she falters somehow. The worst damage is on her left shoulder, so if you need to support her, hold her by the waist and do your very best not to touch her arm, okay? I'll try to support her myself, but in case I fail somehow, I'm on standby duty, then," said Toph, smirking. "Sounds like you're hoarding her for yourself, dog." "Hey, now, that's not it." Sokka pouted, though Toph chuckled and shook her head. "I'm messing with you. I'll make sure nothing bad happens to your favorite person in the world, okay?" Toph said, hands on her hips. "I'm ready when you guys are." Sokka nodded and turned towards Angela. He caressed her waist gently as she breathed deeply, once, twice, then thrice, and she tensed up before beginning to exert her strength as she could, aided by Sokka's strong grip, as she rose to her feet once more. Her knees were still trembling, but she managed to take one step forward. Sokka kept up with her, his arm the reassuring support she needed as she took a moment to breathe, standing up as she was. Amused as she had been before by their obvious, inappropriate behavior, Toph couldn't find the humor in the situation anymore. Unpleasant shivers rushed through her body as she waited for Angela to take another step, for once she did, maybe her thoughts would stop being so irksome. Maybe she'd be able to shake them off by knowing that, however broken and weak her friend was, she was truly recovering, strong in ways Toph could barely understand. Yet the contrast between this Angela and the one she had always known was stark and painful. That she would need a helping hand wasn't anything to frown upon, but a woman so independent and capable should have never been hurt to such extent. Surely Sokka thought so too. Surely that was why he couldn't leave her side, why he was offering all the support he could, in order to keep Angela strong, and hold her up through her recovery as best he could. "Take your time," Sokka whispered softly, his lips hovering close to Angela's ear. She closed her eyes and resisted the urge to nod, ever restraining her neck's movements out of fear of causing herself pain by pulling at her torn muscles when they were still mending. She raised her foot and stepped forward. Sokka moved with her, and Toph immediately followed. After another pause, a new step. Toph was sure Angela had never moved this slowly in her life. Surely even as a child she had been a lightning-quick menace. Her slow pace was necessary, but no less jarring for it. And yet the princess expressed no exasperation, no genuine frustration with herself or anyone over her slow recovery. It was an unexpected sign of maturity, Toph supposed, a sign she found herself envying, suddenly. How she wished she could put aside all thoughts of what could have been, what should have been, to stop tormenting herself with the thousand possibilities of their last, life-threatening catastrophe. It wasn't hard to tell that Sokka wasn't doing much better than Toph, though he was surprisingly better at hiding it, surely by focusing on Angela's recovery instead. But there was a tension in his behavior, a certain dark fierceness in how he held the princess, that spoke of how difficult it was for him to see the woman he loved in such shape. But instead of crying, or losing his patience, he only kept going, helping Angela through the bedroom door, and then across the physician's wing, which was mostly empty by now, fortunately. It was hard to say if Angela would be able to maintain a level head if she had even a glimpse of the casualties of the battle, or even the wounded soldiers with the violent, piercing wounds inflicted by the Stingray and his allies. The exit Pharaoh had ordered them to sit at was merely 20 seconds away from the physician's wing, for a healthy person's walking rate. For Angela, it took far more willpower and strength than she ever had thought she'd need. Her legs weren't in good shape, not even when Pharaoh and the physicians had helped her perform simple exercises on the bed over the past 2 weeks. to ensure she wouldn't lose her mobility in her other extremities. Yet the corruption of her chi had taken a fierce toll across her body, enough of it that she felt as though she'd raced all across the city once they finally stopped at the steps by the garden. "There we are. You did it," Angela Saka smiled warmly, squeezing her waist affectionately. Guess I did," she whispered, closing her eyes. "Need help sitting down?" Toph asked. Angela swallowed as Saka stepped forward, still holding her closely as he made to stand in front of her. "Hold her from behind, okay?" said Saka just little by little. "Angela, you can stop using that much of your strength now, Toph and I will take care of the rest." Angela relaxed, trusting Saka's word. Both of them were physically strong enough to hold her body upright even when she eased her knees. Toph followed Saka's lead slowly until they had lowered Angela onto the steps, and she released a breath once her strained leg muscles were finally free to relax for good. "There," Saka said, smiling at Angela as he stood before her, "and here we are, fresh air indeed. Are you feeling all right?" Maybe," Angela mused, as Toph moved quietly to sit by her left. "My shoulders, hurting some more now. Might be the painkillers aren't working that well anymore. I think Song once said bodies get used to the effect of some medicine." Saka explained, sitting by the free space by Angela's right, which renders it kind of useless. "And it can even cause, unwanted addictions." "I'll be addicted to painkillers, then?" Angela asked, with a weak grin. "Sounds like a blast. I'll be walking like a granny and unable to live without medicine. Guess I aged 50 years in 2 weeks. I thought you were taking this way too well." Toph was slightly amused too as she sat by Angela's free side. Figures you'd be annoyed about it after all." "It is annoying. I'd rather not have been hurt at all, of course," Angela said, simply, "but I guess I'm strangely not so worried. I did my duty, even if I can't remember most of it. And here I thought you were mostly dealing with it so well because you weren't dealing with it all alone," said Toph. Angela raised her eyebrows. "Well, it's funny. I didn't even fear I might have to," Angela said, grinning as she reached for Saka's hand with hers. He smiled too, gazing at the contact between their fingers. "Guess that's the perk of marriage, huh?" said Toph. Angela snorted, releasing Saka's hand, despite he would have gladly held hers for a little longer. "Weren't you scolding us for saying incriminating stuff earlier?" Angela said. Toph chuckled and shrugged. "You're impossible, dirt worm." "And you're no fun, spicy princess," Toph retorted, proudly. Angela glanced at Saka from the corners of her eyes, nudging him lightly with her tired leg. Despite his silence, he had gazed at her as she spoke to Toph, and he grinned weakly as he enjoyed their quiet closeness. The garden was quiet just as well, touched by sunlight that lit up each blade of grass with a unique shade of green. The palace's walls were manned by guards, men who had survived the battles safely and could serve their nation as they ever did. Despite knowing she shouldn't torture herself by pondering such questions, Angela wondered how many had been lost, how many hadn't survived, while she had, if just narrowly. How many might resent her for her choices, how many would think she had failed them, no matter if she was trying her very best for her people. "Say, we're in the garden, sort of," Saka said suddenly, interrupting her thoughts as though he'd known she was letting her mind travel down unwanted paths. "Maybe you could call Xin? If he'd like to see you. Though, warn him not to jump on you or anything crazy like that." That's a really good idea," Angela smiled, closing her eyes as she sent those thoughts to her dragon. Xin Long had been wounded by the battle too, but not as severely as his rider. Within a few days, the bruises had eased up, though the damage to his armor wouldn't be amended easily. In all likelihood, Saka would need to make a whole new set of armor for the dragon, but he'd have to put off the potential project for later, once Angela was in better health. "When do you think you'll be able to go on trips with your dragon, huh?" Toph asked. "Not yet," Saka said, immediately. "I know you might think she's in bad shape now, Toph, but Angela has actually recovered a lot, and way faster than most people expected." "Really?" Toph said, raising her eyebrows. "Yeah. I was languishing and bedridden for weeks," Angela said, with a grimace. "Imagine that, huh?" "Sounds boring as hell," Toph said, and Angela smiled. "Yeah, well, boring or not, The point is she's still recovering and it's a good idea to keep all those big activities on hold until she's better. Sokka determined, with a light pout. It's better if she doesn't fly just yet. Fine, then, I guess you guys aren't going to fight in the league anytime soon? Toph asked, and her voice sounded strangely hopeful upon saying so. Well, no, Sokka said, frowning. Why would we? With Azula in this shape. We don't have pending challenges. I didn't accept any. I was trying to focus on my work as my father's substitute, so. Azula said. Toph bit her lip and shrugged. That's fine. I mean, I'm not saying you guys should go fight or anything. Actually, it's better this way, I bet. Huh? Better why? Sokka asked, as Azula sighed beside him. Are people so pissed at how I sent them underground and mishandled the situation that they want my head on a stake, or what? Exclaimed both gladiators at the same time, though the princess remained impassive. If anyone wants your head on a stake, I'll be the one to put their heads on one. Multiple ones. Sokka snarled, tightening a fist and slamming it into his hand. If anyone dares even think you did anything wrong, No. No one thinks that. Toph exclaimed, groaning, and shaking her head. Damn, you two just love to jump to conclusions. The Fire Lord hasn't even released that official announcement about whatever happened, has he? Iroh said he hadn't, I think, so if he hasn't done it, how would anyone be acting like scumbags over what you did? Spicy. Well, I didn't know he hadn't released it. Azula smiled awkwardly. He sure takes his time whenever I get involved in bad situations. Good to know people aren't being stupid, then, Sokka said, scowling. If you hear of anyone spouting any drivel of the sort, I'll sort them out myself. Sokka. Azula smiled weakly. I'm serious. He exclaimed, his voice cracking and causing Azula to laugh softly. No one messes with my princess. If they dare, they'd better know there'll be hell to pay. I shouldn't think it's sweet you want to skewer people for badmouthing me, but somehow, I do. Azula sighed. But then, if that's not the problem, Toph, what is? Why are you so worried about us going back to the league, or not going back at all? Worried? I wasn't worried, Toph said. I was just curious. That's it. Heh. You do know I was injured in the shoulder, not the head, right? Azula said. Toph grimaced. So it's not like I lost half my wits, because that's what would have had to happen for me to believe that nonsense answer of yours. Hey. Toph pouted before huffing, her bangs floated in front of her face briefly. Well, sure, it's not just curiosity, fine. I kind of had to come see you guys to ask about something. Though. I think I have my answer already. Do you? Azula asked. Might be you need to ask the question outright to find the answer you're looking for. Well, you guys aren't down for fighting me anytime soon, are you? Toph said, bluntly. Her words took them aback, enough that Azula nearly moved her head to stare at Toph, and the resulting burst of pain forced her not to do so, startling Sokka as she grimaced over her body's reaction. Azula. He whispered, pushing aside all thoughts of Toph's question as concern for Azula's well-being took over his mind completely. He leaned closer to the princess, and she clasped his hand with hers. I'm okay. I'm okay, she whispered, biting her lip before addressing their friend once more. Toph, who did you fight today? The earthbender gritted her teeth at the question. Clearly, with so much going on, they had forgotten she was due her final opponent already, and she wouldn't blame them for it, not after all they'd been through. If anything, just bringing up the Gladiator League felt completely out of place right now. The Vengeful Stone, she said, despite herself, and yeah, I beat him, no surprises there. The top-ranked earthbender, isn't he? Azula whispered. Sokka grimaced beside her. You did say you'd be finishing your side of the challenge. Well, damn. I'm sorry, Toph, I know, I'm not here to push the league in your face or anything like that, said Toph, shaking her head. I really just wanted to confirm you guys weren't up for this, if anything. Iroh and I talked, after the fight was over, and we think I could just go ahead and fight Combustion Man instead. You two have enough on your plate and I'm sure the league's not even close to a priority anymore. Well, I wouldn't say that, but I can't really sponsor Sokka like this, can I? Azula whispered though. I guess I could authorize someone to dash. No, said both Sokka and Toph immediately. Azula froze before sighing. Come on, Spicy, you can't be serious, our big fight, with a replacement sponsor instead of you. Toph snorted, shaking her head, don't be crazy, now. The league's not more important than your health, Sokka decided, reaching for Azula's hand, and I'm not about to run off to fight unless I have no choice. We have time anyway, I'm not dropping out of the ranking anytime soon, so there's no need for you to authorize anyone else to sponsor me. Fine, fine, Azula said, closing her eyes. I figured it was better to put this behind us already, but I guess we'll have to put our own challenge against them on hold for now. It's no big deal. I've beaten you two before, haven't I? Toph smiled. Azula scoffed. It's pretty obvious who'd win if we fight again nowadays. Yeah, Sokka, Azula said, without missing a beat. Sokka had meant to defend himself anyway, but Azula gave him no time to do so. He snorted and laughed, eliciting a smile from his secret wife just the same. Toph clicked her tongue, shaking her head dismissively. Sure, sure. I'm not gonna rebuff that just because you're sick, you hear me? But we all know the truth. Toph said, cockily, as Sokka and Azula chuckled. Still, Toph, said Sokka, frowning a little, you said you and Iroh are thinking of skipping ahead to fight the big guy? Are you sure about that? I'm not sure about anything, but it's not the worst idea, is it? Toph said, shrugging. I've got a score to settle with him. I crossed blows with the guy back in Gladiator Brawl and I was damn sure I'd get him, but things got complicated before I could have another go at him. I know what to expect, though. I've already been at the nasty end of his explosions, so I can figure out a plan to take him down. Can you? Sokka asked. It's not that I don't trust you, you're the strongest earthbender in the league for sure, at this point it's as good as official, but Combustion Man isn't like most gladiators. I know. But neither am I, Toph said. Azula watched her friend with uncertainty, from the corner of her eyes. Toph wasn't speaking with the usual arrogant airs she'd put on whenever she boasted about her skills. There was a cold determination to her right now, a steel that hadn't been present in the young woman before. She wasn't taking Combustion Man lightly. Whatever will we do if you do beat him, though? Azula smiled weakly, surprising Toph. We'll never hear the end of it. Toph Bafong, top gladiator of the league. Well, I wouldn't have the right amount of points for it yet, but, yeah, Toph smiled a little, has a nice ring to it, doesn't it? Heh. You can enjoy it while it lasts. Then Sokka smiled, because if you beat him, I'll dethrone you right after, just as well. Ha. Keep on dreaming, dog, Toph huffed, and Azula laughed softly as Sokka snickered proudly beside her. A soft, reptilian groan from the gardens startled the three friends. Skulking quietly through the grass, Xian Long had approached his rider. Azula's smile was gentler now, as she reached out her right hand towards the large creature. Sokka grinned, standing up to give Xian Long further room to be affectionate with the princess, for it was apparent that was all he could want to do. He had been flying casually, searching for food outside the city, when Azula's message about her current whereabouts in the garden reached him. All thoughts of food went forgotten as the dragon made haste towards her now, slowing down mere inches away from her before pressing his head gently, and carefully, avoiding her left shoulder, against her body. Azula sighed, wrapping an arm around her dragon's neck, her face buried in his mane. The dragon whimpered happily, though there was a hint of anxiety in his sounds. He had feared deeply for her fate, and he hadn't expected to come into direct contact with her again for a long time. I'm okay, Xian. I'm okay, Azula whispered, tightening her grip on his hair as much as she could. To this moment, there were frequent ghostly sensations in her body that weakened her, inevitably. The head sage had explained them as consequences of her Kai's corruption, and he trusted those symptoms would decrease over time, as she regained full use of her body while replenishing her usual chi reserves. She had to be patient, that was what he always said. If she continued to recover at this rate, she would, hopefully, be back to her usual self within less than a year, and considering the damage she had sustained, that they were looking at such optimistic prospects of recovery was something she should be grateful for. She knew all that to be true, knew she was supported by the best people she could have asked to see her through this ordeal, and yet the changes dawned more heavily on her with each day that passed by. Her body was weak, scarred like it never had been before. She didn't need to see the wounds herself, which she hadn't, though she could feel the foreign stitches across her skin all the same, and the likelihood was that she'd need physical support more often than not for the coming months. When would she be free to train with Sokka again? How long could she withstand keeping her left arm in a sling, or being unable to walk without stopping to catch her breath with each step? Couldn't there be a way to accelerate the healing, somehow? If there was, Xianlong would be less anxious. Topha's weary, jaded expression would be replaced by her usual cheeky pride. And Sokka, he'd be free from so many burdens she had never wanted to force onto his shoulders, if only there were an easier way out of this. Yet he only smiled kindly at her, betraying no desperation, no impatience. He held her hand, teased Xianlong lightly, bickered with Toph. He offered her a foothold of normalcy, countless chances to feel like herself again, no matter what her condition might be. He was the perfect antidote to the despair that threatened to claw away at her weary heart, the perfect motivation to keep moving forward, taking small steps towards an uncertain future she couldn't plan ahead for anymore. Everything was blurry, mysterious, and for once, that didn't bother her so much. Not while he remained by her side. The orange sky continued to darken when they finally decided it was time to say goodbye to Xianlong and return to the physician's wing. Azula stroked the dragon's mane, pressing her brow to his before he pulled away. "I'll try to do this more often, okay?" she said, smiling weakly at him. "I'd miss you too badly if I didn't, you see." Xianlong gurgled happily and nodded, pulling away and giving Sokka room to step closer, wrapping his arms around Azula's waist to help her rise to her feet. Toph stood up too, ready to help them whenever they might need her to, and indeed, Azula needed it when she tried to raise her foot over the step that would lead her into the hallway. She failed to measure the distance properly, expecting to have exerted more strength in her movements than she had, and she might have toppled forward if Topha's arm hadn't darted out quickly in front of Azula's ribcage, stopping her likely fall just as Sokka tightened his grip around her waist. "Shit, sorry," Azula said, closing her eyes. She couldn't even feel the pain or discomfort she should have experienced in the tip of her toes after crashing them against the step. "Okay, you know what?" Sokka said, startling Azula when he exerted further strength, albeit to hoist her delicately over the steps and onto the hallway without as much struggle. The princess was surprised, but not ungrateful for the gesture. "There we go. We can practice climbing steps later. You've already put yourself through more than enough hard work as it is." "You're spoiling me," Azula smiled. Sokka chuckled and shook his head. "Not even a little bit," he said, barely resisting the urge to kiss her. Instead, he glanced at Toph and smiled at her. "Thanks for that quick reaction, Toph." Anytime," said the earthbender, grinning back. "Ready to get started?" Sokka asked Azula, who nodded as he held her by the waist, his right hand clutching hers. "All right, then. Slowly now." Azula didn't complain, nor did she act out against his indications. Again, her steps were slow and surely frustrating for someone who, merely 3 weeks ago, had been in perfect health, yet she kept going, without throwing the expected tantrums any inconvenienced royals would. It was a good thing, without a doubt, but Toph could tell it wasn't only a matter of Azula's inner strength. That she could face these hardships without faltering. She hadn't always been able to do so, come to think of it. Neither her nor Sokka had been that strong in the past. The first time they had crossed paths in the palace, Azula had been attempting to carry a wounded Sokka across her shoulders. Even at the start of their partnership, they had been carrying each other through thick and thin. What Toph had taken for granted back then as a sign of weakness was, instead, a sign of incredible strength. For that was what they had turned it into. They had leaned on each other until they had become strong enough to stand on their own, to reach for the stars if they wished to, but even though they had grown stronger, they hadn't let go of the other's hand. Their bond was strong, true, beautiful, even for someone like Toph, for whom the concept of beauty had always been rather confusing. From stumbling together, carrying each other in the worst of times, they had learned to rise and stand tall, bringing defeat to any enemies who dared cross their path, just as they had brought it to Toph and Iroh, once they had clashed in the race. Obsessed with victory, desperate to prove herself, Toph had made terrible mistakes on the day afterwards, and even then, they had risen above it all, no matter how wounded, tired and desperate they might have been. At first, she had witnessed them walking together in these halls, and she had thought them weak as she passed them by. Today, she knew better. So many years later, she understood what true strength, a genuine partnership, was shaped like. And this time she wasn't walking in the opposite direction, pretending to be better than them, she walked behind them, admiring them in silence, far more enthusiastic and willing to offer her help when they might need it rather than to flaunt her great triumphs in the Gladiator League. For, somehow, the latter no longer appeared all that important anymore. She made sure to assist them all the way to Angela's current room and took her leave shortly afterwards. Iroh was waiting in his usual room, with a freshly brewed batch of tea, as well as a pie show board, spread across the floor where he sat leisurely. He set down a new tile before glancing at Toph, with as enthusiastic a smile as he could muster. "You're back," he said. Toph offered him a tight-lipped grin and a nod. "I brewed a special batch of jasmine tea, to celebrate your big achievement." "Really?" she said, grinning more earnestly as she approached him slowly. "Here I thought you were saving that one for something bigger than this." "And here I thought this was quite the occasion already," Iroh said, raising his eyebrows. "Yeah, it is, it's just, my mind's all over the place, don't mind me," said Toph, shaking her head and grinning again. Iroh nodded empathetically, though he kept his eyes on the board before asking his next question. "And? How is she?" Toph's breath hitched at the question, though she didn't know why. Things were better between Angela and Iroh these days, so why would she still feel nervous? What was there for her to feel nervous about, in the first place? She shook her head and replied, as naturally as possible. "In no shape to sponsor Sokka, at least not yet," said Toph, sinking in her seat across the pie show board. "Might be another few weeks will be enough for her to recover and sponsor him, I don't know, but unless you've changed your mind and want to wait, they don't seem to mind if I fight Combustion Man before fighting them." "Ah? Then we have their blessing?" Iroh asked, raising his eyebrows. "I half expected they'd refuse." "Why?" Toph asked, raising her eyebrows. "She shouldn't be stupid about stuff like the ranking and the league after damn near dying that day, should she?" "Well, let's say I overestimated her ambitions." Iroh smiled awkwardly. "Either way, shall we do this, Toph? I can send a challenge tomorrow, if you believe it's wise." "I don't know anything about wisdom, so do whatever you want," said Toph, with a weak grin of her own. "You'll fight the top-ranked gladiator, and you'll prove your worth and mettle to the whole world, Toph," Iroh declared, reaching for his teapot to serve a cup for Toph. The gladiator smiled as she received the mug, and Iroh chuckled as he toasted by tapping her cup with his own. "We've come way too far to chicken out now, huh?" said Toph, nodding. "Indeed," said Iroh, beaming. "You set out with a goal, and you've never been closer to achieving it than you are now. No one will question you've earned the right to challenge Combustion Man, or that you'll earn your victory against him, too." "You're so sure I'll win," said Toph, smiling awkwardly. "He cannot be a better gladiator than you," Iroh laughed. "No one is." Toph grinned and reached a hand towards his, squeezing his fingers gently. Iroh was smiling. She could sense it in his voice, in his heartbeats, in his stout confidence. Their road had been smooth at first, then it had become chaotic, and afterwards, Iroh had worked hard for her sake, keeping her as one of his main priorities. At this point, it seemed he believed in her far more than Toph believed in herself, and that was something she had needed more than she had realized. "Thank you, Iroh, for everything," she whispered. Iroh chuckled and shook his head. "No need to thank me for anything yet. I have to issue the challenge first, after all," he said. Toph smiled and nodded. If the latest events hadn't taken place, Toph surely would have been the more excited one, rambling on and on about how she'd succeed against Combustion Man when they crossed paths. Instead, it was Iroh encouraging her with his enthusiasm, promising her he had already ordered her favorite dishes for dinner, and offering her a quiet, private, yet welcome celebration of her great achievement. And as leisurely and simple as it was, Toph found herself smiling through the evening, amused by Iroha's antics, needing nothing but a close friend's company on the biggest day of her career as a gladiator. Angela's first successful walk took place on the eve of another momentous occasion for her recovery. Sokka was astonished, on the next day, when Pharaoh announced it was time to remove the princess's stitches. Despite assisting Pharaoh a few times when Angela needed changes of bandages, it seemed Sokka's luck had dried out. He wasn't welcome to witness the removal of the stitches, but he had stayed in the corridor, merely a few steps away from the door, while listening keenly to any sounds inside. Pharaoh and his assistants were working with Angela. They would have numbed her to the pain she'd experience as best they could, yet he couldn't stop worrying, anxious to be away from her when she was, in all likelihood, experiencing excruciating pain, on top of the constant numbing she still was plagued by. The head sage insisted that hers was a miracle recovery, and Sokka was grateful for it every day, no doubt, yet his heart was troubled and turbulent each time he heard those words. How far along had he expected her to be by now, if so? Just how severe had the damage been that being able to walk after 2 weeks appeared to be a miracle? He didn't dare ask the questions, for it was unlikely he'd get an answer in the first place, and if he did, he wasn't sure he'd want to hear it. Angela was regaining her usual spirits, her clever wits, even those sharp smirks that seemed to pierce his heart every time she turned them upon him. That was what mattered, and that was what he should focus on. He closed his eyes, trying to center himself, to keep dark thoughts at bay, and to rest briefly, too. Tense as he was, he knew he wouldn't fall asleep, let alone while standing up, but his eyes were dry constantly, a consequence of his carelessness with his own body. Song had already scolded him plenty for it whenever she visited Angela, and Sokka had continued to disregard his health, choosing instead to watch over his secret wife. Consequences be damned. Instead of resting at all, however, his other senses sharpened. He heard the footsteps that approached the physician's wing even before they entered it. There were at least 3 people, perhaps more, but only one entered the physician's wing in the end, the one whose footsteps were most powerful, yet most elegant all the same. Sokka opened his eyes narrowly, and they met Ose's golden stare. The Fire Lord appeared unsurprised by his presence, yet confused by his cross-armed stance, right outside the princess's assigned room. "Did she grow sick of you?" he asked, bluntly, without bothering to greet Sokka, who wouldn't have wanted to greet Ose, anyway. "Pharaoh's working with her right now," Sokka answered, bluntly. "He says it's time to remove her stitches." The words saw Ose frown, though not with disapproval, with concern. Sokka's chest tightened uneasily. He did hate Ose, on just about every level that counted, but the man, on one very specific level, did worry for his daughter's well-being. It was the only aspect in which he could respect the Fire Lord, if just a little bit. "You can probably come back within another hour or 2. Sokka suggested. "I'd hope they'll be done by then." "If she's losing the stitches, it means her body is mending," Ose said. Sokka's eyebrows twitched. "I heard you took her on a walk yesterday." "Heh. Guess word travels fast in the palace," Sokka said, before nodding. "Yeah, we did take a walk. Wasn't a very long one, but still. I will talk about this with Pharaoh, then," Ose announced. Sokka raised an eyebrow. "I would have Angela meet me in my study tomorrow." Wait, what?" Sokka said, eyes wide. "Hey, she may be better but that doesn't mean she's all healed. Your study's way further away than what she walked yesterday, and either way, she's in no condition to work yet." "And who said I intended to make her work?" Ose said, curtly. Sokka frowned. "If it's not work, why don't you just talk to her here?" "I thought to, that's why I came. But perhaps I can help my daughter's recovery further by giving her a small task, if just as small as walking to my study," Ose declared. "I will send for Pharaoh in 2 hours, to confirm it's safe for Angela to attempt further exercising." Sokka gritted his teeth but lowered his head. What was he supposed to say anyhow? He'd help Angela for sure. He'd carry her all the way to Ose's doorstep if that was what he needed to do, but he didn't trust Ose, no matter if Angela was the only point in common he could ever hope to have with the Fire Lord. Would he be just as forgiving a father as he had been upon first hearing of her condition? Or did he intend to scold the princess, or load her with further work? In moments like these, he wished he had already acted against the Fire Lord, who retreated quietly and without saying any farewells, just as he had arrived. If only he had done something, anything. Oze wouldn't hold any authority over his daughter anymore. He wouldn't be able to hurt her again, if that was what he intended, though Sokka hoped, deeply, that it wasn't what he intended. He wasn't sure he would be able to hold back his impulses to strike down the man if he dared do anything detrimental to his daughter's health. Sokka had a chance to clean up in an available bathroom within the physician's wing, to eat a light meal, and to compose a few random haiku in his mind before Pharaoh and his assistants finally opened the door of Angela's bedroom. Sokka jumped to his feet, and Pharaoh sighed at the sight of him. "No funny business," Pharaoh warned him. "The princess is recovering, and mostly unconscious right now. There's no harm done, she's healing well." "Good," Sokka said, releasing a breath before eyeing Pharaoh warily. The Fire Lord stopped by. "He wants to ask you about whether or not Angela can visit him in his study tomorrow." "Heh? Ask?" Pharaoh repeated, rolling his eyes. "Thank you for telling me. Now, if you don't mind. I'm starving, and exhausted. Feel free to keep her company, but like I said." I'll be good," Sokka pouted, entering Angela's room without further ado. It was no surprise that her left arm was still in a sling, and that her robe's cleavage revealed bandages still fastened across her shoulder and chest, underneath the fabric. Angela was somewhat conscious, however, and she gazed at Sokka groggily as he approached. He smiled sadly, taking his seat beside her and impulsively reaching for her hand. "Well, that sucked," she said, before he could speak at all. Sokka sighed, caressing her hand gently as he gazed at her with unabashed compassion. "It must have hurt a lot," Sokka whispered, "but it's over now, Angela. No more stitches, and soon it'll be no more sling, and no more bandages. You've made it through so far, and you'll keep going, love. I know you will." "I'd better," Angela smiled weakly. "I didn't work this hard, all my life, just to falter now because I'm not used to being wounded." "Of course," Sokka said, reaching to caress her hair next. "For what it's worth. You're still growing more beautiful every time I gaze at you. Seems like some things just don't change, huh?" "Yeah, your eyes are still fucked up, apparently," Angela smiled, closing her own as Sokka gasped with feigned indignation. Her laughter grew more genuine as he shook his head in disbelief. "I must look dreadful. I haven't put on a smidge of makeup in 2 weeks, or had my hair combed in the spa." "You don't need makeup to be beautiful. Especially not you," Sokka grinned, caressing her cheek. "And you don't need perfect hair either, no matter what anyone tells you. You're gorgeous, no matter what." "I'll try to believe you," Angela sighed as she sank in her pillow. Sokka caressed her hair again, watching as she drifted off to sleep. Whatever they had given her to mitigate the pain during the removal of the stitches still seemed to be taking its toll on her body. He had thought to tell her already about Oze's request, but he decided against it, outright. It wasn't very likely that Pharaoh would even consider opposing Oze's demands, going by how he'd reacted once Sokka had told him of it, but it was probably better to keep her mind clear and safe for one more day, if that was all they would have. And it was all they had, indeed. On the next day, Pharaoh assisted Sokka personally in helping Angela to Oze's study. It was a longer, slower process than her previous walk, made no easier by the ongoing pain in Angela's left shoulder. It took them about an hour to reach Oze's door, and by then, Angela appeared anything but ready for a meeting with her father. Yet that was where she was headed, and there was nothing left for her to do but allow her father's guards to relieve Sokka and Pharaoh by guiding her to the available chair at the Fire Lord's desk. "I didn't mean to be late," Angela admitted, after finally sinking in her seat. She would have spared one more glance at Sokka before the guards closed the door, but she still wasn't supposed to move her neck much. "Were you waiting long?" "I've kept myself entertained for the day, there's nothing to worry about," Oze reassured her. "Besides, I had no specific hours set aside for this meeting. If anything, I planned to drop whatever I was doing once you stopped by." You do seem to have improved plenty." "I haven't been able to visit. I was rather busy handling the aftermath of the latest catastrophic events." "I figured," Angela mumbled. I had come up with a plan to remediate the economic consequences of raising the gates of Ajalon with no prior warning." "Yes," Oze said, "you did a fine job with it." Thank you," Angela said, lowering her gaze. "In truth, I've weighed your performance as Fire Lord by now," Oze said, and Angela's stomach sank. "That is why I've summoned you. I suppose you would think it's best if I saved it for once you were fully healthy once again, but according to the head sage, it'll still be months, or even years, before you're back to your usual self. Keeping my evaluation to myself for that long would be, well, a waste. And you can use the walk to the study, too. Right, Angela said, glancing at him warily. Now, then, said Jose, breathing deeply as he gazed at the papers on his desk. The truth, Princess Angela? You were Fire Lord for 1 week, and you excelled at the job like no one else could have. And now she was confused. Happily surprised, but confused. The nonplussed expression on her face certainly amused her father, who offered her a strangely affectionate grin. I excelled? What do you mean? She said. Well, I'm only in this shape because you made difficult decisions, for the benefit of the Fire Nation, Jose said, nodding. I've spoken with the highest ranked officials involved in the operation you spearheaded. Zhao assures me you didn't act on impulse. You delegated important duties to others, rather than expecting to handle everything yourself. You saved countless lives, even cauterized a soldier's wound in the middle of the battle, and you still managed to defeat a spear of legends in the process. Astonishing, once you see it that way, isn't it? Well, Angela said, biting her lip lightly. I am trusting that you didn't jump to fight the spear blindly. You realized your fire was the better option to defeat it. Am I mistaken? Jose asked. No, you're not, Angela replied, containing the impulsive reaction of shaking her head as an answer to someone's question. The corruption in the spear was, well, I guess it'll sound bad. But it reminded me of your subordinate. Cephas. Jose frowned, puzzled. Angela breathed deeply, shrinking in her seat. I fought him, with gold fire, that time, when I tried to stop him, Angela whispered. I thought, maybe it'd work again here. And it did. It was a dangerous gamble, but one only you could have ventured to attempt, Jose finished, frowning. Well, I suppose that clarifies the reasoning behind your course of action, and it still doesn't change my understanding of the situation. You did what you had to do, and you acted for the benefit of the Fire Nation. Every citizen within the capital owes you their lives. I suppose. Though I'd think I did what any Fire Lord should do. Angela whispered. Jose smiled and nodded. And isn't that the point? He said I had hoped this week would prove to be an easy experience. It was anything but. You faced a worse challenge than any I've been dealt so far, and as far as I can tell, there was no better way to face this crisis than how you chose to do it. Yes, I would like to believe you're no reckless fool, and that you truly understand your life is far too valuable to be sacrificed. Perhaps this convalescence will finally drive the point across. I don't know. You'll certainly need others to do your work for you, for the next few months at least. It ought to be one final learning experience for you. I understand, Angela whispered. Though, final learning experience? I'd think. I still have much left to learn. You do, it's true, said Jose, but I'm not certain you'll learn the rest of your lessons other than by directly working as a leader. Therefore, that's the last lesson I'll make sure you learn before you take up your future position as High Governor. He spoke so casually, yet a glint of pride in his eyes betrayed he wasn't as impassive about the new position he was hoping to gift to his daughter as he pretended to be. To the princess, however, the words felt like a bucket of ice water dunked over her head, startling her and making her hyper-aware, after being more or less dormant for the past weeks. She blinked blankly, staring at her father in utter disbelief before finally finding the words she couldn't seem to recall anymore. Why you mean that I passed your test? She asked, her voice trembling. You'll still give me that position, after everything Yes, Jose said, bluntly. Angela lost her train of thought by then, as her right hand rose to cover her mouth. Was this truly happening? She could barely believe it, if it was. If anything, what happened only convinces me further. You are capable of great things, greater than anyone else has been able to achieve. I see no reason to stunt your growth when you've proven your worth over and over again. Father! Angela gasped. Jose raised a hand, however, as though to ensure she wouldn't have an emotional outburst. No doubt, he'd never be comfortable with such a thing. You won't be starting yet, however, he warned her. I want you fully fit and healthy before you leave the Fire Nation for long periods of time. Only when the head sage and Pharaoh approve of it will I allow you to begin preparations for your relocation. We will work out the details as you recover. But as things stand, rest easy, High Governor. Your future position will be made official by my council soon, even if you won't act on it yet. I am very, very grateful for this opportunity, Father, Angela whispered, with a heartfelt smile. I won't fail you. As soon as I've recovered, I'll begin work in the colonies, as you've asked. Do I still get to choose where I'll relocate to? Everything I promised is still true, Jose stated, nodding. Angela smiled and lowered her gaze. It's not a decision I'm making lightly, it is both for your benefit and the Fire Nations. You already were a splendid Fire Lord, you'll be all the better if you have further leadership experience under your belt. I hope so, Angela agreed. Thank you. Thank you, truly, for offering me all the opportunities you have. I will do everything in my power to match your expectations. I know you will. I know you will, Jose grinned. Again, there was that hint of malice, ever present in his smiles, yet there was that fondness once more. The fondness meant only for the daughter he was entrusting a delicate, complicated operation to. He had trusted her. He had made a promise, sworn that her performance as Fire Lord would gain her this responsibility, and Angela had been so certain he'd never offer her this position again after nearly getting herself killed while fighting off Roan's group. She had given up all hopes for it even before that, expecting him to be so disappointed by how she had handled the matter of the missing ships that he would decide she had too much left to learn before she was eligible for such vital roles in their society. Now, then, you should probably head back once you're ready. Jose said you can rest here for longer if you need to, but I mainly wished to say this, nothing else. Thank you, Angela whispered. Can I ask, when will you release a declaration about what happened 2 weeks ago? I've heard you haven't done it yet. Soon. Quite soon, Jose said. Surely at some point this week, even. But it's not for you to concern yourself with such things. You've done what you had to, and you should rest rather than waste your mind away by worrying over nothing. Right, thank you, again, Father, Angela whispered, though she froze upon attempting to push herself off the chair. Jose frowned before summoning his guards. Sokka and Pharaoh had been waiting right by the door to help Angela too, but the guards, to the princess's surprise, wound up escorting her to the physician's wing once more, even if she would have preferred Sokka's arms around her waist rather than those of her father's personal guards. She had refrained from asking specific questions, unwilling to know if she had gotten any of Ruishi's peers killed with her orders. If her father had decided she still deserved the position of High Governor, however, it likely meant the most important people had survived, at least. There was no way he'd still offer her this new appointment if that wasn't the case. Oh, she wanted to tell Sokka, but she knew she had to wait until they were back in the bedroom. And even once they were, Pharaoh insisted on checking Angela's state, which meant her summary of her meeting with her father would have to wait, whether Sokka wanted it to or not. Finally, Pharaoh left by sundown, and Sokka was free to close the door and hold Angela's hand once again. His smiles were tense, something apparent to Angela, who could grin far more leisurely as she was. It was a long walk, but you've made it through, Sokka said. Tomorrow we'll take a shorter one, after the head sage checks on you. If we keep doing it often, it probably will get your chi flowing better. Probably. Angela said, enigmatically. Sokka crooked an eyebrow but smiled at her. Well, I'll bite, what did he want? He asked at last. Angela chuckled. You won't believe it, she whispered. It's not immediate, he wants me to recover fully first, but he thinks I did well, Sokka. As Fire Lord. Well, good. He should. Sokka declared, smiling in astonishment. See, I told you, no one could ever be as good at the job as you are, and even your dad knows it. Right, but that's not all, she said, biting her lip. Did you forget what he'd promised me, if I managed to make it through that week without messing up too badly? He promised you could be High Governor, Sokka said, eyes widening as he stared at Angela warily. Is he going to? Wait a minute, are you saying you're High Governor now? Angela. It's not official yet, Angela grinned, closing her eyes as Sokka gasped happily beside her. But, seems my father still can make good decisions sometimes, no matter how controversial he may be. I thought we'd never get to do that. Or, well, maybe in a few more years, but... Oh, this is amazing. This means... It meant a new life, a life together, away from so many pressures that weighed on them in the capital. It wouldn't be an easy life, for sure, and they had never expected Angela to be so badly injured before she took up such an important role, but it would be a fresh start, an opportunity for freedom they wouldn't experience otherwise. The brightness in his eyes, in his gaze, set fire to Angela's heart. Her inner flame had grown stronger gradually, but more than anything, it had grown larger thanks to Sokka. His devotion, his hard work, his company, and faithfulness, all of it had ensured her fire would continue to burn so that one day, perhaps, it would burn just as much as it ever did before her chi was corrupted. He ventured forth with a kiss, and again, her chest flickered and burned. She felt more alive whenever he kissed her, whenever he gazed at her with his loving, gentle eyes. It was natural, she had thought at first, for her body often reacted this way to him, even before she had been injured. Yet the sensations grew stronger with each opportunity, so strong that, at times, she even pondered testing her bending again, to find out whether it was back to its usual shape or not. Whether she could bend yet or not, however, the princess had been nursing a mild suspicion for days now about the true source of her so-called miracle recovery. And perhaps she was wrong, but she suspected it wasn't over Pharaoh's admittedly high-quality medical care, or the fresh air, or the knowledge that her duty was done and that she'd gain a new position with political power soon. Sokka pulled away, only for Angela to reel him back in with her right arm, surprising him enough to elicit a laugh from his lips as they kissed again. The warmth in her chest spread, and the strength of her body no longer seemed so far out of reach, as the unpleasant ghostly sensation under her skin decreased day by day. She didn't dare speak her guess aloud, for she knew she could be wrong, but, as wounded and tired as she was, Angela could only wonder if there could be more to the attuning of the chi of two lovers than what met the eye. A few days of not visiting the hectic capital for anything but the occasional gladiator fight had been somewhat relaxing for Admiral Zhao. The less time he spent in the palace, the better for him, he knew, for his newly acquired knowledge still tormented him more often than not. He rubbed his brow with his fingertips while attempting to read the latest message that had reached him from the subordinates he'd left behind in the North Pole. Lieutenant Li was rather displeased by some of the decisions General Bujing had made, and constantly complained that a man trained to lead ground forces had no business serving with the Navy. It was better to focus on the man's suffering than allowing his mind to traverse the paths it constantly did when he had no other distractions. And a new potential distraction arrived just as he started to ponder how to answer Li's letter. Rei knocked shyly on the sitting room's open door, holding a paper in her hands. Zhao frowned, immediately wary, until the relatively small size of the paper reassured him. A new challenge had been issued for his gladiator, and it had been mailed to his home, as per his request. A new message arrived just now, Rei said, bowing her head. Zhao nodded, ushering her to approach. A challenge, from the looks of it. He said, no black ribbons this time, I hope. No, there were no ribbons. Rei grinned weakly as she reached Zhao, offering the challenge to him without so much as glancing at its contents. Thank you, Rei, Zhao said, taking the paper and nodding in her direction. Rei bowed and rose again, retiring from the room quietly. Zhao read his newest challenge once the young woman was gone. It could have seemed just another challenge by another up-and-coming gladiator, thirsting for glory, if only that up-and-coming gladiator were anyone but the blind bandit. Feeling that bold already, are we? Said Zhao, breathing deeply as he read the challenge's contents thoroughly. The fight would be due in a week, if he agreed with the conditions Iroh had proposed. It would be enough time for the crowds to be riled up, Zhao suspected, for both the blind bandit and combustion man had no shortage of wild, eager fans who had awaited their showdown for years, and it would also be a rather momentous, important occasion through which all their minds might finally be taken off the dreadful battles that had been waged in the capital 2 weeks ago. The people needed a distraction, surely Oze would agree, and he would expect Zhao to deliver one, if he could. Not to mention, the Fire Lord would expect the long-standing champion of the Gladiator League to prove himself above his pitiful older brother's fighter. 2 lifelong victory streaks would come to a head, the best of the Earthbenders against the best of the Firebenders. Instead of composing his reply to Lieutenant Li, Zhao dipped his brush in ink to reply to the challenge, It seemed the moment had arrived to determine who was the ultimate gladiator in the superior league. Check the description for the links to the author.